Hello, this is Brian Tracy, and welcome to Focal Point. Once upon a time, so the story goes, there was a major technical problem at a billion-dollar atomic power plant. This malfunction was slowing energy generation and reducing the overall efficiency of the entire operation. As much as they tried, the plant's engineers could not identify and solve the problem. So they brought in one of the nation's top consultants on atomic power plant construction and engineering to see if he could determine what was wrong. The consultant arrived, put on a white coat, took his clipboard, and went to work. For the next 2 days, he walked around, studying the hundreds of dials and gauges in the control room, taking notes and making calculations. At the end of the second day, he took a black felt marker out of his pocket, climbed up on a ladder, and put a large black X on one of the gauges. "This is the problem," he explained. "Repair and replace the apparatus connected to this meter and the problem will be solved." He then took off his white smock, drove back to the airport, and flew home. The engineers went to work and disassembled the apparatus and discovered that, sure enough, this was the cause of the problem. It was soon repaired, and the plant was back up to full capacity. About a week later, the plant manager received a bill from the consultant for $10,000 for services rendered. The plant manager was surprised at the size of the bill, even though this was a multi-billion-dollar nuclear facility and the problem had been costing an enormous amount of money in lost generating capacity. After all, he reasoned, the consultant had come in, stood around for a couple of days, written a black X on one of the gauges, and then returned home. $10,000 seemed like a high fee for such a simple job. The plant manager then wrote back to the consultant, "We have received your bill. Could you please break down and itemize your charges? It seems that all you did was to write one X on a single gauge. $10,000 seems to be excessive for this amount of work." Some days later, the plant manager received a new invoice from the consultant. It said, "For placing X on gauge, $1. For knowing which gauge to place X on, $9,999. This simple story illustrates and summarizes the most important single principle of success, achievement, and happiness in life. Your ability to determine where you put the X in each part of your life is the critical determinant of everything that you accomplish or fail to accomplish. This X is your focal point. This is the one thing that you can do at any given moment to get the very best result possible for you in that area. Your ability to choose the correct time, place, and activity to place your X has more of an impact on your life than any other factor. In this program, you will learn a practical, proven, and powerful process that you can apply in every area of your life to achieve faster, better, easier outcomes and results than you ever imagined possible. Just as the sun's rays, focused through a magnifying glass, can create intense heat and fire, your intelligence and abilities, focused and concentrated on a few key activities, can enable you to accomplish vastly more than the average person and in far less time. Just as normal light and electricity concentrated into a laser beam can cut through steel, your ability to choose and decide upon the most vital element of any situation will enable you to perform at extraordinary levels in any area of endeavor or activity. This program answers some of the key questions that you probably ask yourself on a regular basis. For example, you ask, how can I get control of my time and my life? How can I achieve maximum success in my career and still achieve balance in my relationships and my personal life? How can I have it all and still be happy and fulfilled? These questions will be answered in this program. We're living today in perhaps the very best time in all of human history. There have never been more opportunities and possibilities for more people to accomplish more of their goals than exist right now. The level of affluence has never been higher. The average lifespan has never been longer. The number of options available to you has never been greater, and the world situation in terms of peace and prosperity has never been more stable. Meanwhile, the explosion of knowledge and technology in the last few years, combined with the increasing intensity of competition in all fields, has led to an acceleration of the rate of change. More and more, you have too much to do and too little time. Your responsibilities and obligations seem to pile up, one on top of the other. There are never enough hours in the day. You may be earning more money and doing better than you have ever done before, but at the same time, you probably feel overwhelmed with the demands of your job and your personal life. You may be working harder today than ever before, and yet you are getting less and less satisfaction and enjoyment from what you do. This program gives you the solution to these unavoidable challenges of modern life. Focal Point is based on more than 25 years of personal experience. This first-hand knowledge has been combined with extensive research into the habits and behaviors of men and women who accomplish vastly more than the average person in their personal and business lives. Focal Point starts with the question, why are some people more successful and effective than others? Focal Point then answers this question completely. This program explains why and how some people accomplish vastly more in each of the important areas of their lives. It shows you how you too can accomplish more in your work while simultaneously having much more time to spend with your family and on your personal activities. Focal Point is a synthesis of the best ideas and strategies on personal management ever brought together in one place in one simple, easy-to-use plan. Focal Point shows you how to organize and simplify your life in the 7 critical areas that are essential for complete balance and true peace of mind. You learn how to develop goals and plans in each of the areas that are important to you. You learn how to set clear priorities among the competing demands on your time. You learn how to focus single-mindedly on the one thing that you can do at any given time to achieve the most important results possible for you in that area. You learn where to put the X in your life, minute by minute and hour by hour. The central concept of Focal Point is the principle of clarity. In the sessions ahead, you will learn how to develop absolute clarity regarding who you are and what you really want. You will learn how to achieve your most important goals faster and easier than you can imagine today. You will learn how to tap into and use your personal powers at a higher level than you ever have before. The results that our clients achieve from the systematic application of these strategies to their lives and work are often amazing. Participants in our programs and others who apply these principles report both rapid and increasing improvements in every area. They often double their incomes, reduce the number of hours they work each week, get control of their time and their lives, and dramatically improve the quality of their relationships with their families and with other people. All great truths are simple. The power of Focal Point is that it teaches you a series of timeless truths that have been discovered and rediscovered by effective, happy people throughout the ages. You learn a new way of thinking about yourself and your world. Especially, you learn how to answer the question, what do I really want to do with my life? What do you really want to do with your life? Essentially, there are only 4 different steps you can take to improve the quality of your life and work. First, you can do more of certain things. You can do more of the things that are of greater value to you and which bring you greater rewards and satisfaction. Second, you can do less of certain things. You can deliberately decide to reduce or discontinue activities or behaviors that are not as helpful as other activities, or which can actually be hurtful to you in accomplishing the things you really want. Third, you can start to do things that you are not doing at all today. You can make new choices, learn new skills, begin new projects or activities, or change the entire focus of your work or personal life. Fourth, and finally, you can stop doing certain things altogether. You can stand back and evaluate your life with new eyes. You can then make definite decisions to completely discontinue activities and behaviors that are no longer consistent with what you want and where you really want to go. In the sessions ahead, you will learn how to think the way the most effective people think, and then to take the actions that the most effective people take. You will learn how to develop your own personal plan for achieving rapid results in each part of your life that is important to you. You will learn how to accomplish more in the next couple of years than many people accomplish in a lifetime. There are virtually no limits to what you can be, do, or have when you apply the focal point process to your life. Now, let's begin. You can dramatically improve the overall quality of your life far faster than you might think possible. All that is really required is the 4 Ds. The first is the desire to change. The second is the decision to take action. The third is the discipline to practice the new behaviors you have decided upon. And the 4th D is the determination to persist until you get the results you want. Here's a story that illustrates this point. An insurance executive enrolled in my advanced coaching and mentoring program and came for the first of the quarterly full-day coaching sessions that we provide for our clients each year, 4 times per year. When he began the program, he was working 6 to 7 days per week, 10 to 12 hours per day, and had not taken a vacation in more than 4 years. He was earning more than $100,000 per year, but he was unfit, overweight, highly stressed, and not at all satisfied with his life. He felt overwhelmed with too much to do and too little time. He was hoping that, at a minimum, this program would give him some new time management techniques that he could use to increase his productivity and get his life under control. From the first day, he learned and applied the focal point process that you will learn in this program. Step by step, he analyzed each part of his work and personal life. He identified those areas where he was getting the best results and earning the most money. At the same time, he identified those areas that consumed an enormous amount of time, but which contributed very little to his real goals. He then made a list of everything he was doing, and he applied the zero-based thinking question to each activity. This question is, knowing what I now know, if I was not now doing this, would I start it up again today? He realized almost immediately that there were an enormous number of activities he was caught up in and responsibilities that he had taken on over the years that were contributing very little to his life and to his real goals. He then set new goals for his work, his family, his health, his financial situation, and for his life in general. He compared everything he was doing against his new goals. He decided to do more of some things, less of other things, and to either start doing certain things or stop other activities altogether. This executive had a wonderful quality possessed by all truly effective men and women. He was able to stand back, analyze his life, make specific decisions, and then follow through on those decisions. The result was that within 3 months he had cut his work week from 7 days to 5 days. He had refocused his efforts on the top 20% of his clients and organized his activities to acquire more clients in that same category. At the same time, he began reducing and cutting back on the amount of time he was spending with the 80% of his clients who contributed only 20% of his revenues. This freed up his time considerably and enabled him to spend more of his time with those clients who provided most of his income. With his work life simplified and streamlined, he refocused on his family. He began spending more time with his wife and children. First, they arranged to go away together for a weekend vacation, something they had not done for years. A few weeks later, they took an entire week away from work and school. Within 6 months, he was taking 1 week off per month with his family. Meanwhile, because of his increased focus on his most valuable clients, within 1 year his income increased by more than 300%. He was exercising regularly and had lost 22 pounds. By doing fewer things of higher value and discontinuing activities of lower value, he dramatically improved the quality of his life in every area in just a few months. This story is not unique. I have heard it thousands of times all over the country and all over the world. As soon as people begin to apply these principles in their daily lives, the results they get are often miraculous. Even they are amazed at the incredible differences that take place and how quickly their lives change for the better. And what they have done, you can do as well. By applying the focal point system to your life, you can double your income and double your time off. Many people achieve these twin goals in as little as 30 days. Now, most people, when they hear this double-double claim, are both suspicious and skeptical. They simply do not believe that it is possible to double their income and double their time off simultaneously. Most people are trapped in an old paradigm where they believe that the only way they can increase their incomes is by either increasing the amount of work they do or by increasing the number of hours they work, or both. In fact, many people actually feel guilty if they're not working almost to the point of exhaustion most of the time. However, this is an old way of thinking that leads inevitably to a physical, emotional, and spiritual dead end. The world has changed dramatically, and we must change with it. In less than 2 generations, we have moved from the industrial age through the service age and into the information age. In the information age, knowledge has become the primary resource and the most valuable factor of production. We have moved from the age of manpower to the age of mind power. In this new age, you are no longer rewarded for the hours you put in, but for what you put into those hours. Peter Drucker calls this the age of the knowledge worker. As a knowledge worker, the way you think and get results today is totally different from the way it might have been in the past. Today, you are paid for accomplishments, not activities. You are paid for outcomes rather than for inputs, or the number of hours you work. Your rewards are determined by the quality and quantity of results that you achieve in your area of responsibility. This change in the paradigm of work opens up unlimited opportunities for the creative minority who recognize it and capitalize on it. Would you like to double your income? Of course you would. The only question is, how can you do it? Here's a simple way, virtually guaranteed to work. First, you identify the things that you do that contribute the greatest value to yourself and your company. The 80-20 rule tells you that 20% of your tasks contribute 80% or more of the value of all the things you do. So, what are the top 20% of your activities that account or can account for 80% or more of the value of your work? Whatever your answer, from now on resolve to spend more of your time doing more of those tasks that contribute the greatest value and which enable you to achieve the most important results possible for you. Second, identify those activities in the bottom 80%, those lower value, time-consuming tasks that contribute very little to your results. Resolve to downsize, delegate, and eliminate as many of them as possible as quickly as you possibly can. In no time at all, by disciplining yourself to practice this simple approach, your results and rewards will increase. By persisting in this way of working, you will become more and more productive. You will accomplish more and more. Your productivity, your performance, your output, and eventually your pay will increase and eventually double. You'll begin to complete more tasks of higher value. You will make a more valuable contribution. You will be respected and esteemed more highly by those people who can help you the most in your career. You will be paid more because the value of your work will be greater than that of others who spend most of their time on lower value activities. Because you will be getting twice as much done in the same amount of time, you can then increase and eventually double your time off with no loss of productivity. Your whole life will change for the better. Implementing this simple formula is largely a matter of personal choice. It is very much up to you. No one else can make this decision for you, and nobody else can make this decision other than you. Perhaps the most important personal choice you can make is to accept complete responsibility for everything you are and everything you will ever be. This is the great turning point in life. The acceptance of personal responsibility is what separates the superior person from the average person. Personal responsibility is the preeminent trait of leadership and the wellspring of high performance in every person in every situation. The acceptance of complete responsibility for your life means that you refuse to make excuses or to blame others for anything in your life that you're not happy about. You refuse from this moment forward to criticize others for any reason. You refuse to complain about your situation or about what has happened in the past. You eliminate all your if-onlys and what-ifs and focus instead on what you really want and where you are going. This decision of yours to accept complete responsibility for yourself, your life, and your results with no excuses is absolutely essential if you truly want to double your income and double your time off. From now on, no matter what happens, say to yourself, I am responsible. When you accept responsibility, you feel personally powerful. The acceptance of responsibility gives you a tremendous sense of control over yourself and your life. The more responsibility you accept, the more confidence and energy you have. The more responsibility you accept, the more capable and competent you feel. The acceptance of responsibility is the foundation of high self-esteem, self-respect, and personal pride. The acceptance of personal responsibility lies at the core of the personality of every outstanding man or woman. When you accept complete responsibility for your life, you begin to view yourself as self-employed, no matter who signs your paycheck. You see yourself as the president of your own personal service corporation. You see yourself as an entrepreneur heading up a company with one employee, yourself. You see yourself as responsible for selling one product, your personal services, into a competitive marketplace. You see yourself as completely responsible for every element of your work, for production, quality control, training and development, communications, strategy, productivity improvement, and finances. You refuse to make excuses. Instead, you make progress. Your personal company, or any company, can increase its bottom line profits in one or more of three ways. First, the company can increase its sales and revenues, holding costs constant. Second, the company can decrease its costs, holding sales and revenues constant. Or third, the company can do something else altogether where one or both of the first two are possible. As the president of your own company, these are your three options as well. The focal point process requires that you identify the few things that you can do that are more valuable and important than all the others. You then discipline yourself to focus all of your energy and attention on those specific tasks. You just say no to any activity or demand on your time that is not consistent with the most valuable work you can possibly be doing at that moment. You are responsible. Life is the study of attention. Where your attention goes, your heart goes also. Your ability to direct your attention away from activities of lower value to activities of higher value is central to everything you accomplish in life. What psychologists and others have discovered is that the very act of observing or paying attention to a behavior tends to change that behavior for the better. This is one of the greatest breakthroughs in the understanding of personal performance. Within this critical discovery is contained the key to your dramatically improving the quality of any area of your life. Sometimes I ask my seminar audiences this question. I ask, imagine that there are several researchers from the local university in this room. Imagine also that these researchers will be observing you and writing a report later on how well you personally took notes during this seminar. Would that have any effect on your note-taking ability? Everyone smiles and agrees that, yes, if they knew they were being carefully observed and evaluated on their note-taking ability, they would pay much more attention to the way they took notes. They would be much more aware, and they would do it far better than if no one was watching. This point is simple yet profound and important. When you observe yourself engaging in any activity, you become more conscious and aware of that activity and you do it better. When you pay attention to any element of your behavior, you will tend to perform far better in that area than you would if you were not paying attention, or if you had not thought about it at all. The power of the focal point process is that you learn how to identify the most vital actions and behaviors in each area, the ones that can bring you the greatest rewards and results in the shortest period of time. When you then consciously focus on these areas, you will perform better and better. This process of continuous improvement will happen naturally and easily by the very fact that you have put an X on the important behavior in advance. There is a law of increasing returns in economics that applies to your use of the focal point process. This law says that the more you focus on doing those few things that represent the most valuable use of your time, the better you become at those activities and the less time it takes you to accomplish each one. Your returns on effort and energy increase the more of them you do. This is another key to doubling your income and doubling your time off. Now, this phenomenon of increasing returns is often referred to as the efficiency curve. This curve explains why some people earn several times as much as other people in the same field. It also explains why some companies produce far more of a product or service at a consistently high level of quality and at a lower price than their competitors. They can then pass their lower production costs onto their customers, sell for less, and undercut their competitors, thereby increasing both their market share and their profits. This efficiency curve is the key to your success as well. Imagine, this curve looks like a ski slope, moving from the left to the right. When you begin working on a new job or activity, you usually have to invest a good deal of time and effort to accomplish any results at all. This is the learning phase. But if you persist, you will eventually get better and better at that particular task. As you get better, you begin moving forward and downward along this curve, this slope, taking less and less time to get the same quality and quantity of results. Eventually, you'll reach the point where you can produce in 1 hour what a new person might take several hours to produce. Meanwhile, the quality of your work will still be equal to or greater than the less experienced person who is spending many more hours to do the same job. Fully 95% of everything you do is determined by your habits. From the time you get up in the morning to the time you go to sleep at night, your habits largely control and dictate the words you say, the things you do, and the ways you react and respond. Successful, happy people have good habits that are life-enhancing. Unsuccessful, unhappy people, unfortunately, have habits that hurt them and hold them back. Fortunately, all habits are both learned and learnable. You can learn any habit that you consider either desirable or necessary if you're willing to work at it long enough and hard enough. A habit can be defined as an automatic or conditioned response to stimuli. A habit, good or bad, is something that you do naturally and easily without thought or effort. Once developed, a habit takes on a momentum of its own, controlling your behavior and your responses to the events in your world. Once formed, a habit does not go away. It can only be replaced by a newer, better habit. You've heard it said, we form our habits, and then our habits form us. The German philosopher Goethe once wrote, "Everything is hard before it is easy." You may need to exert tremendous discipline to develop new habits of thought and behavior, but once you have them firmly locked in, they enable you to accomplish vastly more with less effort than ever before. Good habits are hard to develop, but easy to live with. Bad habits are easy to develop, but hard to live with. The habits you have and the habits that have you will determine almost everything that you achieve or fail to achieve in life. Your job is to form good habits and make them your masters. Simultaneously, you must diligently work to eliminate your bad habits and free yourself from the negative consequences that accompany them. Later, we will talk about how you can identify the habits that can help you the most and how you can most rapidly develop them. The Grand Slam formula in the focal point process is made up of 4 parts: simplification, leverage, acceleration, and multiplication. This Grand Slam formula is another key to your doubling your income and doubling your time off. In discussing the Grand Slam formula, the first letter in SLAM, S, stands for simplification. To get better control of your time, to double your income, and dramatically increase the quality of your family life, you must learn to simplify everything you do. You must be continually reducing and eliminating activities that take up too much time and contribute very little to the goals you really want to achieve. The way you simplify your time and your life is by stopping doing as many things of low value as possible. This will free up more time to do the few things that really make a difference. To simplify your life, zero-based thinking is one of the most powerful strategies you can learn and apply on a regular basis. Here's how it works. Ask yourself, is there anything that I am doing right now that, knowing what I now know, I wouldn't get into again if I was starting over today? Is there any relationship, personal or business, that you wouldn't get into again today if you had to do it over? Is there any product, service, process, or expenditure of time or money in your work or business that, knowing what you now know, you wouldn't get into again today if you had to do it over? If your answer is yes, then your next question is, how do I get out of this situation, and how fast? If you find yourself doing something that you would not start up again today, knowing what you now know, this activity becomes a prime candidate for either downsizing or eliminating. Discontinuing just one major activity or separating yourself from one person who no longer belongs in your work or your life can dramatically simplify your life, sometimes overnight. Continually ask yourself if there is anything that you should do more of, do less of, start doing, or stop doing altogether. These are questions that you should ask and answer every day. They are important keys to simplification. The second letter in the Grand Slam formula is L, which stands for leverage. You use leverage to get the very most out of yourself. You leverage your strengths and abilities to achieve vastly more than you could on your own. Archimedes, the Greek philosopher, once said, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I can move the world." This principle of leverage applies to you as well. There are 7 forms of leverage that you can develop. These forms of leverage are often available to you for the asking. The first form of leverage is other people's knowledge, or what we call OPK. One key piece of knowledge applied to your situation can make an extraordinary difference in your results. It can save you an enormous amount of money and many hours, even weeks and months of hard work. For this reason, successful people are like radar screens, constantly sweeping the horizons of their lives, seeking continually in books, magazines, tapes, articles, and conferences for ideas and insights they can find or use to help them to achieve their goals faster. The second form of leverage is other people's energy, OPE. Highly effective people are always looking for ways to delegate and outsource lower value activities so that they have more time to do the few things that give them the highest payoff. How can you use the energies of other people to help you to be more effective and productive? The third form of leverage is other people's money, OPM. Your ability to borrow and to tap into the financial resources of other people can enable you to accomplish extraordinary things that would not be possible for you if you had to pay for them out of your own resources. You should continually be looking for opportunities to borrow and invest money and achieve returns well in excess of the cost of that money. The fourth form of leverage is other people's successes, OPS. You can dramatically improve the quality of your results by studying the successes enjoyed by other people and other companies. Successful people have usually paid a high price in money and emotion, difficulties and disappointment to achieve a particular goal. By studying their successes and learning from their experiences, you can often save yourself an enormous amount of time and trouble. The fifth form of leverage is other people's failures, OPF. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Man can either buy his wisdom or borrow it. By buying it, he pays full price in personal time and treasure. But by borrowing it, he capitalizes on the lessons learned from the failures of others." Many of the greatest successes of history came about as the result of carefully studying the failures of other people in the same or similar fields and then learning from them. What or who has failed in your field that you can learn from? The sixth form of leverage is other people's ideas, OPI. One good idea is all you need to start a fortune. The more you read, learn, discuss, and experiment, the more likely it is that you will come across an idea that, combined with your own abilities and resources, will make you a great success in your field. Finally, the seventh form of leverage is other people's contacts, or other people's credibility, OPC. Each person you know knows many other people, many of whom can be helpful to you. Who do you know who could open doors for you or introduce you to the right people? Who do you know who can help you to achieve your goals faster? One introduction to one key person can change the entire direction of your life. The third letter in the Grand Slam formula is A, which stands for accelerate. Today in our society, there is an incredible need for speed. Everyone is impatient. Everyone wants everything yesterday, even if he didn't know he wanted it until today. Anyone who can act quickly to satisfy the needs of other people can move rapidly to the front of the line. Always be looking for ways to do things faster for the key people and customers in your life. The fourth letter in SLAM is M, which stands for multiplication. The primary way you multiply yourself is by organizing and working with other people who have skills and abilities that are complementary to your own. A good manager becomes a multiplication sign in that he or she coordinates the work of different people so that the outcome of the team is far greater than the total outcome of the individuals working alone. The effective manager creates a high-performance climate that elicits extraordinary performance from ordinary people. Your ability to assemble a team of excellent people and then to help your team accomplish important tasks is central to your long-term success. It's the key to multiplying yourself and your abilities. Doubling your time off requires the power of decision more than any other single quality or attribute. Your ability to decide to book off the time and then to stick to your decision is the key to your doubling your time off and spending more time with your family and in your personal relationships. Many people are convinced that they have so much to do that they have no real choice about whether or not they can take time off. They often feel that they have to sacrifice their family lives for their work. But this is seldom true. In most cases, as much as 80% of a person's time at work is spent in activities that contribute very little to the work that the person is being paid to do. According to experts, fully 50% of working time today is wasted. It's consumed in idle socializing with coworkers, personal telephone calls, and personal business. It is eaten up by arriving late and leaving early, and by taking extended coffee breaks and lunch times. There's a rule that says, hard time drives out soft time. What this rule means is that if a person wastes time at work by socializing or engaging in low-value activities, the work itself does not go away. The work remains. It still has to be done. As it is delayed and left undone, it begins to build up like an avalanche overhang. The undone work begins to crowd out non-work activities. This hard time of essential work eventually drives out the soft time of family activities and personal recreation. The advantage that highly productive people have over the average person is that they have learned how to think and act better and more effectively than others do. And whatever anyone else has done or is doing, you can do as well with practice. Here are 6 steps to doubling your income and doubling your time off. The first key to doubling your income and doubling your time off is simple. First, identify those key tasks that contribute the greatest value to your work. Think your work through carefully in advance. Discuss it with your boss and your coworkers. Identify your key tasks with absolute clarity so that you know without a shadow of a doubt what it is that you can do that makes the greatest contribution. Second, identify all those routine tasks and activities that consume so much time but which contribute little or nothing to your long-term goals at work. Begin today to delegate those tasks to others one at a time. Eliminate them altogether whenever possible. Outsource anything that can be done by any other person or company. Reduce the amount of time that you spend in low-value, time-consuming activities. Be adamant about discontinuing tasks and activities that are of little importance. Third, use the Grand Slam formula to dramatically increase your output and your results. Simplify, leverage, accelerate, and multiply your talents and abilities through others. Fourth, decide today to take at least one full day each week off work during which you spend time exclusively with your family and on your personal pursuits. During this time off, you absolutely refuse to do anything associated with work. You do not read, make telephone calls, catch up on your correspondence, work on your computer, or anything else. You let your brain completely recharge and rejuvenate by turning your attention to something totally separate and apart from the work you do during the week. Fifth, once you are comfortable taking one day off each week, expand your time to 2 days, a full weekend every week. Begin to schedule a 3-day vacation away with your spouse every 3 months, and eventually every 2 months. Begin to schedule 2 to 4 weeks of vacation with your family every year. Reorganize your life so that time off and time with your family becomes a major priority. The more you get your time and your life under control, the more you will get done and the more enjoyable your work will be. The more you get done, the more free time you will have. The more free time you have, the better rested you will be. The better rested you are, the more alert and productive you will be when you are working, thereby getting even more done. Sixth, start today to pay closer attention to the things you do. Be more conscious and aware of yourself and your actions. Think about your tasks carefully before you begin. Identify your most important tasks and concentrate on them single-mindedly. The very act of continually thinking through your activities before you begin will develop within you new habits of thought and action that will lead to ever greater levels of productivity and performance. You will be amazed at the improvements that take place in every part of your life, and they will take place far faster than you can imagine. The focal point process shows you how to double your income and double your time off simultaneously. Both are desirable and necessary, and achieving both is not only possible, but also amazingly simple if you know how. Both are achievable when you change your thinking and do more of the right things in your work and personal life. To double your productivity, the formula is easy to explain, but it requires effort and determination to implement. It is simply this: perform more and more tasks of higher value, and delegate, delay, outsource, and eliminate tasks of lower value. The starting point of doubling your productivity is for you to think through your work before you begin. Your first responsibility, the primary job of a knowledge worker, is to determine what is to be done. The more accurate you can be about the what, the more productive you can be when you begin on the how and when. There are 5 questions that you must ask yourself regularly if you want to perform at your very best. The first question is, what am I trying to do? Define the ideal goal or outcome that you are striving for before you begin. If you are working with others, make sure that everybody is crystal clear about the what, the desired result, before anyone starts work. The second question is, how am I trying to do it? Make sure that this is the best way. Ask if there could be another way. Always remain open to the possibility that you could be wrong. Think through and analyze your approach to be sure that it is the very best way to go about achieving your goal or objective. The third question is, what are my assumptions? Are you making any assumptions with regard to the market, the actions or performance of other people, the underlying motives of the key players, or the outcome of future events? Remember, as Alec Mackenzie wrote, errant assumptions lie at the root of most failures. The fourth question is this: what if your assumptions were wrong? What if something that you believed to be true turned out not to be true at all? Perhaps someone you are negotiating with is only using this negotiation with you in order to get a better price or deal from someone else. Always be willing to question your most cherished assumptions. The fifth question is, what would I have to do differently if my key assumptions were wrong? What would you do if this approach failed completely? What are your alternatives? If you are not now doing it this way, would you start it over again? Always be willing to ask the question, how else could I go about achieving this same result? Clarity is everything. To perform at your very best and double your productivity, you must be absolutely clear about what it is you want to accomplish. You must then identify and pursue the very best way to go about achieving it. You must be open to new information. You must be willing to accept feedback and self-correct. You must be willing to abandon one way of working and embrace another if the circumstances require it. And you must be fast on your feet. According to the Manager Institute, flexibility is the most important single quality you can develop to survive and thrive in the 21st century. Flexibility requires openness, receptivity, and the willingness to try new methods and techniques. Flexibility requires that you practice zero-based thinking continually. One way to become more flexible is for you to get your ego out of the way. Detach yourself from the situation. Be more concerned with what's right rather than with who's right. Your only question should be, does it work? Whenever you experience resistance or stress in pursuing a particular course of action, stand back and question your methods. Ask, how else could we approach this? Be open to all possibilities, including abandoning the goal or project altogether. The starting point of higher productivity is clear goals. For a goal to be effective in guiding your behavior, it must be specific and measurable. It must be believable and achievable. It must be written out and time-bounded. The greater clarity you have with regard to your goals, the more you'll get done and the faster you will accomplish it. The second key to high productivity is clear, written plans of action. Every minute you spend in planning will save you as many as 10 minutes in execution. Make a list of every single step of the task or of your day before you begin. Always work from a list. Think on paper. Working from a list keeps you on track and gives you a visual record of accomplishment. The very act of writing out a list and referring to it constantly will increase your productivity by 25% or more the very first time you start doing it. Third, set priorities on your list. Think the list through before you begin the first task. Use the 80-20 rule continually. Identify the 20% of activities on your list that can account for 80% of the value of your entire list. Begin your work on the items in the top 20% before you do anything else. The most important measure of the importance or value of any task is the potential consequences of doing it or failing to do it. An important task or activity has significant consequences. An unimportant task has few or no consequences at all. Completing a critical assignment for your boss or for a major customer is a top priority because the consequences of failing to do it can be significant. Having lunch with a coworker is an activity of low value because the consequences of doing it or not doing it are insignificant. Use the ABCDE method for setting priorities on your work. Place one of these letters before each task on your list before you begin. An A task is something that's important. It's something that you must do. It's something for which there are significant consequences if you do it or fail to do it. If you have more than one A task to do, organize them as A1, A2, A3, and so on in order of importance. A B task is something that you should do. It has mild consequences if it is done or not done. But it's not as important as an A task. The rule is that you never work on a B task when there is an A task left undone. You refuse to work on a lower priority when there is a higher priority waiting. A C task is something that would be nice to do, but which has no consequences at all. For example, reading the paper, going for coffee with a coworker, or phoning home to see what's for dinner are all C tasks. They contribute nothing to your job or your success. Never work on a C task when there's a B task left undone. A D task is anything that you can delegate to someone else. The rule is that you should delegate everything that can possibly be done by anyone else so that you can free up more time to do the few things that only you can do. Ask yourself, What can I and only I do that, if done well, will make a real difference to my company? Delegate as much as possible so that you can spend more time working on the one task that is the answer to this question. This is the one task that can really make a difference. An E task in the ABCDE formula is something that you can eliminate altogether. Doing it or not doing it has no consequences at all. It is something that may have been important in the past, but which you can discontinue today, and it will make no real difference to your job or to your future. Another way to set priorities before you begin is to separate the urgent from the important. An urgent task is something that seems pressing, like a phone call or an emergency. An important task is something that can have serious consequences if it is done or not done. Something that is both urgent and important is a task that is in your face. This is something that you have to do immediately. Your job may depend on it. The consequences for non-performance of an urgent and important task can be serious. This type of task is always associated with external demands and other people. This type of work, urgent and important, is where most people spend most of their time. The second type of activity consists of tasks that are important but not urgent. These are usually tasks upon which you can procrastinate, at least temporarily. These are also the tasks that can have the greatest possible consequences, positive or negative, for the long term. For example, writing a key report, pursuing a course of study, spending time with your children when they're growing up, and even physical exercise to keep fit are all tasks that are important but not urgent. You can put them off until later, and you often do. But they can have significant positive or negative consequences in your life in the long term. Now, these tasks and activities can give you tremendous leverage and enable you to multiply yourself and your efforts. The more time you spend on tasks that are important though not urgent, the more effective and productive you become in the long term. The third type of task is one that is urgent but not important. These may be ringing telephones, co-workers who want to talk to you, incoming mail, and so on. These tasks appear pressing and immediate, but in terms of consequences, they're not important at all. Most people spend an enormous amount of time doing things that are urgent but not important. While appearing busy, they often delude themselves into thinking that they're actually doing something of value, even though this is seldom true. The fourth type of task includes those activities that are neither important nor urgent. These tasks are largely a waste of time, especially when they take you away from more productive activities. Many people spend half their time doing things that are neither important nor urgent. They make the mistake of thinking that they are doing something of value just because they are at work when they are doing it. A major key to high productivity is for you to focus on completing all your urgent and important work, and then to concentrate on those activities that are important but not urgent. Meanwhile, you must delay, defer, delegate, and discontinue all other tasks. You must discipline yourself to stop doing those things that are urgent but not important, and those things that are neither urgent nor important. There are 3 questions for high productivity. First, keep asking yourself, what are my highest value activities? What are the things that you do that contribute the greatest value to your work? Second, ask yourself, why am I on the payroll? What exactly have you been hired to accomplish in terms of measurable results? And third, keep asking, what is the most valuable use of my time right now? This is the key question in time and personal management. You should ask and answer this question of yourself every hour of every day. Whatever your answer, you should be working on this task most of the time, if not exclusively. Once you've thought through your work and decided on your most valuable task, you must then discipline yourself to start on it immediately and stay with it until it's complete. When you concentrate single-mindedly on a single task, without diversion or distraction, you get it done far faster than if you start and stop and then come back to the task and pick it up again. You can actually reduce the amount of time you spend on a major task by as much as 80% by simply refusing to do anything else until that task is 100% complete. There are 7 additional ways to increase your productivity, performance, and output, either alone or in combination with others. First, work longer hours. Start a little earlier, work through lunchtime, and stay a little later. By starting your day earlier than the average person, you beat the traffic into work. By staying a little later, you leave after the traffic. By doing both, you can add 2 or 3 hours to your productive working day without really affecting your lifestyle. These extra hours are all you need to become one of the most productive and highest paid people in your field. Second, work harder at what you do. When you work, work all the time you work. Don't waste time. Don't look upon the workplace as an extension, a school or university where you spend most of your time socializing with your friends. Instead, when you come to work, put your head down and work full blast for the entire day. This practice alone will enable you to double your productivity. Third, work faster. Develop a sense of urgency. Get on with the job. Don't waste time. Develop and maintain a fast tempo in your work activities. Deliberately move faster from task to task. You'll be amazed at how much more you'll get done just by deciding to pick up the pace in everything you do. Fourth, work on higher value activities. Remember that it is not the number of hours you work that matters. Rather, it is the value of the tasks that you complete that counts. It is the quality and quantity of results that you achieve. The more time you spend on higher value tasks, the greater results you will obtain from every hour you put in. The fifth key to high productivity is to do things that you are better at. When you work on tasks where you are especially skilled and experienced, you can accomplish much more in a shorter period of time than could an inexperienced person. In addition, work at getting better at the most important things you do. There's nothing that will increase the quality and quantity of your output faster than for you to become absolutely excellent at performing the most important tasks that are expected of you. Sixth, bunch your tasks. Do several similar activities all at the same time. By writing all your letters, filling out all your expense reports, or preparing all your proposals at the same time, you get better and faster with each task. You get onto what is called the learning curve. Each subsequent task takes you less time. You can actually reduce the amount of time it takes to perform a particular task by 80% by doing several similar tasks, one after the other. The seventh key to productivity improvement is for you to simplify your work so that it is easier to do. Consolidate several parts of the job into a single task so that there are fewer steps. Eliminate lower value activities altogether. Compete against yourself to see how much you can get done of value each day. Make it a game. Set schedules and deadlines for yourself and race against the deadlines. See if you can get more and more done in less and less time. Develop a clear vision for yourself as a highly productive person. Think about the times in your life when you were the most productive, the most effective and efficient. Think about those situations when you were doing the right things and you were doing them in the right way. You were getting a lot done in a short period of time. You felt terrific about yourself and your performance. You were in that magical state of flow when you felt happy and exhilarated. Project forward 5 years and imagine that you are now one of the most productive people in your field. What would you look like? How would you be working? What would you be working on? What would be your guiding principles for personal performance? How would people describe you to others in terms of the way you work? Let your future vision guide your present performance. Once you have a clear vision of your ideal future, put an X on the specific image of yourself that you like the most. Continually visualize and see yourself as if you were already that person. Remember, the person you see is the person you will be. Hold that image in your mind until you become that person in your reality. With your ideal vision clear, you now set specific goals for yourself in terms of your work life. Imagine that you have the ability to produce any quality or quantity of work that you desire. What would it be? What are your specific goals and objectives for your work and your personal life? Motivation requires motive. You must be clear about why you are doing what you are doing. Why do you work as hard as you do? What is it that you really want to accomplish? What is the fastest and most direct way to get from where you are to where you want to go? What additional knowledge and skills will you require to double your productivity and perform at your best? Become an expert at time management. Read the books, listen to the audio programs, and practice, practice, practice until you are one of the most productive people in your business. What habits and behaviors would be most helpful for you to develop to increase your productivity? Concentrate on developing the habits of result orientation, focus, concentration, discipline, and persistence. These then become internal motivators and drivers for high performance. My favorite organizing principle for high productivity is single handling. This requires that you concentrate single-mindedly on one thing, the most important thing, all day long until it's complete. Once you have programmed this work habit into yourself, you'll be amazed at how much you get done. The daily habits of planning, setting priorities, and then starting in first thing on your highest value task will do more to help you than perhaps anything else in time management. You can develop these habits by practicing them over and over again until they become automatic. What daily activities should you practice to assure that you perform at your best? Keep a checklist of time management principles and review it regularly. Make sure that you are always working on the highest value use of your time. Finally, what one action commitment are you going to make as a result of what you have just learned? What one specific action are you going to take to increase your productivity, performance, and output? Whatever it is, do it now. Time management is really life management, personal management, management of yourself. People who value themselves highly allocate their time carefully. They give their time usage a lot of thought. When you love your life, you love every minute of it. You are very careful about misusing or wasting any of the precious minutes and hours of each day. Effective people plan their time in tight time segments. They think in terms of 10 and 15-minute blocks. They plan every day in detail in advance. They make every minute count. As a result, they accomplish vastly more than the average person, and they feel much better about themselves. When you begin to manage your time and your life more carefully, you begin to place a higher value on every minute and every hour. You begin to place a higher value on yourself and your life as well. The better you manage your time, the more you like and respect yourself. And the more you like and respect yourself, the better you manage your time. Each reinforces the other. The law of increasing returns is your friend. The more you use and practice these time management principles, the better and easier they will work for you. You will get more and better results. You will see continuous improvements in your effectiveness and your output. In a few days or weeks, you will be astonished at how much more productive you are. This is a wonderful time to be alive. The incredible rate of change we are experiencing today is creating more opportunities and possibilities for us than have ever been imaginable. You have more options in more areas than you have ever had before, and the number of options available to you is expanding every week and every month. At the same time, you are overwhelmed with more tasks and more responsibilities than you've ever had before. You are probably swamped with jobs that need to get done, books and magazines you need to read, people you need to get back to, projects you need to get started on or completed, and goals that you want to accomplish. And like a non-stop production line, the jobs keep coming one after the other, far too fast for you ever to get on top of them all. You are caught in a dilemma. You want to fulfill your potential and achieve everything that is possible for you at work. You want to earn the greatest amount of money in the shortest period of time. You want to be a great success in your career. But at the same time, you don't want to sacrifice your family life, your relationships, your health, and the personal activities that are so important to you. You want to have it all. You want far greater accomplishment on the one hand, and far more balance and simplicity on the other hand. The good news is that thousands of successful, happy men and women have discovered methods, techniques, and strategies that make all these things possible. And whatever others have done within reason, you can do as well. For example, a woman in my advanced coaching program, a single mother, was earning just over $30,000 a year when she began applying these principles to her work and to her life. She was working 70 to 80 hours per week and was completely overwhelmed with her need to be more successful in her career and simultaneously spend sufficient time with her daughter. Within 5 years of beginning this focal point process, she has increased her income to more than $300,000 a year and reduced her work week to 42 hours. Her formula was simple. She dedicated herself to getting better and better at the 2 or 3 activities that contributed the most value to her work. Simultaneously, she delegated, outsourced, and eliminated everything else. Today, she performs far fewer tasks, but the value of those tasks is 10 times greater than the total output of her work just a few years ago. The starting point of simplification is for you to reduce the number of things that you do in your work and your personal life. You can only get control of your time to the degree to which you discontinue tasks that are of little value to you. You must stop doing some things that you've become accustomed to doing over the years. You even have to stop doing things that you do well and which you enjoy if you want to get your life under control. After years of study and experiment, I've developed my own law of complexity to apply to time management and simplification. When you apply this law of complexity, you will immediately simplify your life, increase your output, and start getting more enjoyment from everything you do. Now, the law of complexity says this: the level of complexity of any task is equal to the square of the number of different steps in that task. Complexity is defined as the potential for increased costs, increased time, and/or increased mistakes. For example, a simple task is something that you do yourself. If you decide to make a personal telephone call, there is only one step. The task has a complexity factor of 1. 1 squared is the same as 1 times 1. So the complexity level of a simple individual task is 1. You pick up the phone, you make the call, and you put the phone down. If, however, you ask someone else to make a phone call for you, you have now added an additional step to the process. Your complexity level increases to 2 squared, or the number 4. 2 times 2 equals 4. This means that the potential increase in time required, costs involved, and potential mistakes or misunderstandings has now moved from 1, with a single step, to 4, 2 steps, a huge leap in the potential for increased time, cost, and mistakes. Let's say, however, that you ask someone else to ask a third party to make the telephone call for you. Now you have 3 steps. This is equal to a complexity level of 3 squared, or 9. 3 times 3 equals 9. The possibility of increased time, increased expense, and increased misunderstandings or mistakes has now jumped from a complexity level of 1 if you made the call yourself to a complexity level of 9 when you have someone else ask someone else to make the call. Are you with me so far? So an activity with 4 steps has a complexity level of 4 squared, or 16. This greatly increases the potential for increased cost, increased time, and increased misunderstandings or mistakes. A task with 5 steps has a complexity level of 5 squared, or 25. A task with 10 steps, most government activities, has a complexity level of 10 squared, or 100. What this means is that the level of complexity increases exponentially as the number of steps increases mathematically. The level of complexity also declines exponentially as you eliminate steps from the process. This law of complexity explains why and how you can dramatically simplify your life by continually looking for ways to reduce the number of steps necessary to complete any task or to achieve any goal. Here's an example. A major life insurance company had a problem. The company would receive an application for life insurance from the field, but then it took 6 weeks for the company to issue an approval or disapproval of the policy. By that time, the prospective client had often lost interest or gone somewhere else. The insurance company brought in a consultant who applied the complexity theory to the approval process of a life insurance application. He found that the application form passed through 22 different hands. Each person checked and approved a particular part of the policy before it finally arrived on the desk of the final decision maker. The entire process took 6 weeks, but the actual amount of time spent on the policy turned out to be less than 60 minutes in all. With this information in hand, the insurance company dramatically simplified the process. They assigned the first 21 steps to a single person. The second person merely double-checked the work of the first person. As a result, they reduced the turnaround time for approvals from 6 weeks to 24 hours. Their insurance underwriting business increased by more than $1 billion as a result. Citibank of New York did very much the same thing in their residential mortgage department. Previously, from the time they received a mortgage application, because of the number of steps required for approval, it was taking 5 to 6 weeks before they could make a decision to fund the mortgage or not. By that time, the potential homebuyer had often gone elsewhere. By reducing the number of steps in the approval process, Citibank was able to reduce the turnaround time from 6 weeks to 24 hours. As a result of this incredible speed, they became the mortgage lender of choice among financial institutions and increased their mortgage portfolio by hundreds of millions of dollars with no decline in quality. Here are the 7 R's of simplification. You can use one or more of these R's to simplify and streamline every area of your personal and work life. The first R is rethinking. Whenever you find yourself overwhelmed with too much to do and too little time, stop and think about your work. Stand back and ask yourself, could there be a better way? Especially when you face resistance, stress, or difficulties of any kind, stop pushing and driving. Instead, put yourself in the position of an outside consultant. Imagine that you have been brought in to evaluate your own situation and give yourself objective advice on how to handle it. Remain open and receptive. Be willing to consider that your current approach might be wrong. The second R is re-evaluating. When you get new information, stop the clock, like calling a timeout in a football game, and re-evaluate your situation based on the way it is today. Jack Welch, the president of General Electric, refers to this as the reality principle. The reality principle requires that you be absolutely honest with yourself and deal with the situation based on the way it really is today, right now, not the way you wish it were or the way it might have been in the past. Jack Welch begins every discussion or evaluation of a problem with the question, what's the reality? You should do this as well. Ambrose Bierce, in his book The Devil's Dictionary, wrote, "Fanaticism is redoubling your efforts after your aim has been forgotten." Don't let this happen to you. The third R is reorganizing. The purpose of reorganizing your life or work is to assure a greater level of outputs from the same quantity and quality of inputs or energy. In times of rapid change and turbulence, you must be reorganizing continually. A high-tech executive said recently, "In this business, you have to throw out all your assumptions every 3 weeks." Be prepared to reorganize your workspace. Be prepared to reorganize your schedule throughout the day. Be prepared to reorganize your order and priority of activities. Be open to the possibility that there's always a better way to do the job than the way you are currently working. Keep searching for that better way. The fourth R is restructuring. Restructuring requires that you channel more of your time, energy, money, and resources into the top 20% of activities that generate the most revenues and the greatest profits. Companies restructure by focusing more of their resources on those products, services, and activities that customers value the most highly. Simultaneously, they delegate, outsource, and eliminate non-revenue generating activities that customers don't care about at all. Restructuring your own activities requires that you continually focus and refocus your time and energy on those few things that you do that account for most of your results. You concentrate single-mindedly on your most valuable tasks. Re-engineering is the fifth key to simplification. This is one of the most powerful practices of all for simplifying your work and your personal life. In re-engineering, your entire focus is on process improvement. You constantly look for newer, better, faster, cheaper, and easier ways to accomplish the task and achieve the desired result. You begin re-engineering your work by making a list of all the steps in a particular work process, from start to finish. You then set a goal to reduce the number of steps on the list by 30% the first time through. You will be amazed at how easy it is to accomplish this task the first time you do it. There are 6 ways to re-engineer your life and your work. First, you can consolidate several tasks into one single task. Second, you can assign several tasks to a single person rather than having them spread out among several people. This is called job compression by responsibility expansion. Third, you can outsource particular tasks and have them done by other companies or individuals who specialize in that area. Fourth, you can delegate tasks to other people or other departments and remove them from the work process altogether. Fifth, you can eliminate certain tasks altogether by determining that they are no longer necessary or essential to the finished product. Sixth, you can change the order in which tasks are done to reduce bottlenecks and increase efficiency. Continually review any complex tasks consisting of several steps and look for ways to re-engineer it, simplifying it so that you can get it done faster and more efficiently than before. The 6th R in simplification is reinventing. This method requires that you recreate yourself completely. In times of rapid change, you should be reinventing yourself and your job every 6 to 12 months. Practice zero-based thinking continually. Keep asking yourself, if I were not now doing it this way, knowing what I now know, would I start it up again this way? Imagine that you were starting your job or career over again. Is there anything that you would do more of? Is there anything that you would do less of? Is there anything that you would start doing that you are not doing today? Is there anything that you would stop doing altogether? You are going to have a variety of different jobs and positions throughout your life. Keep looking ahead and thinking about what you might like to do. Ask yourself this question: what is my next job going to be? What would you like it to be? Then ask yourself, what is my next career going to be? What would you like it to be? If you don't ask and answer these questions for yourself, someone else will come along and answer them for you. The seventh R in simplification is regaining control. In this step, you set new goals and create new plans. You make new decisions, and you commit yourself to new actions. You accept complete responsibility. You don't wait for good things to happen to you. You go out and make them happen. You take charge of your time and your life. In the focal point process, determining your values is the first step to simplifying your life. Ask, what is important to you? What values or unifying principles do you care about the most with regard to your personal and family life? Some values that you could choose might be peace, simplicity, tranquility, contentment, satisfaction, happiness, love, and joy. Select 3 to 5 values that are most important to you and then organize them by priority. Based on your values, create a vision for yourself as if your life was ideal in every way sometime in the future. Imagine that you have no limitations. Imagine that you could design your ideal lifestyle and your ideal calendar. What would they look like? With your values and your vision clear, you then set specific goals to simplify your life. Your ability to choose among alternatives and then to make firm decisions is the most valuable and powerful tool you have to achieve anything you really want. If for any reason you're not happy with your current situation, you can make new choices and decisions about exactly what it is that you do want, and then go to work to make that a reality. Practice idealization at all times. Think back to the happiest times in your personal life, the most organized and productive times in your work life, and imagine how you could recreate those times in your future. Ask yourself, if I only had 6 months to live, how would I change my life? If you only had a short time left on earth, what would you do more of, or less of? What would you start doing, or stop doing? What would you get into, or get out of? Well, how would you spend your time, and who would you spend it with? If you were financially independent today, what activities in your life would you discontinue altogether? What steps could you take immediately to simplify your life and increase your levels of peace and happiness? What is your focal point with regard to your values, your vision, and your goals? Where should you put the X in your work or personal life to get the greatest immediate impact? What should you do or stop doing immediately? What additional knowledge and skills will you require to simplify your life and assure that it is as happy and as productive as possible? What subjects should you study? What books should you read? What audio programs should you listen to? What courses should you take? The skill of simplification, once you've learned it, is something that you can use for the rest of your life. What habits or behaviors should you practice to simplify your life and keep it simplified? Perhaps the very best habit you can develop is the habit of saying no to any demand on your time that is not consistent with what you want most in life. The word no is one of the most powerful words you will ever learn. Just say no to any demand or request that is not a high-value use of your time. Then you can say yes to those activities that you really enjoy and that really make a difference. Begin today to simplify your work and your personal life. Set it as a goal, make a plan, and work on simplification every day. Here are 6 ways to get started. First, clean up the clutter in your life. Clear off your workspace completely before you begin work. Even if you have to put things on the floor, you should only have one task on the desk in front of you at any one time. Second, go through your stacks of reading material with a garbage bag and begin throwing things away. Much of it has no further value. For example, any magazine that is more than 6 months old is junk. Any information that you can get somewhere else is junk. Fully 80% of all materials put aside for filing or storage are never looked at again. There are warehouses full of dead files that will eventually have to be thrown away. There are homes, offices, and desks with piles of materials that will never be looked at by human eyes again. Third, to simplify your life, to increase breathing space in your life, leave things off. Resist the temptation to turn on the radio at home or in your car. Leave the television off when you get up or arrive home. Create periods of silence in your life so that your mind can relax and function better. One great advantage of leaving things off is that you will find yourself spending more time talking openly and honestly with members of your family or whoever else is there. As soon as you turn on the television or radio, however, all communication grinds to a halt. You can dramatically improve the quality of your life by simply developing the habit of leaving things off. Many people, for example, have gotten rid of their television sets completely, or at least moved them to a separate room. They are absolutely astonished at the improvement that takes place in the quality of their family lives as a result. The fourth way to simplify is go through your car, your closets, and your garage and get rid of everything that is out of fashion, obsolete, unnecessary, or irreparable. Break yourself of the pack rat mentality that so many people learn from their parents. Give things away to needy people and needy causes. Keep your life clean and simple, refined and elegant. Fifth, and perhaps the most important, is for you to practice solitude on a daily basis. Take 30 to 60 minutes each day and sit quietly by yourself. Allow your mind to relax. Breathe deeply and let your mind float, wandering from subject to subject with no pressure or direction. The daily practice of solitude can change your life. Every person who has ever accepted this advice and begun practicing solitude has been astonished at the overall improvement of the quality of his or her life in a very short period of time. Sometimes in solitude, you will come up with ideas and insights that are so profound and powerful that they change the entire direction of your career or your personal life. Just try it a couple of times and see. Sixth and last, make a specific action commitment based on what you have learned in this session. Do something. Do anything. But take action immediately to begin to simplify your life. Once you've taken the first action, you will find yourself automatically propelled into taking action after action. In no time, you will have your life completely under control. Your ability to think is your most precious resource. Your ability to choose, decide, and then to take action determines everything that happens to you. And your ability to choose your own thoughts and reactions is the one thing over which you have complete control. Tom Silver was a 32-year-old man living in Chicago, Illinois. A year after he attended one of my seminars, he got in touch with me and told me a remarkable story about how his life had changed over the previous 12 months. When he arrived at my seminar, he was overweight, between jobs, had been married and divorced twice, and was deeply in debt. He was extremely negative and was generally angry with everyone he felt was a part of the system. He was convinced that the cards were stacked against him. Life was unfair. He saw himself as very much a victim of a string of bad luck. He believed that all of his problems and the problems of society at large were the fault of people who seemed to be doing much better than he was. He came to my seminar reluctantly on a free ticket provided to him by a friend who insisted that he come. He sat there in my seminar with his arms folded, his chin down, largely impervious to this motivational stuff which he knew was both untrue and useless. In his letter he wrote and told me that something that I said went off in his head like a thunderclap, bringing him bolt upright and changing his thinking completely. It was when I said these words, "You are where you are and what you are because of yourself, nothing else. Nature is neutral. Nature doesn't care. If you do what other successful people do, you will enjoy the same results and rewards that they do. And if you don't, you won't." You've probably heard this thought expressed many times in many ways. But for him, it was a life-changing event. He realized in a single flash that deep down in his heart, he really wanted to be happy and successful. He wanted to be valued and respected by others. He also saw clearly for the first time that because of his attitude, he was unwittingly sabotaging himself in every situation that he got into. He walked out of that seminar totally determined to change his thinking and his behavior. 1 year later, he had turned his life around. He had a good job and had been promoted twice. He lost 30 pounds. He was happily remarried and living in a new apartment. He felt terrific about himself, and he looked forward to every day, both at home and at work. He was a new man. Now, what had happened? Well, he had learned the great truth that has been discovered and rediscovered throughout history. It is that your most precious resource is your mind. Your ability to think, plan, decide, and take action is the most powerful force for good in your life. This power is the starting point of every good thing that happens to you. When you take full control over your thinking, your entire world changes as well. We've now entered into what Dr. Harlow Shapley of Harvard calls the psychozoic age, the age of the mind. Your mind is so powerful that, properly directed, it can bring you virtually anything you want in life. You have within you right now untapped reservoirs of potential so great that in your entire life you will never be able to do even a small fraction of what you are truly capable of doing. Why is it that some people are more successful than others? My search for the answer to this question has dominated and directed my life since I was 19 years old. My first great discovery was the Aristotelian principle of causality. Today we call it the law of cause and effect. In the Bible it is called the law of sowing and reaping. Sir Isaac Newton called it the law of action and reaction. This is the great law of Western civilization, the great law of the universe. It underlies more than 2,000 years of advances in science, medicine, technology, and business. The law of cause and effect says that for every effect there is a specific cause or causes. This law says that everything happens for a reason. It says that success, business or personal, is not an accident. Failure is not an accident either. Both have specific cause and effect relationships that explain them. In its simplest form, the law of cause and effect says simply this. If there is an effect in your life that you want, you merely have to trace that effect back to someone who at one time did not have that effect. You find out what that person did to achieve the effect that you desire. You then do the same things that he or she did. And if you do the same things that other successful people do, you'll eventually get the same results that they do. It's no miracle. It's a matter of law. This discovery exploded in my mind when I was 23 years old, just as it exploded in the mind of Bob Silver in Chicago. Just imagine, you can be, have, or do anything you want in life if you simply find out how other people achieved it before you and then do the same things yourself. Whether you are tall or short, young or old, black or white, male or female, educated or uneducated, new immigrant or a descendant of the Puritans, if you do what other successful people do, you'll eventually get the same results they are getting. It's entirely up to you. The philosopher Bertrand Russell once wrote, "The very best proof that something can be done is the fact that others have already done it." Abraham Lincoln wrote, "That some have succeeded greatly is proof that others can as well." Open-mindedness and the willingness to revise your thinking in the face of new information can give you tremendous advantages for succeeding in a world of rapid change. When I learned this law, I did not question it. I simply accepted it as true and aggressively applied it to everything I attempted. Often, when I explain this cause and effect principle, people dismiss it as being too simplistic and inapplicable to their own situations. Au contraire, the opposite is true. The most powerful principles are almost always the simplest and easiest to learn and apply. That's why great success and achievement is possible for almost everyone. Here was my great breakthrough. I learned that the most important application of the law of cause and effect is this: thoughts are causes and conditions are effects. Put another way, thought is creative. Your thoughts are the causes that create the conditions of your life. Everything that you have in your life today, you have attracted to yourself by the way you think. You can change your life because you can change the way you think. The reason that some people are more successful than others is simple. Successful people think differently from unsuccessful people. And if you develop the ways of thinking of successful people, you will soon enjoy the results that successful people enjoy. The most powerful application of this mental law, which, by the way, is the underlying principle of all religions, all philosophies, all psychology, and all success, is this: you become what you think about most of the time. Wow, what a great idea this is. The greatest minds in history have stood in awe at the enormity of this great thought. You become what you think about most of the time. The direction of your life and everything that happens to you is determined by the way you think, by the thoughts going on in your mind at the moment, whether positive or negative, whether constructive or critical. The best news of all is that if you change your thinking, you change your life. In fact, all great changes in your life begin with your changing your thinking in some specific way, for better or worse. Over the years, thousands of successful people have been asked the question, what do you think about most of the time? Their answers tend to be the same worldwide. Successful people think about what they want and how to get it most of the time. As a result of this mental focus, they accomplish vastly more than the average person, even though they may have started off with no particular advantages at all. Dr. Martin Seligman at the University of Pennsylvania organized interviews with more than 350,000 men and women over a 20-year period to find out how they thought most of the time. He summarized his findings in his best-selling book, Learned Optimism. What Seligman found, and what everyone finds if they ask enough questions, was that the predominant quality of successful people is that of optimism. Successful people are far more optimistic most of the time than average people. They have a positive mental attitude toward themselves and others. Your level of optimism is the very best predictor of how happy, healthy, wealthy, and long-lived you will be. The more optimistic and positive you are, the more energy and enthusiasm you will have. Your immune system will be stronger and more resistant to disease and infection. You'll seldom be sick. You will get along with less sleep, and you'll have more mental and physical energy throughout the day. The more optimistic you are, the more creative you will be as well. You will constantly come up with great ideas and recognize new possibilities to help you move even faster toward your goals, the goals you think about most of the time. Your determination to become a more optimistic person in every part of your life will do more to assure your success and happiness than any other single quality you can develop. The focal point process requires that you continually put an X on the thought or activity that can be most helpful to you at any given moment. As a general rule, your job is to keep your thinking optimistic and positive most of the time. Now, this can be difficult, at least initially, but like any habit, you can develop it with repetition. When you practice thinking and responding optimistically most of the time, this positive attitude soon becomes a conditioned response. You'll eventually find yourself reacting and responding positively and optimistically all day long. Mental fitness and physical fitness are similar in certain ways. If you want to become physically fit, you have to work out physically. You have to exercise the different parts of your body using cross-training to assure maximum fitness from head to toe. If you went to a health club and told the instructor that you wanted to become physically fit, the instructor would show you how to use a variety of different pieces of equipment in a specific order, which would enable you to achieve a high level of fitness and then maintain it over time. Your level of optimism can be defined as your level of mental fitness. This form of mental fitness can be developed by practicing specific mental exercises over and over until you automatically respond in a positive and constructive way to anything that happens to you. There are 7 mental exercises or ways of thinking that you can learn and practice each day to become a more positive, confident, and optimistic person. The more you think in these ways, the better you will feel, the more you will accomplish, and the faster and more easily you will accomplish it. The first and most important attitude you can practice to get the most out of yourself is future orientation. Future orientation is the most common characteristic of successful people, especially men and women who rise to positions of leadership and great responsibility in work, society, and personal life. In 3,300 studies of leadership, looking for the common qualities possessed by great leaders throughout the ages, researchers found that the one quality all the studies had in common was the quality of vision. Leaders have vision. Non-leaders do not. Leaders have a vision of a better future for themselves, their families, and their organizations. They can actually see an ideal future in advance. They then work to make it a reality in the present. Future-oriented people think about the future most of the time. They think about where they are going rather than where they've been. They think about what is possible in the months and years ahead rather than about the past, which cannot be changed. As it happens, only about 10% of people in our society are genuinely future-oriented. The other 90% are either thinking about the present and the immediate gratification of the day and the evening, or they're thinking about the past and what has happened to them. The entire profession of psychotherapy revolves around caring for people who think and talk about their past experiences most of the time. Well, how can you tell if a person is future-oriented? Simply ask him or her this question. If your life was perfect 5 years from now, what would it look like? You can ask yourself this question as well. Future-oriented people have an immediate answer to this question. Future-oriented people give a lot of thought to the future and what it will look like when they get there. Future-oriented people are very clear about what their lives will look like 5 years from now if they were perfect in every respect. Future-oriented people can tell you what they want and what they are working toward. They can tell you where they're going and why they want to go there. They have clear mental images of what they desire for their work, their income, their families, their lifestyle, their health, and their levels of attainment in the years ahead. On the other hand, present and past-oriented people tend to be vague and fuzzy about the future. They seldom think about it with any precision. They will often become offended if you ask them to describe their perfect life and work sometime in the future. In this respect, clarity is terribly important. Successful people have tremendous clarity about who they are, what they want, how they're going to get it. Unsuccessful people are usually unsure and confused about who they are and what they want and where they're going. One of the most powerful exercises you can practice to supercharge your thinking and accelerate your results is called idealization. Idealization requires that you continually imagine the perfect outcome or solution for any situation in your life. You project forward 3 to 5 years or even further, and then imagine and visualize a picture of the kind of life and career that would be ideal for you in every respect. While you are visualizing and idealizing your perfect future, you let your mind float freely. You imagine for the moment that you have no limitations whatsoever on what you can be or do or have. Imagine that you have all the knowledge and all the experience that you need. Imagine that you have all the money and resources that you require. Imagine that you have all the friends and contacts that you could want. Imagine that all opportunities and possibilities are open to you. Imagine that if you can dream it, you can do it. You then develop a dream list. Write down everything you would like to have in your life and work sometime in the future as if your goals were guaranteed in some way, if you could only be clear about them. If you're married, sit down with your spouse to make up this dream list. Pose this question: what would we do? How would we change our lives if we won $10 million tax-free tomorrow? If you had all the time and money you wanted, and you could be and have anything at all in life, what would you really, really want? The greater clarity you can achieve in describing your ideal future, the greater likelihood it is that you will create that future for yourself, and usually faster than you can imagine right now. However, you can't hit a target you can't see. Clarity is essential. Peter Drucker, the management consultant, once wrote, "We greatly overestimate what we can do in 1 year, but we greatly underestimate what is possible for us in 5 years." How is one of the most important and powerful words you can learn and apply to every situation in your life. Once you have a clear vision of what you really want, the only question you ask is, how do I achieve it? How is one of the most important and powerful words you can learn and apply to every situation in your life. Once you have a clear vision of what you really want, the only question you ask from now on is the question, how do I achieve it? Asking the question how forces you to be both positive and future-oriented. The word how triggers creativity in yourself and others. The regular use of the word how is like stepping on the accelerator of your own mind and revving up the engine of your personal genius. The more you ask how to any question, goal, or dream, the more insights and ideas you will have to turn your visions into realities. The best news of all is that when you think about the future and you think about how you can make your future ideal a current reality, you become more optimistic and positive about the present. You experience greater energy and enthusiasm. You feel a heightened sense of confidence and personal power. You become more motivated and committed. You communicate with greater clarity and effectiveness. A group of people united around a common vision with a total commitment to making it come true can form the nucleus of a powerful team or company. This future vision motivates and inspires people to perform at higher levels than ever before. This ideal image or picture serves as a guide and as a directional mechanism for both individual and corporate decision-making. All of life is a test in some way. You are constantly being tested by the ups and downs and unexpected events of daily life. The way you respond to the world around you is the way that you take and pass this test. Perhaps the greatest test of all is your ability to think and talk about the future, about what you want and where you are going most of the time. This must become the focal point in your thinking. This is the X that determines the direction of your life. This is the test that you pass or fail depending upon what you choose to think about most of the time. The second attitude of highly successful people is goal orientation. Successful people think about their goals and how they can achieve them most of the time. Unsuccessful people think about their problems and spend their time criticizing, complaining and making excuses most of the time. Future orientation deals with your long-term ideal vision. Goal orientation is more precise. Goal orientation requires that you take your visions out of the air and translate them into specific and tangible actions and measures that you can take action on immediately. Henry David Thoreau wrote, "Have you built your castles in the air? Good. That is where they should be built. Now, go to work and build foundations under them." Only 3% of adults have written goals. The other 97% have wishes, hopes, and fantasies. People without goals, alas, are doomed forever to work for people who do have goals. The key to goal setting is for you to think on paper. All successful men and women think with a pen in their hands. Unsuccessful people do not. When you write things down, you crystallize them in front of you. They become tangible and concrete. They become subject to positive manipulation and definite action. Written goals activate your positive mind and energize you. Written goals release powers within you that would have lain dormant in their absence. The act of writing them down increases the likelihood that you will achieve your goals by as much as 1,000%, 10 times. Setting goals is quite straightforward. It's a definite skill that you can learn through practice. Once you have mastered the process and practice of goal setting, you will be able to step on the accelerator of your own life and make more progress in the next year or two than you may have made in the last 10 years. Here is a simple 7-step formula for setting and achieving goals that you can use for the rest of your career. First, decide exactly what you want in each area of your life. Most people never do this. Clarity is essential. Second, write it down clearly and specifically. Make it measurable. A goal that is not in writing is merely a fantasy. It has no energy behind it. Third, set a deadline for your goal and, if necessary, set sub-deadlines. Your subconscious mind thrives on time-specific goals. Fourth, make a list of everything that you will have to do to achieve your goal. Add to your list as you think of new activities and tasks, which you will. Keep adding to your list until it's complete. Fifth, organize your list into a plan. Decide what you need to do first and what you need to do later. Decide what needs to be done before something else is done. Work and rework your plan until it's complete. Sixth, take action on your plan immediately. Do anything but get started. It's amazing how many people fail because they don't take action on their goals and plans. Seventh, and finally, resolve to do something every day that moves you toward your major goal, whatever it is at the moment. This discipline of doing something every day enables you to develop and maintain momentum. Daily action increases your determination and gives you energy. This single resolution, daily action, can be the most important focal point in your life or career. Once you've determined your goals and written them down, think about them all the time, morning, noon, and night. And the only question you ask is, how? How can you achieve them? The question of whether is no longer on the table. The third attitude for great success is excellence orientation. All successful people are very good at what they do, without exception. You must also become very good at your job. To achieve greatly, you must commit to excellence in your work. Resolve today to join the top 10% in your field, no matter how much effort and sacrifice is required and no matter how long it takes. For many years, because of my limited background and my low self-esteem, it never occurred to me that I could be good at anything. Even if I did well occasionally, I would dismiss it as being a matter of luck or coincidence. I often felt like an imposter when people congratulated me for doing something well. Then, when I was 28 years old, I had a revelation that changed my life. It may change yours as well. I learned that everyone in the top 10% in their field started in the bottom 10%. I found out that everyone who is doing well today in any area was once doing poorly. I also realized that virtually everyone who is leading in their profession or occupation today was at one time not even in that profession or occupation. Everyone who is at the front of the buffet line of life started at the back of the line. And life is very much like a buffet line. Life is self-serve. Nobody brings it to you. You cannot sit at the table and bang your knife and fork for service. You have to get up, accept responsibility, and serve yourself. If you want to get to the front of the buffet line of life, 2 steps are necessary. First, get in line. Make a decision to be excellent at what you do, and then get in line. From that moment on, do something every day to improve. Second, stay in line. Don't make an occasional attempt at personal improvement and then go back and watch television. Get in line and stay in line. Keep putting one foot in front of the other. Learn and practice new things every day. Keep moving forward. Never lose your momentum. The good news is that the buffet line of life never closes. It is open 24 hours a day. Anyone can get in line and stay in line. Anyone can decide to become the best in their field and then begin working on themselves until they achieve that goal. Now, it doesn't matter how long it takes. If you stay in line, if you continue getting a little bit better every day, nothing and no one can stop you from eventually getting to the front of the line. No one but yourself can stop you from joining the top 10% in your field. It's completely up to you. You can be either your best friend or your worst enemy by the decisions you make or fail to make. When you become absolutely excellent at what you do, your life will change completely. Your self-esteem, self-respect, and personal pride will increase dramatically. You will feel terrific about yourself. You will be respected and admired by all the people around you, and envied as well. Here's the key focal point question. What one skill, if you developed and did it in an excellent fashion, would help you the most in your career? This is where you put the X in your personal and professional development. This is what you think and talk about most of the time. This is what you dedicate yourself to accomplishing all day long. Here's the question again. What one skill, if you developed and did it in an excellent fashion, would help you the most in your career? There's nothing that will help you to fulfill your vision and achieve your goals faster than your becoming absolutely excellent at the most important thing you could possibly do in your work, and you almost always know what that is. Whatever your most important desired skill might be, set it as a goal, write it down, make a plan, and work on it every day. A week, a month, a year from now, you will look around you and you will be absolutely amazed at the progress you have made in your life and your career. The fourth attitude you need to develop for optimism and outstanding personal performance is result orientation. Successful people think continually about the results that are expected of them. They are constantly writing and planning and setting priorities on their most important tasks. Result orientation is a critical part of the focal point process. In result orientation, you make a list of everything that you have to do before you begin. You organize your list by priority and value. You select the most important thing that you could possibly do, and then you concentrate single-mindedly on accomplishing that one task. You persevere without diversion or distraction until it is 100% complete. Intense result orientation goes hand in hand with high productivity, high performance, and high output. Result orientation is based on your asking and answering the following 4 questions over and over every minute and every hour of every day. Question number 1. What are my highest value activities? What are the things that you do that contribute the greatest value to your work? If you're not sure, make a list of all your tasks and responsibilities and take them to your boss. Discuss them with your colleagues and coworkers. You must be absolutely clear about the most important results that are expected of you. Remember, the very worst use of time is to do very well what need not be done at all. Question number 2. What are your key result areas? What are the results that you absolutely, positively have to get in an excellent fashion to fulfill your responsibilities and do your job well? There are seldom more than 5 to 7 key result areas in any job. Your first responsibility is to identify these key result areas and then to set standards of excellent performance for each result area. You then dedicate yourself to working every day to perform to those standards. Remember, what gets measured gets done. And if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Question number 3. What can I, and only I, do that, if done well, will make a real difference to my company? What can you and only you do that, if done well, will make a real difference to your company? There's only one answer to this question at any given time. This is a job that you and only you can do. If you don't do it, it won't get done. No one else can do it for you. But if you do it and you do it well, it can make a significant contribution to your company and to your career. What is it? And question number 4, what is the most valuable use of my time right now? This is the most important question in time management. You should ask and answer this question every day. What is the most valuable use of my time right now? The asking and answering of this question is the key to peak performance. Whatever your answer is to this question, be sure that you are working on this particular task every minute of every hour. Compared with this task, everything else is a relative waste of time. In the final analysis, results are everything. The quality and quantity of your results will determine the quality and quantity of your rewards. The focal point process requires that you continually put an X on the one task or activity that is more valuable and important than any other at the moment. You then discipline yourself to work single-mindedly on that one task until it's finished. The 5th attitude for optimism and high performance is solution orientation. Solution orientation requires that you think about the solution to the problem most of the time. You think about what can be done and how the problem can be solved instead of what has happened and who is to blame. Most people think and talk about their problems most of the time. But the more you think and talk about your problems, the more negative, angry, and pessimistic you become. But when you think and talk about the solutions, you become positive, creative, and optimistic. Remember, life is a continuous succession of problems. They never end. They come in like the waves of the ocean, one after another. In addition, if you are living a normal, busy life today, you will probably have a crisis of some kind every 2 or 3 months. The only thing that really matters is how effectively you respond when things go wrong. Your ability to solve problems largely determines your success and your income. This ability determines how far you go and how high you rise in life. No matter what the title on your business card, you can cross it off and write in the words, problem solver. That's what you are. That's what you do all day long. The only question is, how good are you at problem solving? You see, everyone earns their living by solving problems. Highly successful people solve big problems. And the bigger and more expensive the problems that you solve, the larger and more important will be the problems that will be given to you to solve. The key to becoming an excellent problem solver is for you to think and talk about possible solutions most of the time. Whenever something goes wrong, you resist the temptation to become angry, blame others, or make excuses. Instead, you ask questions like, what's the solution? What do we do now? What's the next step? How do we solve this problem? How do we limit the damage? Where do we go from here? The good news is that the more you focus on solutions, the better you become at discovering even better and more complex solutions. You actually become more effective and creative in everything you do by focusing on solutions most of the time. Your mind actually functions at a higher level. The sixth attitude of optimistic people is growth orientation. The fact is that your life only gets better when you get better. Growth-oriented people are absolutely committed to themselves and to their futures. They are eager to learn and practice new ideas, insights, techniques, methods, and strategies. They are hungry for new information. Like sponges, they soak up everything they can from every source around them. Pat Riley, the basketball coach, wrote, "If you're not getting better, you're getting worse." My rule is this: you can learn anything you need to learn to achieve any goal you can set for yourself. You have enormous untapped reserves of mental capacity that you have never used. You have the ability to learn and become excellent in more areas than you can ever dream of. But your brain is like a muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it, at least temporarily. The future belongs to the competent. In the 21st century, the future belongs to the omni-competent. The future belongs to those people who are very good at what they do and who are getting better every single day. To earn more, you must learn more. You must add more value. You must develop the ability to make a better and more important contribution. You must be asking every single day, what can I do to increase my value to my company today? Here's a powerful practice that is guaranteed to move you to the top of your field and make you a great success in whatever you undertake. Invest 3% of your income back into yourself for the rest of your life. This 3% formula is miraculous. For every dollar that you invest in your mind in becoming better at what you do, you will eventually earn $10, $20, $30, $50, even $100 back in personal income. Many of my students from all over the country and all over the world have told me about investing in a single book or audio program that has paid for itself 1,000 times, 2,000 times, and even 5,000 times over in as little as 1 year. One of my students, a 35-year-old father of two with an 8th grade education, working out of his home, purchased a $60 audio program from me to help his business. In the following 10 months, he increased his income from $30,000 to $304,000, a return on investment of 4,566%. Personal development can really pay off. Remember, you are your most valuable asset. Your ability to think well and act effectively depends upon the quality and quantity of knowledge and ideas that you have available to you. You must continually feed your mind to develop more of your virtually unlimited potential. You must continually upgrade your abilities to think and perform at ever higher. The 3 keys to growth orientation are simple. First, read 1 hour or more each day in your chosen field. The highest paid people in America read 2 to 3 hours each day to keep current and to improve their minds. But if you were only to read 1 hour per day in a good book that helped you to be better at your job, that would be enough. 1 hour per day of reading would translate into about 1 book per week. The average American, unfortunately, reads less than 1 book per year. If you read 1 book per week, that would translate into 50 books per year or 500 books in 10 years. At the very least, you'd need a bigger house just to hold your books. Second, listen to audio programs in your car like this when you exercise and when you move around. The average car owner sits in his or her car 500 to 1,000 hours each year. If you listen to educational audio programs as you drive from place to place, you'll get the equivalent of full-time university attendance. This practice alone can make you one of the best informed and highest paid people in your field. Third, Attend every course and seminar you can find, even if you have to pay a lot or travel great distances. Countless highly paid professionals in every field have told me that the turning point in their lives was when they sacrificed to attend a seminar where they learned something that changed their thinking forever. Some years ago, my dentist made a considerable sacrifice of time and money to attend an international conference in Hong Kong. In one of the concurrent sessions, he learned a new technique in cosmetic dentistry that had just been developed. He brought it back and immediately began using it in his practice with his patients, including myself. He soon became known as the expert in this specialized area. Patients, including other dentists, came to him from great distances. 5 years later, he sold his practice and retired as a multimillionaire at the age of 51. He has never worked again. He lives in a beautiful home overlooking the ocean and enjoys a wonderful life. He told me before he retired that one specific breakthrough literally transformed his practice and made him one of the highest paid and most successful dentists of his generation. If you believe in yourself and your future, you will invest in yourself and your abilities. The reverse is also true. The more you invest in yourself, the more you will believe in yourself as well. Each reinforces the other. Think every day about the most important subject that you could learn to help yourself to achieve your most important goal. Put an X on this particular area of knowledge or skill. Think about it and study it every day. Work on developing yourself in that area continually. Work on yourself as though your entire future depended upon it, because it does. The seventh attitude of the highest paid people in every field is action orientation. Resolve today to develop a sense of urgency in your work. Only 2% of working adults have a sense of urgency, and this tiny minority eventually rises to the top of every field of endeavor. Everyone today is in a hurry. Everyone is impatient. For this reason, people today largely equate speed with quality. If you act fast when they have a need or a question, they automatically assume that you and everything you do or sell is better and of higher quality than that of someone who moves slowly. By moving fast, you gain a competitive edge and you put yourself on the side of the angels. Resolve to move quickly when opportunity or necessity presents itself. Develop and maintain a fast tempo in your work. Keep stepping on the accelerator of your own potential. Become a moving target. The faster you move, the more energy you have. The faster you move, the more experience you get. The more experience you get, the faster you learn. The faster you learn, the better you get. And the better you get, the more you will be paid and the faster you will be promoted. The faster you move, the greater is your self-esteem, self-respect, and personal pride. The faster you move, the more valued and respected you will be among the people around you. The faster you move, the better will be the quality of your life in almost every area. The most successful people are result-oriented. They are intensely focused on getting the most important results expected from them at their work. They are continually increasing their value by doing more and more things of greater and greater importance. There are no limits to what you can accomplish except for the limits you set on yourself by your own thinking. When you take complete control of your mind and keep your thinking focused on exactly the things you want and how to get them, you will move ahead faster and with greater certainty than by anything else you can possibly do. Your ability to think, plan, decide, and take action determines the entire course of your life. The better you become in each area, the better will be each part of your life, and the faster you will achieve your goals. Personal strategic planning is the tool that you use to get from wherever you are to wherever you want to go. The difference between a person who uses personal strategic planning as a central part of his or her life is the difference between a person who rides a bicycle and a person who drives a car. Now, both will get you from point A to point B, but the car, personal strategic planning, will get you there much faster and easier and with greater comfort. Fortunately, personal strategic planning is a systematic way of thinking and acting. It is therefore learnable, like learning to type with a typewriter or drive a car. There are many different elements of this key skill, but with practice you can get into the rhythm of thinking and acting strategically for the rest of your life. When you do, your life and career will take off like a rocket. Your success will be assured. Some years ago, I was invited to take the executive group of a young, dynamic New York Stock Exchange company through a 2-day strategic planning exercise. This company had grown rapidly, largely based on the ambition and drive of the top management group. The company was experiencing a booming market, and they were intensely motivated by the potential for high personal incomes. None of them had ever done any strategic planning before, including the president of the company. At that time, their annual sales were about $75 million. Their goal for the next year, a stretch goal, was to grow their sales to $100 million. Most of the key people were in their late 20s. They were skeptical of the whole idea of strategic planning. They thought it was largely a waste of time. After all, they reasoned, they knew what they needed to get done, and they were doing a pretty good job, weren't they? For 2 days, I helped them to ask and answer a series of questions about themselves, their business, their market, and their future. As they wrestled with these questions and argued with each other, they came very quickly to the realization that they had been succeeding largely on the basis of luck, energy, and a good market. As a result of this process, they did a complete reversal in their thinking. They got seriously into the work of strategic planning and hammered out a clear set of goals and plans for the coming year. The result was amazing. Instead of increasing their sales from $75 million to $100 million, which most of them had considered quite optimistic, they hit $125 million in revenue within the next 12 months. They told me later that they attributed their entire success to the 2 days we spent together in strategic planning. The reason that strategic planning and thinking is so helpful is that it saves you an enormous amount of time and money. By thinking through the key questions and concepts of strategy, you very quickly find yourself doing more and more of the most important tasks that can move you towards your key goals. At the same time, you do fewer and fewer of those things that are not particularly helpful. You do more things right and fewer things wrong. You establish specific targets for the company and for everyone in it. You greatly improve your ability to measure and track results. You move onto the fast track in your life and work in general. The purpose of corporate strategic planning is to increase return on equity. Equity is defined as the actual amount of shareholder money invested in working in the enterprise. The aim of strategic planning in business is to reorganize and restructure the activities of the corporation so as to achieve a higher quality and quantity of outputs relative to inputs. It is to improve and increase financial results. It is to achieve superior profitability. Overall, the goal of strategic planning is to enable the company to utilize its people and resources more effectively. The company will then function better than before. It will be in a superior position relative to its competition. This improvement can be measured in terms of higher sales, greater market share, better profitability, higher returns on invested assets, and better positioning for the future. Personal strategic planning is very similar to corporate strategic planning. However, instead of return on equity, personal strategic planning is aimed at increasing your return on energy. Put another way, it is to increase your return on life. The equity in a business is measured in terms of financial capital. Your personal equity, on the other hand, is measured in terms of your own human capital. Your personal equity is composed of the mental, emotional, and physical energies you have to invest in your career. Your goal should be to get the very highest return possible on the investment of yourself in everything you do. How well you invest yourself determines your income. This is the focal point of personal strategic planning. You can tell that it is time to revisit your strategic plan when you're no longer getting the kind of results you want from your work or from your life. Whenever you feel frustrated or dissatisfied for any reason, this is often an indication that you should sit down and ask yourself some good, hard questions. Whenever you experience resistance or stress, or you find yourself working harder and harder only to feel that you're getting fewer and fewer rewards, you should stand back and look at the possibilities of revising your strategy. Life moves in regular cycles like the seasons. Most human activities follow what is called the sigmoid curve. This curve is like the letter S lying on its side. Every new endeavor begins at the high point of the S on the left, declines downward as it goes through a learning phase, rises upward as it goes through the growth phase, levels off at the top, and then goes into decline. The sigmoid curve applies to product and service cycles, personal and professional relationships, careers, corporation life cycles, and even the histories of nations and empires. It's helpful for you to stand back and identify where each part of your life is today on the sigmoid curve. Are you in phase 1, the learning phase? Are you in phase 2, the growth phase? Or are you in phase 3, the decline phase? In phase 1, you'll be extraordinarily busy, facing challenges and difficulties, learning and trying new things as you scramble to get results, especially financial results. In phase 2, the growth phase, you will be in a state of high energy and exhilaration, with business and sales growing and all kinds of new possibilities and ideas bubbling up on all sides. In phase 3, the excitement will start to go out of the business or your career. You will be selling increasingly less of your products or services, or achieving fewer results or rewards. Profit margins will be smaller and harder to earn. There'll be a vague sense of, is this all there is? There are 7 key questions in strategic planning, both for yourself and for your business. These are questions that you need to ask and answer over and over throughout your career. Sometimes a new answer to any one of these questions can dramatically change the direction of your business and your life. An insight that you get from continually asking these questions of yourself can lead to your establishing new goals and new focal points for your future. The first and most important question is this: what business are you in? What business are you really in? Define your business in terms of what you do for your customer or for your company. Keep expanding the definition of your business so that it is as broad as possible. Never be satisfied with the first answer. For example, railroads once defined themselves as being in the business of moving people and freight by rail. In reality, they were in the transportation business. By ignoring the other avenues of transportation that were developing, such as trucks, buses, ships, and airplanes, many railroads went out of business. Many Internet companies define themselves as providers of free information geared toward attracting as many eyeballs as possible. In reality, the Internet is a communication and distribution channel that must be focused on selling products or services and making a profit like any other business. The failure to accurately define the business has led to the loss of many billions of investment dollars and market capitalization. You always define your business in terms of the effects your products or services have on the life or work of other people or organizations. By the same token, you define your own personal work in terms of the effect or impact that you have on the people you work for and with, both internally and externally. Once you've decided clearly what business you are in, you apply zero-based thinking to your activities, and you ask, knowing what I now know, is there anything that I am doing today that I wouldn't get into again if I had to do it over? As Peter Drucker says, planning for tomorrow means sloughing off yesterday. Before you can do something new, you have to stop doing something old. Creating the future means leaving the past behind. Keep asking yourself, what are the activities that I should reduce, discontinue, or get out of altogether based on the situation the way it really is today? The next question for you to ask is, what business will we be in if things continue the way they are today? If I don't change, what will I be doing 1 year, 2 years, and 5 years from today? Is it an intelligent strategy to continue in my current line of business, or should I be looking at changing in some way? What business should you be in? Look at yourself, your talents, your abilities, your ambitions, your energies, and especially your heart's desire to determine the business you should be in, the work you should be doing sometime in the future. What business could you be in? If you were to dramatically change your level of knowledge or skills, your products or services, your industries or markets, what business could you be in if you really wanted to be? What changes would you have to make today to create the business of the future? What changes will you have to make personally to become the kind of person who can live the life and do the work you would really like to be doing sometime in the future? The third question you ask is, who is my customer? Who do you have to satisfy in order to survive and thrive in your career? Of course, your first customer is your boss, the person who signs your paycheck. Your primary job at work is to make sure that you are satisfying his or her essential requirements. Do you know what they are? You can define a customer as anyone who depends on you for their success, and anyone who you depend upon for your success. With this definition, your colleagues and your staff are also your customers. Everyone around you who you help or who helps you is a customer in some way. Who is your external customer? The customer who uses what you produce. This is the focal point of business success. Your ability to accurately identify the external customer whose satisfaction determines your success in your career is critical to every element of strategic planning. What does your customer consider value? What specific benefits does your customer get from using your products or services? What does your customer really want and need from you in order to be completely satisfied? How does your product change or improve his or her life and work? The 21st century is being called the age of the customer. The customer is king or queen as never before. Your ability to identify and satisfy your key customers is a critical determinant of your success and your rewards in life. Who will your customer be in the future if current trends continue? Who should your customer be if you want to rise to the top of your field? Who could your customer be if you were to change your product or service offerings? How could you upgrade your knowledge and skills and your ability to satisfy that customer? Here's a good question for you. Are there any customers in your business who, knowing what you now know, you wouldn't start working with again today? Answering this question honestly is an essential part of liberating yourself and your company from some of the decisions of the past. Many companies today are analyzing and identifying the qualities and characteristics of their best customers. They are then sorting their customers into high-value and low-value customer segments. By doing this, they can focus more and more of their time and attention on their highest-value customers and on acquiring more customers like them. Simultaneously, they spend less and less time on their lower-value customers and, in many cases, encourage their lower-value customers to buy from other companies. Not long ago, a friend of mine, a successful entrepreneur, applied the 80-20 rule to his customer base. He determined that 20% of his customers contributed 80% of his sales volume and 80% of his profits. He decided to fire the 80% of his customers that contributed 20% or less of his revenues. One by one, he handed them off to other companies in his industry who he felt could service them better. He then focused all of his attention on his higher value customers. Within 1 year, his business and his personal income doubled. Would this strategy work for you? The fourth question is, what is it that you do especially well? What is your area of excellence, your area of superiority? What is your personal competitive advantage relative to the other people in your field? This is a vital focal point question in personal strategic planning. You will only be truly successful to the degree to which you become absolutely excellent at the most important part of your work. One of your chief responsibilities in life is to select the area of excellence that can have the greatest positive impact on your career and your income, and then throw your whole heart into becoming very, very good in that one area. In Gary Hamel's book, Competing for the Future, he points out that the top companies are those who project forward 5 years and then identify the core competencies that they will require at that time to dominate their industries. They then set in process a development plan today to assure that they have those core competencies in place when the future arrives. You should follow this strategy as well. What are the core competencies that you will need to be in the top 10% of your field 3 to 5 years from now? How do they differ from your key skills today? What can you do today to begin developing these additional skills and abilities? Whatever competencies you will require to be the best, set them as a goal, make a plan, and begin working on developing them every single day. The fifth question in personal strategic planning is this: what are the 10 to 20% of your activities that could account for 80 to 90% of your results? What are the tasks that you do today that yield the very highest returns and rewards relative to the cost and effort of performing those activities? How could you organize your work life so that you are doing more and more of these tasks of higher value? The sixth question in personal strategic planning is this: what are the critical constraints on your ability to achieve your goals? In every work or production process, there are a series of steps between where you are today and the result you want to achieve tomorrow. Invariably, one of these steps is the constraint or choke point that determines the speed at which you complete the entire process and achieve your goals. For example, in getting from home to work, there's often a stretch of road or freeway that can be extremely crowded. Prior to that stretch and after that stretch, the traffic is light. But if that stretch is jammed, this can be the major constraint or bottleneck that determines how fast you cover the entire distance. If your goal is to double your income, the first thing you do is you identify the different steps you will have to take to get from where you are today to an income of twice as much. You then examine each of these steps and determine which step is the limiting factor that determines how fast you achieve your income goal. Ask yourself this question: why aren't I at my goal already? If you want to double your income, why aren't you already earning twice as much? If you want to spend more time with your family, why aren't you doing it already? Often, forcing yourself to develop the answers to these questions will enable you to see the critical constraint that's holding you back. Now, here's an important point. Fully 80% of all the constraints that are holding you back from achieving your most desired goals are inside yourself. Only 20% are on the outside. Fully 80% of the reasons that your company is not achieving its goals are inside the company in some way. Fully 80% of the reasons that you are not making more money or increasing your free time are within yourself. Your major constraints lie within your own habits, your own beliefs, your own attitudes, opinions, your own skills and abilities, or lack thereof. The superior person always asks the question, what is it in me that is holding me back? What is it in you that is holding you back? When you want to accomplish great things, you always start with yourself and work out from there. You are in complete control of yourself. You can have an enormous effect on what you do personally or what you fail to do. But you can only have a minor influence on external factors and other people. Always start with yourself. The seventh question in personal strategic planning is this: what specific action or actions am I going to take immediately based on my answers to these questions? Remember, only action is action. The purpose of strategic thinking and planning is to decide upon the actions that you're going to take to bring about different results from what you're achieving today. What are those actions? Here are several additional questions that you can ask and answer on a regular basis to implement the process of personal strategic planning in your life. Question 1. If you could wave a magic wand and have whatever you wished for in any part of your life, what would it be? Question 2. If you could design your perfect lifestyle day in and day out, what would it look like? Question 3. If you could create your perfect calendar, how would you spend each day, each week, each month, and each year? Question 4. How would you change your life if you received $1 million cash, tax-free, today? What would be the first thing that you would do? Question 5. What parts of your work do you enjoy the most and do the best? Where do you excel? What sorts of activities make you the happiest? Question 6. What would you do? How would you spend your time if you learned today that you only had 6 months left to live? Question number 7. What one great thing would you dare to dream if you knew you could not fail? If you were absolutely guaranteed of success in any one goal, small or large, short-term or long-term, what would it be? When you ask and answer these questions honestly, you dramatically increase your awareness of who you really are and what you really want. Invariably, you will find that there are things that you are doing today that you should stop doing as soon as possible. In addition, you will realize that there are things that you should be doing more of and new activities that you should be starting. The personal strategic planning process for Focal Point divides your life into 7 areas. This enables you to clarify what you really want in each area. This process enables you to crystallize what you have to do to get the things you want faster and easier than ever before. The 7 areas of life are the following. Number 1, business and career. How do you become extremely successful and satisfied and move to the top of your field? Number 2 area is family and personal life. How do you achieve balance between external success and your personal relationships? Area number 3 is money and investments. How do you get your financial life completely under control and achieve financial independence? Area number 4 is health and fitness. How do you achieve and maintain high levels of fitness, energy, and overall well-being? Area number 5 is personal growth and development. How do you identify and acquire the key knowledge and skills that you need to live an extraordinary life? Area number 6 is social and community activities. How do you structure your life so that you make a real difference in the world and leave a lasting legacy? Area number 7 is spiritual development and inner peace. How do you organize your inner life and thinking so that you realize your full potential as a human being? Give yourself a grade in each area on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. You will find that most of your stress and unhappiness today will come in the area where you are currently giving yourself the lowest grade. Your first goal is to identify that area. Your second goal is to determine the specific steps you need to take to get that area under control. The Focal Point process consists of 7 steps in each area. These 7 steps comprise a system of personal strategic planning that enables you to determine where to put the X in each part of your life. These 7 steps are the following. First is values clarification. What are the values, virtues, qualities, and traits that are most important to you in each area of your life? The second is vision. If your life was perfect in this area 5 years from today, what would it look like? The third area is goals. What specific goals must you achieve in order to fulfill your ideal future vision in that area? The fourth step or area is knowledge and skills. In what areas will you have to excel in the future to achieve your goals and fulfill your vision, and how are you going to develop the knowledge and skills to do it? Area number 5 is your habits. What specific habits of thought and action will you need to become the person who is capable of achieving the goals that you've set for yourself? The sixth area is daily activities. What specific activities will you have to engage in each day to assure that you become the person you want to become and achieve the goals that you want to achieve? And the seventh area is your actions. What specific action or actions are you going to take immediately to begin realizing and creating your ideal future vision? We will deal with each of these questions and each of the 7 areas in detail. Step by step, you will learn how to develop absolute clarity concerning what it is you really want in every part of your life. You will learn how to set clear priorities in each category. You will identify specific actions you can take immediately to bring about powerful and positive change in your life. Remember, the quality of your thinking determines the quality of your life. The better questions you ask of yourself, the better answers you'll come up with. As you improve the quality of your thinking, the quality of everything you do improves at the same time. Since there's really no limit to how much you can improve the quality of your thinking, there's no real limit to how much you can improve your life. The law of correspondence says that your outer world will always be a reflection of your inner world. To change anything in your outer world, you must begin by changing what is going on in your inner world. The greater clarity you have with regard to who you are, what you want, and what you have to do to get from where you are to where you want to go, the faster you will move ahead. You will accomplish vastly more, and your life will be better in every area. There are no limits. Once upon a time, people grew up, got a job, and worked away at it for the rest of their lives with little variation. But those days are gone forever. A person starting work today, according to the experts, will have on average 14 full-time jobs lasting 2 years or more, and 5 careers in completely different fields or industries. Fully 42% of the workforce, according to Fortune magazine, is made up of free agents. These are contingency workers who will move from company to company throughout their lives. Each year, there are more than 1 million new business startups in the United States. These are in addition to the more than 20 million businesses that already exist. On top of that, hundreds of thousands of new partnerships, joint ventures, and sole proprietorships are formed each year. Tens of thousands of new products, processes, and services are introduced into an already crowded marketplace. Millions of people move up, down, or sideways in their jobs, companies, or careers. The rate of change, growth, and expanding opportunity has never been greater, and, if anything, it's getting better and faster every year. Here are 3 predictions for you. First, there will be more changes in your field, whatever it is, in the year ahead than there have ever been before. Second, there will be more competition in your field than there has ever been before. And third, there will be more opportunities in your field than there have ever been before, but they will be different from today and be in different areas than you expect or anticipate. As many as 72% of people working today will be in a different job within the next 2 years as a result of this incredible speed of change, increase in competition, and explosion of opportunity. As many as 50% of the working population today are in the first year of their current jobs, either with a new company or with their existing employer. Whatever you are doing, your job responsibilities and outputs have probably changed dramatically in the last few months, and they will continue to change. Andrew Grove, the chairman of Intel Corporation, wrote recently that one of the most profound changes of the last decade is that each person today is now the architect of his or her own career. You can no longer rely on a corporation to take care of you and accept responsibility for your long-term success in your work life. You must think and act for yourself. You are the president of your own personal services corporation. You are always self-employed, no matter who signs your paycheck. The biggest mistake you can ever make is to ever think that you work for anyone else but yourself. The key to your success in whatever you do is to see yourself as an independent agent. You must continually look for ways to add value every single day. You are responsible. Psychologists tell us that a sense of control is the key to a positive mental attitude and a feeling of personal power. When you accept complete responsibility for your life, you take control of your future destiny and you feel terrific about yourself. You feel stronger, more confident, and more powerful. You become a master of circumstances rather than a victim of circumstances. Your primary responsibility to yourself with regard to your business and career is to design your future the way you want it to be. Clarity is essential. The very act of becoming crystal clear about what you want and what you have to do to get it dramatically increases the likelihood that you will realize your goals exactly as you imagined and on schedule. The focal point process, as it applies to your work, helps you to identify exactly what is most important to you. It helps you identify what you need to do to achieve your most important goals. It enables you to determine the steps that you have to take to get from wherever you are to wherever you want to go. The starting point of business success, as an individual or as an organization, lies in values clarification. A values clarification is an exercise that enables you to determine the principles that are important to you and in what order. You then build your entire career upon the foundation of these values. You see, you are designed in such a way that you'll only be happy and fulfilled when you are living consistent with your highest values and your innermost convictions. High-performing men and women are absolutely clear about what it is they believe and stand for, and they don't deviate from these values for any reason. Unhappy, underachieving men and women, on the other hand, are fuzzy or confused about their values, whatever they are, and they compromise them regularly at the slightest temptation or pressure. You live from the inside out. The very core of your being is composed of your deepest beliefs about what is right and good in the human condition. Your values determine your emotions, your motivations, and your responses to the world around you. Your values determine the kind of people you like, love, are attracted to, and enjoy working and living with. Your values determine the activities you most enjoy and what sort of work you will excel at. You identify the most strongly with the people whose values are consistent with your own. You fall in love with a person who has the same values that you do. You enjoy working for a company and with people who share your values. When you see your values upheld in the world around you, you feel happy and satisfied. When you see your values violated, you feel angry and frustrated. Your values are everything. Most stress and unhappiness in life arises when you deviate from your values in some part of your life. Most relationship problems revolve around a conflict of values. Happiness in relationships is the direct result of two or more people sharing the same values in very much the same order of importance. Most of your problems can be resolved by returning to the values that are most important to you. Your values are always organized in a hierarchy from top to bottom, from more important to less important. You have values that are higher than some and lower than others. You have a primary value, a secondary value, a tertiary value, and so on. You always demonstrate your values in your behaviors. It's not what you say, but what you do that shows yourself and the world around you what you truly believe. A person cannot do one thing on the outside and be someone else on the inside. Action is not only everything, it is the only thing when it comes to values. You will always sacrifice a lower order value in favor of a higher order value when you're forced to choose between them. It's when you are under pressure that you reveal your true character. When you are under pressure, you will always choose the value that is dearest to you. You always demonstrate who you really are on the inside when you are forced to make a choice on the outside. For example, imagine two people with the same three values. These values are family, health, and career success. However, John's order of values is different from Jim's. John's primary value is his family. After his family comes his health. And after his health comes career success, in that order. Jim has the same three values, but in a different order. Jim's three values are first, career success, second, family, and third, health. Here's the question. Would there be a difference between John and Jim? Would there be a small difference or a large difference? Which of the two people would you prefer to have as a friend? If you met the two individuals at a social occasion, would you be able to tell which person was which on the basis of their conversation and behavior? The answer is clear. A person's choice of values determines their entire character and personality. It determines their priorities and choices. It dictates their conversation and interests. A person's values determine what they will do and won't do. The order of a person's values is the critical factor in shaping his or her entire destiny. You can always tell your values or the values of anyone else by observing how they behave when they're forced to choose. Anyone can have high and noble values when nothing is at stake. But when there is a price to pay, a sacrifice to make, a discipline to adhere to, people reveal their true selves and their true beliefs. You develop your values early in life as the result of the influences around you. If you grow up with good role models, you will develop life-enhancing values that help you to become an excellent person. If people grow up with no role models or receive no guidance in values, they can reach maturity and have little or nothing that they believe in or stand for. Sometimes your values are called your organizing principles. These are the standards that you use to judge your behavior and the behavior of others. These are the rules you follow when you make decisions. When you are crystal clear about your values and their order of priority, you find it much easier to make decisions in the critical moments of your life. One of my client companies was a large conglomerate that decided to get into the telecommunications industry. The first thing they did was to spend several weeks discussing and determining their values and their mission statement for this new division. Once they had defined their values, they then agreed on the meaning of those values and how those values would be used to guide their behavior in the operation of the business. Whenever the managers or executives of this company had a question or a problem, they would each take out the plasticized card describing their values and discuss the problem with the card in hand. They would ask each other, based on this value of integrity, for example, how should we handle this situation? They would then go through each of their values using these definitions as the basis for both discussion and decision-making. Interestingly enough, the company started with an idea and some seed capital in a highly competitive industry and went on to become a great commercial success, literally a giant in the industry. The company continues to grow and is highly profitable. Everyone in the company knows and lives by the values, without exception. More than anything else, everyone who works in the company is happy, enthused, and highly motivated. Values make the difference. So, what are your values? What do you believe in? What do you stand for? What will you not stand for? What are your innermost convictions and your organizing principles? The accuracy with which you answer these questions will largely determine both your happiness and your success in your career. Now, some values you might choose for your career could be integrity, dependability, quality, excellence, hard work, and customer service. Examine your current behavior to determine how consistent it is with the values you espouse. Decide how you will behave in the future to assure that your actions are more consistent with the values that you consider to be the most important. Then, select the one value that you feel is more important than any other single value in your work life. Make this your focal point for your behavior and decision-making. Resolve to live consistent with this value in everything you say or do. Never allow an exception. Let this value be your guiding light so that years from now, people will still speak about you and this value in the same sentence. The second part of the focal point process, once you've determined your values, is for you to project forward and develop a clear vision of your ideal work life 5 years in the future. Imagine that 5 years from now, everything was perfect and your work life was ideal in every way. Your vision, of course, must be consistent with your values. So answer these questions. What would your ideal job or position look like? What would you be doing in your ideal job or position most of the time? How much would you be earning in the perfect job? What kind of people would you be working with if your work life was perfect in every way? What level of responsibility would you have? What kind of company or industry would you be working in? And finally, how would your colleagues and co-workers think about you and talk about you when you weren't there? Practice back from the future thinking. Project forward 5 years and then look back mentally to where you are today. Imagine the steps that you would have had to take to make your future vision a reality. This exercise, by the way, of projecting forward and then looking back to the present is extremely powerful in clarifying for you what you want and what you'll have to do to achieve it. Once you have a vision, the next step is for you to develop a mission for your career. A mission is an ideal description of what you want to accomplish in your career in the years ahead. A mission is something that is both achievable and measurable. A clear mission statement revolving around your values is such that an objective third party can tell you whether or not you have achieved the mission. A mission statement can be very short and to the point. The mission statement for AT&T for many years was to bring telephone access to every American. The mission statement for Coca-Cola Corporation is beat Pepsi. The mission statement for the Pepsi-Cola Corporation is beat Coke. Perhaps the most famous mission statement of the 20th century was contained in the orders given by General George C. Marshall to General Dwight D. Eisenhower when he took command of the Allied forces in World War II. It said this, it said, "Proceed to London, invade Europe, defeat the Germans." Your personal career mission statement might be something like this. Based on my values of integrity, quality, and excellent customer service, my mission is to take care of my customers better than anyone else. As a result, I earn more than $100,000 per year and score consistently in the top 10% of people in my field. That's a good mission, and you can write your own. Your purpose for your career flows from your values, your vision, and your mission. Your purpose is the reason why you do what you do. It is the reason why you get up in the morning. Your purpose is the reason you work at this particular job or in this particular industry in the first place. Your purpose is what gives meaning to your work and your life. Both a mission and a purpose in your work are always defined in terms of improving and enhancing the life and work of other people in some way. Your mission and purpose are always defined in terms of external contribution. Your mission and purpose describe the difference that you intend to make in the world as the result of who you are and what you do. They explain your value offering, both personally and as a business. Once you've determined your values, vision, mission, and purpose, you organize your work life so that you live consistently with them every hour of every day. If you are truly living consistent with the very best that is in you, other people around you will know what your values, vision, mission, and purpose are without your having to tell them. Here's a question. Based on your current behavior, if researchers were to ask your coworkers what they thought your values, vision, mission, and purpose were, what do you think your coworkers would say about you in response? In other words, how do you think other people think and talk about you when you're not there? How do the people who work with you and deal with you on a day-to-day basis assess the quality of your character and the kind of values you live by? These are some of the most important questions you can ever ask, and the answers should not be left to chance. Your goals are the measurable objectives that you must attain in order to fulfill your mission and purpose and realize your vision. They are the targets you aim at. So what are your goals for your work and career? Your goals must be clear, written, and specific. They must be both believable and achievable. They must be accompanied by written plans and schedules for their accomplishment. You must work on them every day. Each goal must include performance measures or benchmarks. These numbers allow you to clearly determine whether you are moving closer to your goals or further away. A performance measure is a key number of some kind that gives you an indication of performance or effectiveness in a particular area. In every part of your life, you require these measures to evaluate how well you're doing. Your measures serve as scorecards to indicate success or failure in your activities. The choice of a specific standard of performance becomes a primary focal point for your career. Now, one obvious measure or focal point is the amount you earn each year. Another could be the rate of increase in your pay year by year. A measure could be how often you have been promoted in the last 2 years. Another could be your percentile ranking in comparison with others in your field. Many self-employed professionals use their hourly rate as the critical success factor by which they evaluate their performance and effectiveness in everything they do. The amount they earn each hour and how often they earn that amount is like the gauge in the atomic power plant. It's a summary indicator of how well they're doing in many other parts of their careers. So what are your key standards of performance for your work? How do you measure your success on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis? When you set clear goals for yourself, you should write them down, make plans to achieve them, and then work on them every day. Be sure that you have a clear measure of your progress that you can refer to regularly. This becomes your focal point. This is where you mark the X in your work life. Now, what additional knowledge and skill will you need to achieve your goals and fulfill your vision? Remember that if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. What are the core competencies that you will have to develop if you want to lead your field in the years ahead? What is your plan to acquire these core competencies? There are 4 keys to career success in making yourself more valuable, marketing yourself more effectively, and moving yourself ahead more rapidly. These 4 keys are 1. Specialization, 2. Differentiation, 3. Segmentation, and 4. Concentration. Specialization refers to your ability to specialize and channel your talents and abilities into a vital area that is of measurable importance and value to your company and to your customers. Your selection of an area of specialization is a critical determinant of your long-term success. What is yours? Differentiation is how you set yourself apart from others on the basis of your superior performance in one or more areas. Your ability to differentiate yourself on the basis of high-quality work is probably the most important single focal point of your career. Just as a company must have an area of excellence or competitive advantage to survive and thrive, you must have one or more as well. What is it, or what are they? If your customers and coworkers were interviewed and asked, what is his or her area of excellence, what would they say about you? In what part of your work are you outstanding? What is it that you do better than anyone else? Where do you perform at high levels of effectiveness? If you don't yet have an area of excellence, you must begin immediately to develop one. What should it be? What could it be? What is your plan to become absolutely outstanding at what you do? And how will you measure your level of excellence in a particular area of knowledge or skill? This measure becomes your standard of performance, your focal point. This is where you mark the X in your career. This is where you focus your attention. Becoming absolutely excellent in a critical skill area can do more to advance you in your career than perhaps any other decision or action that you can take. Segmentation refers to the ability to determine the individuals and organizations in your work life who can most benefit the fastest from your excellent performance in a particular area. Proper segmentation requires that you define your most important customers clearly and then resolve to satisfy those customers better than anyone else. Often, you can change the entire direction of your business or your career by changing the definition of the customer that you are going to focus on in the future. The 4th part of personal and corporate marketing is concentration. Concentration refers to your ability to focus single-mindedly on serving your specific market segment with products and services that are absolutely excellent for that individual or organization. These 4 strategies, specialization, differentiation, segmentation, and concentration, are the essential focal points for achieving extraordinary results in your company and in your career. Remember the question, what one skill, if you developed and did it in an excellent fashion, would have the greatest positive impact on your career? Whatever your answer to that question, write it down as a goal, set a deadline, make a plan, and begin working on developing yourself in that area until you master it. This is the real key to career success. First, you shape your habits, and then your habits shape you. What specific habits of thought and action can help you the most to perform at your best and become excellent in your chosen field? New habit pattern development is an ongoing responsibility of adult life. It is too important to be left to chance. You must make it a matter of choice. As it happens, everyone has habits. Your job is to develop habits in each area of your life that make it progressively easier for you to do better and better in that area. And your habits are very much under your control. Some of the habits of highly effective people are punctuality, good time management, self-discipline, single-minded concentration, task completion, and thoughtfulness. These are all habits that you can develop through repetition that will help you to move ahead more rapidly. You are usually quite aware of the habits that would help you the most. The good news is that any activity that you repeat over and over again eventually becomes a new habit. You can develop any habit that you consider either desirable or necessary. By practicing a certain behavior until it becomes automatic, you can actually shape the development of your character and your personality. There's a law of reversibility in psychology that is based on the act as if principle. William James of Harvard put it this way. He said, if you feel a certain way, you will act consistent with that feeling. But at the same time, if you act as if you already had the habit you desire, the action itself, repeated often enough, will develop within you the habit consistent with it. For you to develop a habit that you desire, you need only act on every occasion as if you already had the habit. By doing this, you will gradually develop the habit within yourself, action by action, brick by brick, until it becomes a permanent part of your personality. By taking control over the process of new habit pattern development, you take control over your future. Your job is to select the one behavior that is consistent with the most important habit you could develop. Put an X on that behavior, and then practice it every single day until it becomes as natural to you as breathing. The great wall that separates the superior person from the mediocre person is action orientation. Talk is cheap. Action is everything. Select the one activity that you could do each day that would be the most helpful to you in achieving your most important goal. There's always one activity you could practice that is more valuable than anything else. Keep yourself on track by asking continually, what are my highest value activities? Why am I on the payroll? What exactly have I been hired to accomplish? What can I and only I do that, if done well, will make a real difference? And what is the most valuable use of my time right now? Use these questions as your focal points for achieving and maintaining high levels of performance and productivity. The final element of the focal point process to assure that you achieve your career goals is your action commitment from this session. What specific action are you going to take as a result of your answers to the questions I asked you earlier? In the final analysis, a person who takes a single action as the result of a new idea or insight is far more valuable than the person who learns 100 ideas but who does nothing. The opportunities and possibilities available to you in your career are virtually without limit. There are more than 100,000 job categories in the United States alone, and this number is multiplying with every new increase of information and every advance in technology. There are no limits to what you can accomplish if you will develop absolute clarity about who you are and what you want, and then throw your whole heart into doing your job better than anyone else. This commitment will open up doors of opportunity for you that will make your future unlimited. Benjamin Disraeli, the British Prime Minister, once said that no success in public life can compensate for failure in the home. Fully 85% of your happiness in life will come from good relationships with other people, in your family and in your personal life, as well as in your work. The work on emotional intelligence by Daniel Goleman and others suggests that your social skills will have more of an impact on your success than your intellectual ability, your education, and your experience all combined. You therefore owe it to yourself to become a relationship expert, to become very, very competent and capable in your interactions with other people. Fortunately, social skills are both learned and learnable. Within a wide range, you can develop the type of likable personality that will dramatically enhance the quality of your family and personal life. The focal point process requires that you think through who you are and what is important to you with regard to other people. You then make clear decisions in specific areas, and you make action commitments based on these decisions. Thereafter, you discipline yourself to live every day consistent with the decisions and commitments you have made for yourself. So begin with your values. What are your values with regard to your family and other important people in your life? What are your unifying principles? What do you stand for in your relationships? What do you believe is proper behavior in your treatment of other people? What do you feel is most important in the character and behavior of both yourself and others when dealing with other people? When you are treating other people in a manner that reflects your highest values, you can feel it inside. You feel happier and more confident. You experience higher levels of self-esteem and self-respect. You feel greater peace and contentment within yourself. As a result, you live and work in greater harmony with the people around you. When you are living consistent with your values, every part of your personal life flows more smoothly. Earlier, I asked you to consider, what would you do? How would you spend your time if you found out today that you only had 6 months left to live? Everyone who ever considers this question seems to answer it in very much the same way. They say that they would spend as much time as possible during that 6 months with the people they love and care about the most. All thought or concern about material or financial goals seems to evaporate instantly when you know that you won't be around for very much longer. F. Scott Fitzgerald, the author, once wrote, "The mark of a first-rate mind is the ability to hold two contradictory ideas at the same time and still retain the ability to function." One of the exercises in Zen teaching is for you to envision living for 100 years while, at the same time, you contemplate dying within 24 hours. Your ability to hold these two thoughts simultaneously enables you to focus with greater clarity and calmness in the present moment. The best way to live your life at home with your family is for you to balance the two thoughts, that of living for a long time and that of dying in the very near future. By holding these two thoughts in mind simultaneously, you will treat people differently and better. This mental balancing act will immediately improve the quality of your relationships with the people closest to you. Your values are always expressed in your behaviors, especially when you are under pressure or exposed to temptation. When you are tired, irritable, stressed, afraid, or at a low point in your life, you often say and do things that are completely unexpected. You often express values and beliefs that you did not even know you had. Some values that you might choose to guide your relationships could be love, patience, kindness, sincerity, dependability, forgiveness, respect, and encouragement. If the members of your family were interviewed and asked about how you truly felt about them, what would they say? From the way you treat them most of the time, what would your family members conclude about your fundamental values toward them? When I got married, I decided upon the value of unconditional love to be the organizing principle in all my family relationships. In more than 20 years of marriage, including 4 children, I have never deviated from that basic value. If you were to ask any member of my family about my values regarding them, they would tell you that whatever else, I love them unconditionally 100% of the time, no matter what. In addition, I practice truthfulness, dependability, respect, and patience. I can tell you I'm definitely not perfect, but my decision a long time ago to live by these values with my family has been one of the most important choices I ever made. So decide upon the values that you believe in the most strongly. Define those values in terms of the behaviors that you would engage in to express those values. Resolve to treat every member of your family so that at a later time they would be able to identify your values even if you never told them what they were. Above all, put an X on the most important of all your values, the one value that can have the greatest positive impact on your relationships. Hold fast to that value in all of your interactions with the people close to you. Never deviate or compromise. Practice the value until it becomes automatic and easy. This can be one of the most important focal points in your life. Now, project 5 years forward into the future. With your family values clear, define your ideal, perfect vision for your family. Imagine that your family life was perfect in every way. What would it look like? How would you feel about yourself, and how would you feel about them? What would you be doing each day with your family? How would the members of your family be living their lives? Here are some questions for you to ask in your back from the future thinking. Number 1, what would be your perfect family lifestyle? If you could design a lifestyle that was perfect in every way, what would it look like? Number 2, what kind of a life and home environment do you want to provide or create for your family? Number 3, what kind of experiences do you want to enjoy with your family? Imagine that you have no limitations. Imagine that you could do anything at all with the members of your family. What would you want to do differently from today? Number 4, what sort of items or things would you like to obtain for your family? What kind of material benefits would you like to provide for them? Number 5, how much time, how many days and weeks would you like to spend with your family each year on long weekends and longer vacations? Number 6, what kind of a relationship would you like to have with each member of your family? Number 7, what sort of education or opportunities do you want to provide for your children? Number 8, if you were financially independent today, what changes would you make in your family life? Number 9, what one great thing would you dare to dream for your family if you are absolutely guaranteed of success? Once you've answered those questions, create a family mission statement to guide and direct yourself and your family's behavior toward each other. It doesn't have to be complicated. To start with, a simple family mission statement could be something like this. Our family mission is to create a loving environment where each person feels safe and respected and free to develop their individual potential to become everything they are capable of becoming. Your mission statement can be short or long, simple or complex. The main thing is that it is discussed, agreed upon, and shared by every member of your family. You then become responsible for repeating and reaffirming this mission statement on a regular basis. Especially, you must be a role model and live the mission statement in everything you do and say. Select a focal point, a single repeated action or behavior which you can practice consistently to demonstrate your commitment to the mission. This could be the practice of patience, or listening, or constant encouragement, or unconditional love. By emphasizing this behavior, you assure that the other values are adhered to and the mission statement is followed. What could this behavior be for you and your family? What should it be for you and your family? Decide specifically what you really want to achieve for your family as well. This is a key part of the focal point process. The clearer you are about the things you really want, the more rapidly you will bring them into your life. The happiest individuals and families spend a lot of time thinking about what they want to be and have and do. As a result, their lives are far more interesting, exciting, and enjoyable than people who just drift along from day to day with no clear idea of where they're going or why. You can set both tangible and intangible goals for your family and your relationships. Tangible goals refer to things like homes, cars, bicycles, boats, clothes, and other physical objects. These are things that you can touch, taste, and feel. Tangible goals are important. You should give considerable thought to the type of tangible goals you want for your family and for each member of your family. On the other hand, intangible goals are qualitative. They refer to time with your family, to vacations, walks, quality of life, health, the security of your home, and the well-being of each person. Intangible goals deal very much with the senses and the emotions and are therefore more important and immediate than tangible goals. So, what are your intangible goals for your family? Remember that performance standards are measures that you use to determine how close you are coming to achieving your various goals. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it or improve it. What gets measured gets done. The more specific you can be about the critical success factors in each part of your family life, the more likely it is that you will make your family life into something truly extraordinary. Some of the tangible, critical success factors you might use are the following. Number 1, what is the current size and layout of your home? Are you happy with this? Would you like to change it or improve it in some way? If so, how? Number 2, how satisfied are you with the general finances of your family? What improvements would you like to make in the months and years ahead? Write them down. Number 3, how secure is your family with regard to insurance? Do you have sufficient life insurance, health insurance, accident insurance, car insurance, disability insurance? What changes or additions should you make to provide complete security for your family? Number 4, how prepared are you for education and college expenses for your children? How much will you need? What actions should you take today to start making proper provision for them? And number 5, with regard to tangible goals, are you happy with the other material components of your life, your car, your furniture, your clothes, and your appliances? What would you like to change or improve or have more of? Determine what you really want in each of these areas. Set each of them as a goal. Make a plan and go to work on your plan. Set standards or measures for each goal and then compare your progress against these measures on a regular basis. You will be amazed at how much you accomplish when you are absolutely clear about the targets you are aiming at and you have decided how you're going to measure how close you're coming to hitting those targets. Once you've set your tangible goals, you can set your intangible family goals. These can be far more important than material goals that you can touch or measure in terms of happiness and well-being. Remember, time is the critical success factor in all relationships. The quality of any relationship is in direct proportion to the amount of time that you invest in that relationship. You demonstrate the importance of a person to you by how much time you spend with them on a one-to-one basis. The good news is that you can dramatically increase the quality and value of each relationship by investing more and more time in that relationship. This is the key intangible goal. Here are some questions for you. Number 1, how many minutes or hours do you spend daily with your spouse or partner? How much time would you like to spend? How much time should you spend? Number 2, how many minutes or hours do you spend daily with each of your children? How much time would you like to spend? Number 3, how many days do you take off with your family each week? Number 4, how many weekends away do you take with your spouse each year? Number 5, how many vacation weeks do you take with your family each year? Number 6, how often do you have dinner with your entire family? Number 7, how do you start each day with your family? Number 8, what would you really like to have in your family life that you don't currently have? Number 9, what grade would you give yourself on the quality of your communications with your family members on a scale of 1 to 10? What kind of a grade would they give you on the quality of your communications? And number 10, if your family life were ideal in every respect, how would it be different from today? In each case, determine how you could measure a change in your situation. What would have to happen? What would it look like? How could you tell that a positive change had taken place from where you are today to where you would ideally like to be? Select a single focal point and bring all of your attention to bear on improving in that particular area. As you focus on one measurable change, improvements in other areas will start to take place almost automatically. Remember, your life only gets better when you get better. What are the additional knowledge and skills that you will need to improve the quality of your family life? What subjects do you need to master so that you can improve your relationships with the individual members of your family? A few years ago, my wife Barbara and I decided that we would take up skiing so that we could have a focal point for family vacations in the winter. It was a wonderful decision that has had an incredibly positive impact on our family life. It has given us something that we all have in common. Over the years, we've gone through the process of buying and upgrading ski clothes and equipment year after year. Everyone in the family has learned to ski, and the children are now accomplished snowboarders. The children have met new people on our ski vacations, and they've brought their friends along with them. The time away has enabled us to enjoy many hours of conversation and sharing that would not have been possible in the hustle and bustle of daily life, school, and work. You know, it's very easy to get into a rut in any area of life, including with your family. To counter this tendency, you should be continually stretching and expanding out of your comfort zone. Push yourself to do and try new things. Go to different places. Engage in new activities. Never allow yourself to become complacent or satisfied doing the same old things year after year. Think through and identify the additional habits and behaviors that will help you to enrich and improve the quality of your family life. Perhaps you need to learn to listen better or to ask better questions. Perhaps you need to be more patient or more genuinely interested in the activities of each member of your family. Perhaps you need to develop the foresight and discipline of taking specific family time off from your work and from all other activities. Select a specific habit or behavior that would be helpful for you to develop and put an X on that behavior. Decide upon specific things that you can do each day to improve your family life. Sometimes, remember, small changes can make big differences. Some of the most important and appreciated things that you do for members of your family are things that they could quite easily do for themselves. Helping your spouse or children with little tasks is a wonderful way for you to tell them how important they are to you. Treating each member of your family as if he or she was the most important person in the world is a wonderful way of building their self-esteem and feelings of personal value. Telling them each day how much you love them can have a wonderful effect on their self-image and self-confidence. Select a single daily activity that you're going to practice to improve your relationships with the members of your family. Then, discipline yourself to engage in that activity repeatedly until it becomes a habit. Here's an exercise for you. Sit down with the members of your family and ask them 4 questions. Be ready for some very interesting answers. The first question you ask is there anything that I am doing today that you would like me to do more of? The second question you ask is there anything that I am doing today that you would like me to do less of? The third question you ask is there anything that I am not doing that you would like me to start doing from now on? And the fourth question you ask is there anything that I am doing that you would like me to stop doing altogether? You may be surprised at the kind of answers that you get in response to these questions. Whatever they say, resist the temptation to argue or defend. Listen quietly and attentively. Ask them for specific examples to help you understand. Ask them for their inputs and ideas, and then thank them. Take their answers away with you and turn them over slowly in your mind to evaluate them. Some years ago, as a busy professional speaker, I was traveling and speaking continually all over the country. Often I would be booked on a Saturday or Sunday on the East Coast, and I would end up being away from home for as long as 2 weeks at a time. Finally, Barbara sat me down and told me that she did not want me working on the weekends anymore. My first reaction was denial and disagreement. I argued and protested. I tried to explain how important it was that I continue to accept speaking engagements for whatever day of the week they were planned. But as I thought it over, I realized that she was right. Being on the road and away from my family was distorting my priorities. From that day forward, I refused to speak on the weekends. Instead, I'm home with my family virtually every single weekend. This alone has dramatically improved the quality of our family lives, and it has not really hurt my business. A good family relationship requires openness to input and ideas from each person. Continually remind yourself that the health and happiness of your family is your highest value. This will make it much easier to make the regular adjustments necessary to put your family first and keep it first. Here are some ideas that can help you to enhance the quality of your family life. I call them rules for relationships. First, remember what is truly important in your life. Put your family and relationships ahead of all else. Make the needs of your family members the top priorities of your life. Make whatever adjustments or sacrifices in your work or external life that are necessary to accommodate the needs of your family. Second, when you work, work all the time you work. Don't waste time. Remember, any time that you waste at work must eventually be taken away from your family when you bring work home. Third, the law of relationships says that there are 2 types of time in your life. There is work time, which is measured by results and productivity, and there's family time, which is measured in terms of love and contentment. The law is this: it is quality of time at work that counts and quantity of time at home that matters. At work, you are required to put in quality time, to concentrate single-mindedly on your highest value tasks and to get them done quickly and well. At home, however, you need long, unbroken periods of quantity time to build and maintain high-quality relationships. Love, affection, and trust building cannot be rushed. The more time you invest in relationships with the important people in your life, the higher quality of life you will have in all areas. Don't forget that the whole purpose of time management skills at work is to free up more time for your family at home. Fourth, the law of the excluded alternative says that doing one thing means not doing something else. If you're watching television, reading the newspaper, or working on your computer, you cannot be spending time with the members of your family. Before you commit to or engage in any behavior, ask yourself, especially with regard to your family, what will I have to not do in order to do this? Compare the value of one activity to the other. Your ability to make good choices about how you spend your time largely determines the quality of your entire life. Fifth, deliberately create chunks of time with the members of your family. Create 30, 60, and 90-minute blocks of time where you can interact one-on-one and face-to-face. For example, take your children shopping. Go for walks with members of your family. Take long drives to a distant restaurant or to a resort with your spouse. And when you drive, leave the radio off completely. A silent car with no radio or music playing becomes one of the greatest mobile communication chambers imaginable. You will be amazed at the wonderful conversations that you will have in a quiet car with no music playing. Sixth, plan in advance for family vacations. Schedule them completely. Pay for them in full. Make the payments non-refundable if possible. Then, discipline yourself to take the time away no matter what happens. The times you spend away and on vacation with your spouse and with your children will represent the happiest and most important memories of your lives together. Your job is to create as many opportunities as possible for these happy experiences to take place and for these memories to develop as you possibly can. Seventh rule of relationships: remember that to do more of one thing, you must do less of another. To spend more time with your family, you must do less of something else. Because of the 80-20 rule, much of what you do each day is of very low value or no value at all. The time you spend with your family, however, is the highest value of all. So take action today. Do something. Do anything, but take action immediately to improve the quality of your family life. Then, do something every day to move you toward the most important family and relationship goals you have set for yourself. When you dedicate yourself to creating and maintaining a wonderful family life, the quality of every other area of your life will improve. You will be happier, you'll be healthier, you'll be more rested, you'll be more relaxed, and more productive. You'll experience greater happiness and satisfaction at home, and you'll be far more effective and capable when you go back to work. Let's talk now about how to achieve complete financial independence. One of my seminar participants told me this. He said, "Money is like food. When you have enough of it, you don't think about it at all. But when you are deprived of it for any period of time, you think of nothing else." Some people misquote the Bible by saying that money is the root of all evil. But the Bible actually says the love of money is the root of all evil. The fact is, however, that lack of money is probably the root of all evil. Very few problems are caused by people having too much money. The problems that disrupt people's lives, their health, and their emotions are almost invariably caused by the fact that they have too little. We are living in the greatest age of all of human history. More people are achieving financial independence and becoming self-made millionaires today at a faster rate than ever before. The great majority of self-made millionaires and even self-made billionaires are first-generation success stories. This means they started their working lives with little or nothing, and they earned it all from the first dollar. One of your primary responsibilities to yourself and to the people in your life is for you to achieve financial independence, to reach the point where you never have to worry about money again. This is one of the goals that every person has in common with every other person. And the fact that so many hundreds of thousands and millions of other people have gone from rags to riches in a single generation is ample proof that you can do it as well. You only need to learn how. It's really quite a simple thing to become a self-made millionaire. If you simply saved $100 per month, year in and year out, from the age of 20 to the age of 65, and you invested that money in a well-managed mutual fund invested in the American stock market, you would earn an average of 10.8% per annum on your investment. At that rate, $100 per month would be worth more than $1,200,000 when you retired. Why is it then that everybody does not become a self-made millionaire over the course of his or her working lifetime? There are three primary reasons. First, it never occurs to them that it is possible. It never dawns on them that they can do it if they really want to. As a result, they give up before they start, and they never start at all. Second, if it does somehow occur to them that it is possible, they never make a firm, unequivocal decision to save and invest regularly throughout their entire working lives. They hope and wish and intend to start, but they never make the necessary decision that leads to action. Third, if it does occur to them, and they do make such a decision, they procrastinate. They put off the beginning of a saving and investment program month after month and year after year until it's too late. The most successful people in every society are those with a long time perspective. They develop a long time horizon. They think and plan 10, 20, and even 40 years into the future. They then organize their daily and weekly activities in such a way that everything they do is consistent with the long-term goals they want to achieve. This is especially true with regard to achieving financial independence. You and everyone else has a series of goals, either clear or fuzzy. Each of these goals is organized in a hierarchy. Each of your goals is ranked, consciously or unconsciously, from your most important to your least important. They are organized from your most intensely desired goals all the way down to smaller goals that you might like to achieve someday, but which don't really matter that much to you. You can change your entire life by changing the order of priority and importance of your goals. The reason that people do not achieve financial independence is because, although it is a goal, it is not a primary goal. It is merely one of many goals that they think about from time to time. When it comes time to act or spend, their other goals for immediate pleasure and gratification, for example, take precedence. It's only when you take the goal of financial independence and move it right up to the top of your hierarchy of values that you begin to get your financial life under control. As long as financial independence is jumbled up with all your other goals, you will never take the necessary actions to become wealthy. Remember the great principle: you become what you think about most of the time. In thousands of interviews, researchers have discovered that self-made millionaires in the area of money think about financial independence most of the time. They organize their entire lives around saving and accumulating. They think continually about how they can earn or acquire more and better invest and deploy their savings. And this doesn't mean that they are not family-oriented. In fact, most self-made millionaires place their family at the very top of their hierarchy of values. What this does mean, however, is that savings, investments, careful spending, and frugality are central organizing principles of their financial lives. The fact is, you are not going to win the lottery. Unfortunately, there is no distant relative who is going to die and leave you a lot of money. You are not going to discover gold or make a lucky hit in the stock market. The only way that you are going to achieve financial independence is with long time perspective, by saving and investing your money month after month and year after year until you have enough that you never have to worry about money again. Your values with regard to money are important motivational forces in your life. They determine your financial likes and dislikes, your decisions and actions, your emotions and responses. Your values affect every decision you make with regard to earning, saving, and investing. Your financial values are the critical drivers and determinants of everything you do and accomplish with regard to money. So, what are your personal values with regard to money? What does money really mean to you? What do you think about people who are financially successful? What is your attitude toward wealth and affluence? Especially, what is your self-concept with regard to your ability to become financially successful yourself. For most people, money means freedom, one of the highest of all human values. It means the ability to be and do what you want and to buy the things you need without worrying about the cost. Freedom is a powerful, driving force that has determined the course of human history. Is freedom one of your values? For many people, some of the values associated with money are security, independence, success, status, adventure, and even love, especially the love and respect of others. So, what are your personal values with regard to money? Here's an important point. If you have negative values with regard to money, these values can sabotage you throughout your entire life. For example, if you think that having money is somehow wrong, or that people who are financially successful are somehow evil or dishonest, you will create a force field of negative energy around yourself that drives financial success away from you, no matter how hard you work to achieve it. One of the smartest things that you can do for the rest of your life is to admire, respect, and look up to people who have achieved financial success. This is because you always move in the direction of that which you most admire and respect. The more you admire and respect financial success, the more likely you are to do the same things that financially successful people do. Eventually, you'll become the kind of person who achieves financial success yourself. What is your vision with regard to money and to your financial future? Project forward 5 years, 10 years, 20 years into the future. Imagine that your financial life was perfect in every respect. Create a clear mental picture of your distant financial future as if your every financial dream had been realized. What does it look like? How much would you like to be worth when you retire or stop working? What kind of a lifestyle would you like to have at that time? How much will you have to save and invest every month, every year to reach your long-term financial goals? These are questions that most people seldom ask or answer. Barbara DeAngelis asks this wonderful question: when will you know that you have enough, and what will you do then? Isn't that a great question? When will you know that you have enough, and what will you do then? Imagine that you have no limitations on your long-term ability to achieve financial independence. Imagine that you have all the time and all the resources that you require. Imagine that you have all the knowledge and all the experience you need. Imagine that you have all the contacts and all the opportunities you could ask for. If you could design your financial life to be perfect in every way with no limitations, what would it look like? Imagine that you have finally achieved a net worth of $10 million. What would you do? How would you change your life if you were completely independent financially? Make up a dream list of every single thing you would want in your life, tangible and intangible, if you had all the money you would ever need. The greater clarity you have regarding your long-term financial future, the faster you will attract the people and resources that you will need to achieve it into your life, and the more rapidly you will realize your vision. What are your financial goals? Among your financial goals, which of them are most important? What is your financial focal point? Where do you draw the X in your financial life? In general, you should have 4 financial goals. First, you want to earn as much as you can. Second, you want to spend as little as you can. Third, you want to save and invest as much as possible. And fourth, you want to protect yourself against unexpected reversals and lawsuits. The achievement of each of these goals is very much under your control. They are very much matters of personal decision and design, not chance. Here are some questions that you can ask yourself to create your financial future. Number 1, how much do you want to earn this year? Number 2, how much do you want to earn next year? Number 3, how much do you want to be earning 5 years from today? Number 4, what is your plan to earn these amounts of money? Number 5, how much do you want to be worth when you retire? Number 6, how much will you have to save and invest each year to achieve that financial goal? Number 7, what is your plan to acquire that amount of money? Number 8, what do you need to do first? What do you need to do second? Number 9, what do you need to do every day, every week, every month in order to achieve your long-term financial goals? And question number 10 is, where do you draw the X in your financial life? What is your focal point? There are certain measures that you can use to determine how well you are doing. The greater clarity you have with regard to these measures, the more likely it is that you will achieve your long-term financial goals on schedule. To begin with, calculate your financial net worth today. Add up all of your assets at market value, and then subtract all of your debts and liabilities. Determine your dollar value today as if you had to sell out everything you owned and turn it into cash. This, by the way, can be an eye-opening experience. Now here's some questions. What amounts do you currently save and invest each month? What percentage of your income do you put away on a regular basis? What are your monthly costs of living? What are your annual costs of living? How many years have you been working, and how many dollars on average have you managed to accumulate or save each year? Perhaps the best measure you can use, if financial independence is your goal, is to determine how much money you will need each month, each year to live comfortably, and then calculate how long you could sustain your current lifestyle on your current savings. This number is called your run rate or your burn rate. This is a calculation of how long you can survive with what you have accumulated up to now. This is the best measure of your overall financial health. This is a great focal point. Most people have a burn rate of less than 1 month. Many high-income individuals are only 2 months away from homelessness. They spend everything they make and a little bit more besides. If their incomes were cut off for any period of time, they would be in desperate straits. Set clear financial goals and targets for each part of your financial life, both for the short term and for the long term. Examine every expenditure in your life and look for ways to reduce your monthly living costs. Set a goal to cut your expenses by 10% or 20% over the next 90 days. Make cost control and cost cutting a regular part of your life, no matter how much you earn. Now, what additional knowledge and skills will you need to achieve your financial goals? What skills and abilities will you have to develop to earn the very highest income possible for you and eventually achieve financial independence? The subject of money is complex, but you must master it if you are truly serious about getting your financial life under your control. Self-made millionaires, for example, spend 20 to 30 hours each month studying the subject of money and carefully managing their finances. The average person, on the other hand, spends only 2 or 3 hours per month thinking about their financial future, mostly paying bills and balancing their checkbooks. Since you become what you think about most of the time, the more time you spend thinking about your money, the better you will become in terms of managing it. The first knowledge that you will require to achieve financial independence is the knowledge of exactly how much you are earning today, how much you are spending each month, and how much you are worth right now. To get your financial affairs under control, you must begin by carefully studying and evaluating each expenditure before you make it. You should keep a list of every dollar you spend and analyze your list regularly. The more attention you pay to your day-to-day spending, the smarter and more aware you will become regarding the amount of money flowing through your fingers. Parkinson's law says, expenditures invariably rise to meet income. This means that the more you earn, the more you spend. Even if you double or triple your income, you will eventually double or triple your expenses and end up no further ahead. Financial success comes from breaking Parkinson's law. Financial success is only possible when you refuse to allow your expenditures to increase at the same rate that your income increases. Here's a rule that will virtually guarantee that you become wealthy over the course of your working lifetime. Save and invest 50% of any increase that you earn in your salary or compensation for the rest of your career. You can still spend the other 50% of the increase on improving your standard of living, but resolve today to save half of every increase for the rest of your career. This discipline alone will assure that you achieve financial independence, and probably several years before you expect to. Here's a simple 5-word formula for financial success. Are you ready? Spend less than you earn. Spend less than you earn, and then save or invest the balance. This formula will eventually make you rich. Identify the specific skills that you will need to develop to achieve financial independence. One skill you require is a solid knowledge of money and finances. You should read the best books and magazines on the subject of money. Attend seminars on financial planning. Seek out advice from others who are financially successful. Learn everything you possibly can about how money is acquired, accumulated, and protected. Leave nothing to chance. Above all, examine your work activities carefully and determine exactly what it is you do that pays you the most money. Apply the 80-20 rule to your job every day. Identify the 20% of your tasks that account for 80% of the value of everything you do. Resolve to focus more and more of your attention on becoming better and better at those few activities that are worth more than all the rest. All financial success comes from value creation. You create value in the work you do. You create value in the products and services that you produce and sell in conjunction with others. The more value you add, the greater will be your own personal value, and the higher will be the rewards that you receive. Every day, you must be looking for ways to add even more value than before. You must always be seeking ways to serve your company and your customers better, faster, cheaper, and more conveniently. There are certain habits and behaviors that lead inevitably to financial success. The first and most important habit is for you to pay yourself first. As George Clason wrote in his classic book, The Richest Man in Babylon, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. Pay yourself first off the top. Your goal is to eventually save 10% to 20% of your income throughout your life. Your aim should be to put this amount away regularly, to invest it with experts, and to let it grow over time. If you cannot afford to save 10% of your income, begin by saving 1% of your income. Begin saving and investing even before you pay off your debts. Begin putting money away before you pay down the amounts that you owe. This is very important. By developing the habit of saving a certain percentage of what you earn off the top of every single paycheck, you will eventually change your entire attitude toward yourself and money. In a very short time, you will become comfortable living on the percentage that you still have to spend. Meanwhile, you will actually find yourself paying off your debts one after another. In a year or two, you will be completely out of debt, and you will have a rapidly growing bank account and investment portfolio. The keys to long-term financial success in the stock market have always been based on the twin miracles of compound interest and dollar-cost averaging. Albert Einstein called compound interest the eighth wonder of the world. By putting a little money away and letting it grow month after month and year after year, it eventually grows into an enormous amount. Dollar cost averaging in the stock market means that you invest a specific amount every month, year in and year out. Sometimes you'll invest at the top of the market, and sometimes you'll invest at the bottom. But surprisingly enough, your average cost of stocks will end up being lower, and your growth rate will be higher and more predictable than if you continually tried to buy at the right moment. Peter Lynch, the incredibly successful manager of the Magellan Mutual Fund, wrote, "It is not timing the market, but time in the market that determines long-term success." The most important habit you can develop to achieve financial independence is the habit of frugality. Carefully consider every expense before you make it. If possible, delay a large purchase for a day, a week, a month, or even longer. Take that time to think about it before you commit. When you put off a major purchase decision for any period of time, you often end up not making it at all. Perhaps the most helpful habit of all is for you to learn to enjoy the very act of saving and investing. Most people associate saving with sacrifice, pain, restriction, and doing without. This is why most people do not save. They have the wrong mental paradigm. Financially successful people, on the other hand, actually enjoy the very act of saving and investing. It makes them happy to refrain from spending and instead put their money away for the long term. They enjoy the growing sense of financial freedom that regular saving gives them. When you begin to look forward to every opportunity to put money away, you change your entire attitude toward money and investments. You begin to get tremendous pleasure and satisfaction from seeing your savings and investments grow over time. There are 4 activities that you should engage in every single day to guarantee that you achieve financial independence. The first is to carefully evaluate every expenditure before you make it. Delay every expenditure that you possibly can. Put it off until later, if you make it at all. The second thing that you should do is to set clear goals and targets for the amounts that you intend to earn and keep. Measure your results against these targets every week and every month. What gets measured gets done. The third activity is for you to look for ways to reduce your monthly expenditures and instead save the money. Cut out all non-essential expenses. Keep asking yourself, do I really need this? And if you don't buy it or don't spend it. Set it as a goal to reduce your monthly cost of living by as much as you can as quickly as possible. Remember, every dollar that you can save from your monthly expenses is an additional dollar that you can put into your financial freedom account. The fourth activity is for you to take every opportunity that you possibly can to increase your value, to increase your earning ability. Look for ways to upgrade your knowledge and skills. Concentrate on getting better at those activities that contribute the greatest value to yourself and your company. Become totally focused on making more and saving more every single day. Select at least one action that you can take immediately that will begin moving you toward financial independence. This could be as simple as opening up a separate bank account into which you deposit a specific percentage of your income every single paycheck from now on. This activity can be as complex as sitting down and drawing up a complete financial plan for your life. Financial success is predictable. It has never been more possible for you to earn and keep more money than it is today. There are hundreds of thousands and even millions of self-made millionaires, all of whom started with nothing and who began using the practices and processes described in this session. Your job is to become one of them. Begin today. Enjoy superb all-around health and fitness. Resolve today that you are going to live to be 80 or 90 years old. Decide that you are going to dance at your grandchildren's weddings and that you're going to feel terrific about yourself all the days of your life from this moment forward. This is the most wonderful time in all of human history to be alive in terms of health and longevity. It's never been more possible for you to live longer and live better than today. In the last 100 years, the average lifespan has increased from less than 50 years to more than 77 years, and it is increasing every year. One of the fastest growing population groups in our society are those people who are more than 80, 90, and even 100 years old. Your goal should be to live as long as they do. Your future intentions, your long-term visions and goals have an inordinate impact on your present decisions and actions. Sometimes I ask my seminar audiences, how many of you have decided how long you intend to live? Most people are surprised at the question. In general, people do not like to think too much about the fact that they will not live forever. So what they do is they put off thinking about long life at all. When I ask this question, most people respond with a combination of confusion and discomfort. However, if you say that you want to live to be 80, you now have a focal point. You now have a place where you can put the X in your life. You can now examine every single part of your life to determine whether or not the way you are living is likely to get you to the age of 80. One of the smartest things you can do right now is to simply stop doing anything that may interfere with your living a long, healthy life. If you'll just stop doing certain things that are harmful and start doing other things that are helpful, you can change your health dramatically in a very short period of time. Remember that there are only 4 ways to change. You can do more of some things, you can do less of other things, you can start doing something that you have not done before, or you can stop doing something that is not particularly helpful to you in achieving your goals. In the long run, you are always free to choose what you do or what you don't do. You are in control. You are responsible. In terms of your physical health, you are where you are and what you are largely because of yourself. So what are your values with regard to physical fitness and well-being? How important is physical health to you? How high does it rank in your hierarchy of importance? How do you think about physical well-being, and how often do you think that way? Remember, you become what you think about most of the time. People who are fit and healthy think about fitness and health much of the time. They think about physical well-being morning, noon, and night. They organize their entire lives around the specific behaviors and activities that will assure that they live a long, happy life. And so should you. Good health is something that most people take for granted until they are deprived of it. Most people do not think about their health at all until they have a problem, an illness, or an accident that forces them to think about their health almost exclusively. Start off by clarifying your values in the area of personal health. Some of the values associated with health and fitness are happiness, energy, beauty, discipline, self-control, personal mastery, persistence, and fitness. Which of these values most appeal to you? Which value is most important to you? Which comes second? Which comes third? And so on. Remember, motivation requires motive, and the clearer you are about your values regarding your health and your well-being, the easier it is for you to make both the decisions and sacrifices necessary to assure a long, happy life. What is your long-term vision for your health? Project forward 5 or 10 years into the future. If your health were perfect in every respect, what would you look like? How would you feel? Make out a dream list. Describe your perfect self and lifestyle in terms of health and fitness. How much would you weigh? How much would you exercise each week? How many hours per night would you sleep? What time would you go to bed and what time would you get up? What sort of physical activities would you engage in on a regular basis? If your physical life were perfect in every respect, what would you be doing and how would you be doing it? Set specific goals for your desired levels of physical fitness, health, and well-being. To set proper goals, you must select the critical success factors or measures that are associated with health and fitness. Do a complete analysis of yourself at the current time. Be perfectly honest with yourself. Create a baseline that you can compare your progress against. Ask yourself some of the following questions. How much do you weigh? How many hours per night do you sleep? What is your waist size? How often do you exercise each week? How many minutes per week do you exercise? How much and what kinds of foods do you eat? How healthy and nutritious is your diet? How much alcohol do you drink daily and weekly? What time do you go to bed at night? What time do you get up in the morning? And how would you rate your health overall on a scale of 1 to 10? Any one of these measures can be the focal point for your goal of achieving superb levels of health and fitness. For myself, I've determined that my waist size is where I put the X in my physical life. Everything that I do or fail to do with regard to diet, exercise, sleep, and overall fitness can be quite easily measured by the size of my waist at any given time. This is my personal focal point because it gives me a quick measure of success in every other area. What is yours? Identify the knowledge and skills you will require to achieve and maintain superb levels of physical health. The reason that most people do not learn and grow in any area is because they assume that they already know everything they need to know. They make the dangerous assumption that their personal knowledge is all the knowledge that exists on a particular subject. As a result, they make no effort to learn and apply anything new. This attitude makes it impossible for them to learn and grow. One of the smartest things you can do is to begin with the assumption that there's a lot that you don't know in an important area of your life. Assume for a moment that much of what you do know is inaccurate or incomplete. Become a student. Be like a child. Be open to all kinds of ideas, information, and influences. Approach the area of health and fitness as though there have been incredible breakthroughs in knowledge, which is true, and that any one of these great ideas can have an inordinate impact on how long you live and how good you feel about yourself. For example, I received a letter recently from one of my seminar graduates. As a result of following my teachings, he had changed his career, upgraded his skills, tripled his income, and become a millionaire in less than 10 years. But he had been completely unsuccessful in getting rid of about 20 pounds of excess weight. Then, one day, while he was listening to one of my audio programs, he heard me explain the importance of eliminating the 3 white poisons from his diet. These 3 white poisons are 1. White flour products, 2. Sugar, and 3. Salt. This had never occurred to him before, so he decided to give it a try. In less than 5 months, he dropped the 20 pounds completely. He wrote and told me that this weight loss had transformed his life. He felt better about himself, he had more energy, slept better at night, he looked better, he felt more effective and confident in his work and in all his interactions with other people. He was both amazed and delighted that it was a single piece of information that enabled him to achieve a health goal he had had for almost 10 years. There are physical fitness and health skills that you can learn that will assure that you live a long, lean, healthy, and fit life. There are thousands of books and articles on the subject. You can join a health club and begin a physical fitness program. You can take yoga lessons and learn how to stretch your body and improve your overall health. You may learn aerobics or practice some other physical fitness routine. You may learn a new sport or begin jogging or swimming. In every case, you should assume that there are wonderful ideas and methods available to you that can help you to dramatically improve your levels of health and well-being. Become a lifelong student of the best ideas for long life. Developing new habits and behaviors is central to the focal point process. To achieve superb levels of physical and mental health, there are specific things that you can do every single day that will virtually guarantee you long life and happiness. Your goal is to learn and practice them until they become automatic. The good news is that all the research has been done. All the answers have been found. Tens of thousands of men and women have been interviewed and observed over 10, 20, and 30 years to determine exactly what behaviors lead to the very highest levels of health and well-being. Now we know what to do and what not to do. Here are what I call the 7 secrets of superb health. The first secret of health, happiness, and long life is proper weight. You should aim to be slightly under your ideal weight, whatever it is, according to the height and weight charts. Unfortunately, being overweight is a major health problem. There's a simple 5-word formula for weight control. It is this. Are you ready? Eat less and exercise more. Eat less and exercise more. Hundreds of thousands of people lose weight and keep it off every year, and so can you. Set your ideal weight as a goal. Make a plan. Work on your plan every single day. Never deviate from your plan or allow exceptions until you achieve your ideal weight. Then, dedicate yourself to staying at or below your ideal weight for the rest of your life. The second secret of superb health is proper diet. When researchers examined the diets of Olympic athletes from more than 120 countries, they found that these high-performance diets all had 3 things in common. First, the athletes ate a wide variety of foods. This assured that they received a full spectrum of nutrients. Second, these athletes ate a lot of lean source protein. This is protein that is low in fat, such as fish, chicken, and high-quality beef or pork. Some of them were vegetarians who ate soy-based foods and tofu, but they all avoided fatty foods. The third factor that the high-performance diet had in common was that the athletes drank lots of water. In fact, you need about 1 gallon of water per day to keep your system entirely flushed and cleansed of toxins and functioning at its best. The key to eating an excellent diet is fairly simple. Eat more fruits and vegetables. Eat lean source proteins. Eat lots of whole grain products such as whole wheat bread and bran muffins. Drink lots of water, at least 1 8-ounce glass per hour, and especially avoid sugar, salt, and white flour products. The third secret of superb health is proper exercise. Ideally, you should exercise and articulate every joint in your body every single day, even if you only take a few minutes in the morning to stretch and warm up your muscles. You should exercise 3 to 5 times each week, 30 to 60 minutes each time. One of the best focal points for physical health is for you to set a goal to exercise 200 to 300 minutes each week. You then carefully track the number of minutes you exercise each day to be sure you hit your target. You can get your 200 to 300 minutes of exercise each week by walking, bicycling, jogging, swimming, or working out with various pieces of equipment at home or at a gym. You can get your quota of hours and minutes on a treadmill or a life cycle. Many people say that they don't have the time to exercise regularly. However, every study shows that the more physical exercise you engage in on a daily and weekly basis, the more energy you have. The more you exercise, the less sleep you require. The brighter and sharper you are when you work, and the more productive you are at everything you do. Investing time in regular exercise has a very real positive payoff in improved performance and longer life. The fourth secret of superb health is proper rest and relaxation. According to the experts, most working people are getting too little sleep and functioning in a semi-fog each day. You need 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night to function at your very best. In times of stress and overwork, you need even more. Don't shortchange yourself. Take at least one full day off from work each week. On this day, you discipline yourself to do absolutely nothing associated with work. You relax completely. You refuse to read, make telephone calls, work on your computer, or catch up with your assignments or responsibilities. Instead, you sleep in, go for a walk, watch television, go to a movie with your family, or go out for dinner with your spouse. But don't do any work at all for at least one full day each week. Take mini vacations of 2 and 3 days as often as you can, once per month if possible. During this time, refuse to take any work along with you. Just relax, exercise, sleep, and spend time with the important people in your life. In addition, you should take 1, 2, and 3-week vacations every year during which you do nothing but rest and rejuvenate. The more rested you are, the brighter, sharper, more alert, and productive you will be at your work and in every other area of your life. You will get more done by taking more time off. The 5th secret of superb health is for you to take proper nutritional and dietary supplements. I began studying nutrition when I was 21 years old. I was absolutely amazed to discover that most of the foods that we eat today do not include sufficient vitamins, minerals, and trace elements for maximum performance. Now, some people say you can get all the nutrients you need if you just simply eat a balanced diet. But experts have demonstrated over and over that you would need to eat as much as 20 pounds of food each day to get all the nutrients you require for optimal health. Do your homework. Read and study about health and nutrition. Take vitamin and mineral supplements. Sometimes the addition of a single ingredient like iron, selenium, or chromium, if your body requires it, can have a transforming effect on your overall feelings of health and well-being. The finest vitamin and mineral supplements ever developed by the most advanced biochemists and nutritional experts are available to you today from a variety of sources. Do your research, select the very best combination for you, and begin taking the supplements you need to perform at your best. The 6th secret of superb health is to stop smoking. Smoking is probably the very worst voluntary thing that you can do to your body. Smoking has been associated with 32 different diseases, ranging from cancers of the nose, throat, larynx, lungs, esophagus, and stomach, all the way through to arterial sclerosis, heart disease, diminished brain functioning, osteoporosis, and gingivitis, a gradual deterioration of the gum tissue that leads to foul breath and rotten teeth. The 7th secret of superb health is moderate to nil alcohol consumption. An enormous number of physical, mental, and social problems are caused by excessive alcohol consumption, from family arguments through to traffic accidents, sclerosis of the liver, brain damage, and a variety of physical problems. The ancient Greeks had a saying, "Moderation in all things." This is a wonderful piece of advice for not only alcohol consumption, but for every other part of your physical health regimen. Decide today upon the daily activities that you're going to engage in to achieve and maintain high levels of physical health and well-being. Write them down, make a schedule and a plan. Put health and fitness into your daily agenda, the same as you would an appointment with an important client. Move health and fitness activities up to a higher level on your hierarchy of values and goals. Put other activities aside and put off lower value tasks so that you have more time to take excellent care of yourself. This is one area where you should never procrastinate or delay. So what one action commitment are you going to make today to begin moving towards superb levels of physical well-being? Whatever it is, deep resolve to do it now. Start the game. Put the ball in play. Launch into a lifetime program of healthy living and physical fitness, and then never stop. My first job, after leaving high school without graduating, was washing dishes in the back of a small hotel. This was the first of a series of laboring jobs, stacking lumber in a sawmill, digging wells, working on farms and ranches, putting nuts on bolts in a factory production line that occupied me for the first few years of my so-called career. The turning point in my life was when I discovered the law of cause and effect, the great law of the universe and human destiny. I learned that everything happens for a reason. I discovered that success is not an accident. Failure is not an accident either. I also discovered that people who are successful in any area are usually those who have learned the cause and effect relationships between what they wanted and how to get it. They then did repeatedly what other successful people did in a particular area until they got the same results. This insight changed my life. Here's the bottom line. You can learn anything you need to learn to achieve any goal you can set for yourself. There are no real limits except the limits you place on yourself and on your own potential. You see, no one is really better than you, and no one is really smarter than you. They just may be better or smarter in different ways, at least for the present. If someone is doing better than you are today, it's probably because he or she has discovered the cause and effect relationships before you have. And anything that anyone else has done within limits, you can do as well. The fact that someone else has achieved a worthy goal is the very best proof that you can achieve that goal as well. Just do what they have done until you get the same result that they have gotten. The world is full of people who are deluding themselves into thinking that they can do what failures do, and somehow, by some miracle, they're going to get the results that successful people get. Even worse, they think that they can do little or nothing at all, and by some great stroke of luck, all their problems will be solved and their dreams will come true. But this is not the way the world works. Wolfgang von Goethe, the German philosopher, once wrote, "To have more, you must first be more. To achieve more in your outer world, you must go to work on your inner world and on developing yourself. There are no lasting shortcuts. There is no other way." Personal and professional development is the most powerful tool that you can use to achieve any goal you can set for yourself. You can move yourself from wherever you are to wherever you want to go by simply learning how others have done it before you, and then by following the paths that they have already blazed. You've heard it said that the average person uses only 10% of his or her potential. According to the Stanford Brain Institute, however, it is actually closer to 2%. The average person has enormous reserves of potential that he or she habitually fails to use. Nature is exceedingly generous. She provides each person with an abundance of abilities and possibilities, most of which go untapped throughout life. If you were to use only a small additional percentage of your inborn capabilities, you could probably double and triple your results. You could accomplish things far beyond anything that you have ever done up to now. You could be healthier, happier, and more prosperous than you've ever imagined. Abraham Maslow once wrote that the story of the human race is the story of men and women selling themselves short. Most people settle for far less than they are truly capable of. Most people create all kinds of justifications and rationalizations for poor performance. They convince themselves or allow themselves to be convinced on the flimsiest evidence that they lack the potential and ability of other people who are temporarily doing better than they are. They then settle for a mediocre existence rather than committing themselves to breaking their own mental shackles and escaping from their own mental prisons. When you see a person like Arnold Schwarzenegger, you do not dismiss his muscular development by attributing it to luck or genetics. You know that he has worked for many years and invested thousands of hours to develop himself physically. But does Arnold Schwarzenegger have a single muscle in his body that you don't have in your body? The fact is that every male is born with 610 muscles. Women, of course, are different. Every man starts off with the same muscular structure that Arnold Schwarzenegger started off with as a skinny teenager growing up in Graz, Austria. The only difference is that Arnold Schwarzenegger has developed his muscles and the average person has not. In terms of mental ability and potential, most people are quite similar. Everyone has the same brain structure. Everyone has a variety of potential talents and abilities. Some people may start off with greater natural advantages and personal endowments, but on average, each person has the ability to develop himself far beyond anything he's achieved so far. To realize your full potential for personal and professional growth and development, begin with your values as they apply to your own abilities. As you know, your values are always expressed in your words and actions. You can always tell what your values are by looking at what you do and how you respond to the world around you. Your values are the root causes of your motivations and your behaviors. Now, some values that you might select with regard to your personal growth are excellence, self-actualization, intelligence, skillfulness, achievement, and personal mastery. My primary value in terms of personal development can be summarized in the concept of realizing my full potential. I believe that each person has the potential to do something wonderful with his or her life. I believe that within each person there is a giant waiting to come out. I believe that each person can do vastly more than he or she has ever done before if he or she only learns how. That's my fundamental value. What is yours? Create a long-term vision for yourself in the area of personal growth. Project forward 5 or 10 years and imagine that you were developed fully in every important part of your life. Idealize and see yourself as outstanding in every respect. Refuse to compromise on your personal dreams. What level of skill or ability would you have in your field? What level of status and prestige would you have attained as the result of your superb performance at what you do? What kind of work would you be doing, and at what level would you be doing this work? How would you think and feel about yourself as the result of being one of the very best at what you do? If you had no limitations at all, what would be your vision for how you would develop yourself in the months and years ahead? Now, take your vision and crystallize it into specific goals. Here's a good way to start. Take out a piece of paper and write down 10 goals that you would like to achieve in the area of personal and professional development in the months and years ahead. Write in the present tense, exactly as if you were already the person you intend to be. Determine exactly what you want to be able to do. Decide the person you want to become. Describe exactly what you will look like when you become truly excellent in your field and your personal life. Then, review this list of 10 goals and select the one goal that, if you achieved it, would have the greatest positive impact on your life and on your career. Put a circle around that goal and move that goal to a clean sheet of paper. Create a schedule for achieving this goal. Set deadlines for achieving certain benchmarks. Set sub-deadlines as well. Make a list of everything that you can think of that you'll have to do to achieve personal excellence in that area. Organize your list into a plan by setting priorities on each of the items. Gather the books, materials, equipment, and other resources you will need to begin working on yourself and your goal. Then, take immediate action on at least one item in your plan to get the process started. Resolve to do something every day until you are successful in that area. Never stop working on yourself until you become the kind of person you would ideally most like to be. Jim Carrey, the actor, when he was just starting out, had a vision and a goal to be paid $10 million for acting in a movie. He made out a check to himself for this amount, and he carried it with him everywhere. He looked at it continually, and he never stopped believing in his ability to earn $10 million for a single picture. Meanwhile, he worked on his craft. He took every role he could possibly get and threw his whole heart into performing that role the very best he possibly could. He developed his ability to speak, to dramatize, and to entertain. He continually stretched his own envelope of performance. He took every lesson that he could take and studied every element of professional acting he could learn from the people around him. After years of hard work, his dream finally came true. He received $10 million for his role in Batman 3. Before he was 40, he was earning $20 million per film. He makes 1 or 2 movies each year. He had a clear vision and a dream, and he never lost sight of it. Most importantly, he continued to work on himself and his craft until he was the kind of person who was worth $20 million per picture. Set specific measures on each of your goals. If your goal is to excel in your field, determine how you'll be able to know when you've achieved it. Decide how you could measure your progress and evaluate your success. Perhaps you can use as a measure the number of hours that you study in your field each week. Perhaps you can measure the number of books you read or the number of audio programs that you listen to. Perhaps you can measure your progress by the number of appointments you get or the number of sales you make as the result of your growing skills. Compare yourself against these measures on a regular basis. The more precise your measures and the more you pay attention to them, the better you will become in that area and the greater progress you will make. Here are some key goal questions that you can ask and answer for yourself. What additional knowledge do you need to be the best in your field? What additional skills must you acquire to do your work in an excellent fashion? What subjects do you need to study and become conversant with? What skills can you improve that will help you the most in your work or career? What are the key result areas of your job? What must you absolutely positively be excellent at doing to lead your field? What are your core competencies today, and what new competencies will you have to develop to excel in your field in the future? What is your plan to excel in each of these areas? What is your plan to acquire these critical skills? And here's the great one. What one skill or ability, if you developed and did it in an excellent fashion, would have the greatest positive impact on your life and your career? You first determine your values, your vision, your goals, and the knowledge and skill you will require to achieve them. You decide upon the ways that you will measure your progress toward each of them. You then do something every day that makes you better in some way. You read, take courses, listen to audio programs, and practice your new skills, and never stop improving. Select the specific habits and behaviors that you will need to practice every day to become the person you want to become. These could be the habits of clarity, planning, thoroughness, studiousness, hard work, determination, and persistence. Perhaps the most important single quality for success is self-discipline. Elbert Hubbard, the writer, defined self-discipline as the ability to make yourself do what you should do, when you should do it, whether you feel like it or not. Napoleon Hill called self-discipline the master key to riches. Every day, and every hour of every day, you have to practice self-discipline. You have to command yourself to do what is right, necessary, and important, or by default, You will end up doing what is fun, easy, and unimportant. Self-discipline is the quality that enables you to choose to do the most important task, whether you feel like it or not, and stick to it. Self-discipline is the one indispensable quality of all high-performing men and women. There are 7 disciplines that you must develop if you want to achieve all that is possible for you. You can learn each of these disciplines through practice and repetition until they become automatic. Here they are. First, the discipline of daily goal setting. Every morning, take 3 to 5 minutes to write out your top 10 goals in the present tense. Get a spiral notebook for this purpose. By writing out your 10 goals at the beginning of each day, you will program them deep into your subconscious mind. This daily goal writing will activate your mental powers. It will stimulate your mind and make you more alert. Throughout the day, you will continually see opportunities and possibilities to help you move more rapidly towards your goals. The second habit is the discipline of daily planning and organizing. Take a few minutes each day, preferably the night before, to plan out every activity of the coming day. Always work from a list. Always think on paper. This is one of the most powerful and important disciplines of all for high performance. The third is the discipline of daily priority setting. The essence of all time management, personal management, and life management is contained in your ability to set the proper priorities on the use of your time. You use the methods described in Session 2 to select the most valuable and important task you could possibly do and start work immediately on that task. This is essential for high performance. Fourth is the discipline of daily concentration on your highest value activities. Your ability to work single-mindedly on your most important task will contribute as much to your success as any other discipline you can possibly develop. Fifth is the discipline of daily exercise and proper nutrition. Your health is more important than anything else. By disciplining yourself to exercise regularly and to eat carefully, you will assure yourself the highest levels of health and fitness throughout life. Sixth is the discipline of daily learning and growth. Your mind is like a muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it. Continuous learning is the minimum requirement for success in any field. Seventh is the discipline of taking time daily for the most important people in your life. Remember, relationships are everything. Be sure that in climbing the ladder of success, you do not find it leaning against the wrong building. Build time for your relationships into every day, no matter how busy you get. These 7 disciplines will virtually assure that you perform at the very highest level and get the greatest satisfaction and results from everything you do. There is a simple, practical, proven self-development formula that you can use to double your income in the years ahead. I developed this formula at the beginning of my career, and I've taught it to many thousands of people. The only complaint that I've ever received on this formula is that it is too conservative. Most people who practice this formula each day report extraordinary improvements in their lives. These changes take place quickly, often within a couple of days. Try it and see for yourself. I call it the 1,000% formula. This 1,000% formula is based on the law of incremental improvement. This law says that by the yard it's hard, but inch by inch, anything's a cinch. No matter how excited or determined you are, change and progress takes place slowly. It takes you your entire life to become the person you are today. It takes a period of hard work and determination to become someone different. We do not usually make significant and lasting changes in quantum leaps. All permanent change is progressive over a long period of time. This type of change requires patience and discipline. It is only this type of change that is truly worthwhile and enduring. Here's a question for you. Is it possible for you to increase your overall productivity, performance, and output by 0.1% over the next 24 hours? In other words, could you become 1/1000th more productive over the next 24 hours if you really wanted to? The truth is that you could probably become 1/1000th more productive right now in a couple of minutes just by working on a single task of greater importance than something else. Anyone who really wanted to, by setting goals and priorities, and by focusing on higher value activities, could increase their overall productivity and performance by 1/1000th over the next 24 hours. Many people could double or triple their overall productivity in the next 24 hours if they really wanted to. If you continually learn, study, and upgrade your skills, clarify and re-clarify your goals, set better and clearer priorities, and focus on progressively more valuable tasks, you could increase your overall productivity, performance, and output by 0.1% each day, day after day, indefinitely. Because of the law of increasing returns, every effort you make to be more productive in one area will tend to improve your performance in every other area at the same time. You will get better and better results in less time the more you practice. If you become 0.1% more productive each day, 5 days per week, at the end of 1 week you will be 0.5% more productive. That's 0.1% times 5 equals 0.5 or 0.5%. At the end of 4 weeks you will be 2% more productive. That's 4 times 0.5% equals 2%. At the end of 52 weeks, you will be 26% more productive than you were at the beginning of the year, which is 13 4-week months times 2% per month equals 26%. This is where the compounding effect of new knowledge and skill begins to work. Every improvement in any part of your work will have an effect on other parts of your work at the same time. As you become better at managing your time, you will become more productive with your customers and clients. As you become more productive with your customers and clients, you will become more competent and effective in other parts of your business. Each improvement will lead to other improvements as well. By becoming 26% more productive over the course of a year and continuing to improve by 0.1% per day, 5 days a week, you will actually double your overall productivity, performance, and output in 2.7 years. If you continue learning, growing, and becoming more effective and efficient, an improvement of 26% per year, compounded over 10 years, will result in an increase of 1,004% in your overall productivity in 1 decade. Now, since we live in a merit-based society, as you increase your ability to contribute value, the amount you will be paid will increase as well. By improving your overall performance by 1,004%, your income will eventually rise to match the value of your contribution. Many of my students come back to me after 4, 5, and 6 years and tell me that they were able to increase their incomes by 1,000% in just a few years by practicing this formula. In every case, they were absolutely astonished at how quickly they had moved to the top of their fields by the simple act of making small, incremental improvements each day. Well, here are the 7 steps in the 1,000% formula that will guarantee that you become at least 0.1% better daily, 0.5% better each week, 2% better each month, and 26% better each year. First, arise 2 hours before your first appointment and read for 1 hour in your field. This is called the golden hour, and it sets the tone for the rest of the day. Leave the television off, put the newspaper aside, invest the first 60 minutes in yourself and in your mind. This first hour is the rudder of the day. Second, rewrite and review your major goals each day before you start off. Take a few minutes to write out your goals in a spiral notebook in the present tense as though you had already achieved them. This programs them into your subconscious mind to be alert to opportunities to achieve your goals all day long. Third, plan every day in advance. Make a list of everything that you have to do the night before you end your workday and before you go to bed. This enables your subconscious mind to work on your list while you sleep. Often, when you awake in the morning, you will have ideas and insights that will enable you to achieve your daily goals faster and more effectively. Fourth, always concentrate on the most valuable use of your time. Select the one task that can have the greatest positive impact on your work life and begin on that task first thing in the morning. Fifth, listen to educational audio programs in your car. Turn your car into a mobile classroom, a university on wheels. Never allow your car to be moving without educational audio programs playing. This activity is so powerful that it alone can give you your 1,000% increase over the years ahead. Sixth, ask 2 questions after every experience. These are really magic questions in that they enable you to learn and grow more rapidly from everything that happens to you. The 2 questions are, 1, what did I do right? And 2, what would I do differently? According to the law of concentration, whatever you dwell upon grows in your experience. Whatever you pay attention to increases in your life. Whatever you focus on, you tend to do better. When you analyze each experience by asking, what did I do right? And what would I do differently? You program yourself to perform even better in each subsequent similar experience. These questions enable you to extract the maximum number of lessons out of each thing you do. They enable you to learn at an accelerated rate. The best news of all is that when you are concentrating on what you did right and what you would do differently, your mind becomes positive, productive, and creative. You become more motivated and more eager to try new things. You become even more likely to apply the insights that you derived from your previous experiences. The 7th and final ingredient in the 1,000% formula is for you to treat everyone you meet like $1 million customer. Treat the people you work with the same way you would treat a valuable customer of your firm. Treat each prospect or customer as if they had already purchased $1 million worth of what your company sells and were thinking of doing it again. Especially, treat the people at home as though they were the most valuable people in the world to you, because they are. Remember, you are your most valuable resource. Your earning ability is your most valuable asset. Invest every day in improving yourself as a person and in increasing your ability to earn even more. The difference between a person who earns $25,000 a year and a person who earns $250,000 a year is not that great. And everyone who is earning $250,000 today started off earning $25,000 per year or less. Decide today to develop yourself to the point where you can achieve every financial and personal goal you can ever set and become everything you are capable of becoming. You are put in this world to do something wonderful with your life. There has never been and will never be anyone just like you. You are unique in all of human history. Your special combination of talents, abilities, emotions, ideas, attitudes, and philosophy makes you separate and distinct from all other beings who will ever live. You have extraordinary potentials of talent and ability that you habitually fail to use. You have an incredible brain composed of as many as 100 billion cells. Each of these cells is connected and interconnected with as many as 20,000 other cells. The possible combinations and permutations of thought and ideas that you can have are greater than the number of molecules in the known universe. You are truly extraordinary. One of the most important questions you ever ask and answer is this: what kind of a difference do I want to make with my life? What do you want to be famous for? How do you want people to think about you and talk about you when you're gone? What kind of a mark do you want to leave on the world? What do you want to do that will benefit and improve the lives of other people while you are here on this earth and afterwards? In his writings, Peter Drucker tells about a high school teacher who advised his students to begin thinking of the legacy that they wanted to leave when they passed on. Even though they were only in their late teens, he advised them that it was not too early to begin thinking of leaving a legacy. 10 years later, at a class reunion, Peter Drucker tells about meeting with some of the students in that class. It turned out that a few of them had taken that message to heart and had already begun thinking of leaving a legacy when they started their careers. Each of those students, he found, had reached far higher levels of success in their careers than had the other students who had not given the idea of leaving a legacy very much thought. These young men were different from the others in their orientation toward themselves and their world. They had higher levels of self-esteem and self-respect. They were more serious and self-confident. The thought of leaving a legacy had influenced their thinking and affected their decision-making for several years. What kind of a legacy do you want to leave? Stephen Covey, in his best-selling book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, says that the 4 great goals of life are to live, to love, to learn, and to leave a legacy. It seems that most of the great men and women of history have given a good deal of thought to the contribution they wanted to make to their society while they were alive and after they were dead. Peter Daniels, an Australian businessman, read more than 500 biographies and autobiographies of famous men and women. He found that these men and women all had one thing in common. He called it a sense of destiny. Throughout history, men and women who have left a real mark on their societies have believed that their lives had a special meaning. They believed that they were put on this earth to do some great thing that would benefit mankind. When I was a young man, I traveled by Land Rover through Africa and worked with Dr. Albert Schweitzer at his village of Lambaréné in Gabon. Schweitzer was one of the greatest humanitarians in human history, and his story is worth remembering. When he was 30 years old, in the late 1800s, he was the top Bach organist in Europe. He was the equivalent of a musical superstar today. He played in the great concert halls in the great capital cities of Europe. He was highly respected and extremely successful. And yet, at the age of 30, he began thinking about making a greater difference with his life. At that time, at the end of the 19th century, Africa was just opening up. There were many stories in the newspapers and magazines describing the sufferings and privations of the native peoples throughout the continent. He decided that he wanted to go to Africa and work with the natives. Albert Schweitzer decided to become a medical missionary. To that end, he went back to school and devoted 8 years of his life to earning a degree in tropical medicine. He played concerts on the side to raise money. At the age of 38, he loaded his medical supplies on a ship and sailed to Africa. He transferred his supplies to a small boat and traveled up the Uguay River to a thatched village called Lambaréné. There, he set up his tent and began his work. By the time he died, 53 years later, at the age of 91, his village hospital had grown to a population of 1,500 people, with 40 medical doctors and specialists drawn from all over the world. Within 10 years of his death, there were more hospitals in the world named after him than after any other person in history. He left a legacy that will last 100 years and perhaps forever. Mother Teresa, of the Missionaries of Charity in Calcutta, was the greatest humanitarian of her age as well. She dedicated her entire life to working with the poor and dying people of India. Her message of unconditional love and acceptance had a profound effect on everyone who met her and on many millions who only knew about her from reading or from seeing her on television. She was a remarkable person. She left an extraordinary legacy that goes on to this day. In leaving a legacy and making a difference with your life in your community, begin with your values. These may be spiritual values, economic values, social values, personal values, human values, or any values at all that you consider to be important and relevant to the human condition. You may be motivated by love, compassion, freedom, God, kindness, sympathy, courage, or generosity. What moves you emotionally to give of yourself and your resources? Look at your community and your nation. What causes, organizations, movements, or schools of belief are you attracted to? What kind of a contribution would you like to make with your life? If you were extraordinarily wealthy, what causes would you contribute to? What changes would you like to see in your society that would be beneficial to other people? Bill and Melissa Gates of Microsoft have formed the Bill and Melissa Gates Foundation with $40 billion worth of assets. One focal point of their charitable activities is inoculations and vaccinations against dangerous diseases for children around the world, especially in third world countries. They've decided that one place where they can make a significant difference in the world is to assure that these children live to adulthood so that they can become active members of their communities. Many people contribute their time and money to their churches and to their spiritual activities. Others are committed to making a difference politically or economically. Many men and women are committed to improving educational opportunities for children or to teaching literacy to adults. Some people are committed to the environment and others to population control. The one factor that these people all have in common seems to be passion. People who make a significant difference in their worlds all seem to have a great passion for what they are doing and for what they espouse. They're often willing to suffer tremendous privation and make incredible sacrifices to promote their ideals. They believe deeply in the rightness and goodness of what they stand for, and they're willing to go great distances to promote their causes. Herodotus, the Roman philosopher, once wrote, "All of life is action and passion. Not to be involved with the actions and passions of your time is to run the risk of having not really lived at all." What is your passion? What problems or needs in your society do you really care about? What do you find yourself naturally attracted to and interested in? What sort of issues do you find yourself discussing, arguing, and debating? In what areas do you have strong feelings about what should be done or should not be done? Viktor Frankl, the founder of logotherapy and the author of the book Man's Search for Meaning, survived the Nazi death camps of World War II. During this time, he had a profound revelation. He found that the strongest driving force in the human psyche is the need for meaning and purpose. It was an intense desire to be committed to something bigger than the individual himself or herself. Viktor Frankl concluded that each person needs to be able to commit himself or herself to a cause that is greater than he or she is. Each of us needs to be dedicated to something that helps and benefits the lives of other people in some way. Each of us needs to be able to rise above ourselves, to get out of ourselves, and to put our hearts into doing something that makes a difference in the world and in the lives of others. So what is your vision of a perfect world? If the world were ideal in an area of great concern to you, what would it look like? Imagine that you could wave a magic wand and bring about the perfect situation, whatever it would be. What would it look like? When I was working with a committee in Washington that had been commissioned by the Congress to develop solutions to a perplexing national problem, We began with a simple question. If we were completely successful and all of our recommendations were accepted, what would America look like 5 or 10 years in the future? We spent several hours imagining and envisioning an America that was ideal in every respect. We then discussed and voted on which elements of this vision were most important. We organized these ideal elements in terms of priorities from the most important to the least important. At the end of this process, we had a common shared vision of exactly what it was that we were working toward. We then went to work on the problem, produced a series of thoughtful recommendations and conclusions, and submitted the entire report to the Congress. It turned out to be a tremendous success. When I work with nonprofit organizations around the country, we always start off with a vision statement. In this vision statement, we ask, what is our mission? We ask, if we were completely successful in achieving our mission, how would we know? What would it look like? What would happen? What goals would we have to achieve for us to be able to disband this organization and go home, content that we had been successful? Look around you in your society. There are many nonprofit organizations aimed at achieving a variety of social goals that need your help. Don't make the mistake of the average person who puts off getting involved until he or she has lots of money. Instead, invest your personal time and energy until you are in a position to invest your money in the organizations you believe in. Give of your time and emotion in a cause that you consider important today. Make this practice of contributing a regular part of your life. What are your goals for the type and level of contribution that you want to make to your society? If you had an unlimited amount of money, what would you want to do or achieve with that money in terms of improving your society or your community? And how would you measure your success? Andrew Carnegie, the great steel magnate, who started as a penniless day laborer in a Pittsburgh steel plant, sold his steel interests in 1895 for $595 million cash at a time when there were no income taxes. Throughout his life, he had a simple philosophy. It was to spend the first part of his life making a lot of money, and then to spend the second part of his life giving it all away. He was famous for having said, "He who dies rich dies dishonored." For the rest of his life, he built libraries and set up foundations to help people learn what they needed to learn to be successful and happy. By the time he died, he had given almost all of his money away. Today, the Carnegie Foundations and libraries that bear his name stand as a magnificent tribute to one of the greatest businessmen and philanthropists of American history. John D. Rockefeller, who became the richest man in the world at his time, started as a clerk at $3.75 per week. Even at that small salary, he gave as much as 50% of his salary to his church every week to contribute to the betterment of others. The years passed. When he was 52 years old, he was extraordinarily wealthy, probably the richest man in the world. He was also extremely sick, and his doctors told him that he would die within a year. In his sickbed, he thought back on his early years and the pleasure he had received from contributing to his church. He resolved that he would spend his last year giving his money away. He sold half of his stock in the Standard Oil Company and turned it into cash. He then began financing worthy causes around the country. Something incredible happened. The more money he gave away, the better he felt. His health improved. His illnesses and diseases went away. He recovered completely. He went on to live to the age of 91 in excellent health. By the time he passed away, he had given away millions and millions of dollars. Meanwhile, the value of the Standard Oil stock that he had kept had increased so much that he died worth more in financial terms than he had been worth when he was on his deathbed many years before. What additional knowledge and skills will you need to make a difference in your community? Money that is given away at random is usually of little value. Money that is given away by an informed donor is usually far more effective at achieving important social goals. You've heard it said that you should investigate before you invest. You should also investigate before you contribute your time or your funds to any worthy cause. Do your homework. Do background research on organizations that you're thinking about contributing to. Make sure that the money that you donate is being spent on a good cause rather than on salaries, benefits, and additional fundraising expenses. If you want to work personally in a particular charity, identify the most important skills that you will have to develop to maximize the value of the time that you donate. Many people look upon their charitable activities as an opportunity for personal growth and development. Just as they are committed to becoming better and better in their work, they're also committed to becoming better and better at making a valuable contribution of their time and effort towards worthy causes. The principle of tithing, or giving 10% of your income to worthy causes, has been advocated for thousands of years. Many people feel that tithing unleashes a flood of benefits, both financial and otherwise, into your life. However, tithing can also refer to the amount of your time that you invest in your church, your political party, or other organization. Giving of yourself is often more important than giving of your finances. The best is a combination of both, but if your finances are limited, contribute your time instead to the causes that you believe in. Now identify the specific habits that you would have to have if you wanted to make a significant contribution to your society. You may want to develop the habits of self-discipline, self-denial, diligence, wisdom, foresight, patience, and humility. It's amazing how much you can get done if nobody cares who gets the credit. What are the daily activities that you would engage in if you wanted to make a contribution to worthy causes? What would you do regularly to assure that you were making a genuine difference in the quality of your community? Would you be attending meetings, making telephone calls, writing letters, serving on church or community boards or committees? There's a rule that says, the more you give of yourself without expectation of reward, the more are the rewards that will come back to you from the most unexpected sources. When you dedicate yourself to serving others, to assisting in a cause that is greater than yourself, you receive profound emotional and spiritual benefits that can be vastly greater and more important than any material rewards you could imagine. One of the great secrets of success is for you to always do what you love to do. It is for you to find something that fascinates you and attracts you. It is for you to then put your whole heart into doing whatever that is extremely well. When you find a cause that you really care about, and you begin putting your whole heart into that cause, into making a difference in your society and your community, you feel terrific about yourself. You feel happy and fulfilled inside. You feel important and valuable to yourself and to your world. You unlock more and more of your potential and become more and more of what you are truly meant to be. You move into a position of true leadership. Decide today to make a specific action commitment to do something that makes a difference. It may be something as simple as making a financial contribution to an organization or cause that you believe in. It may be phoning an individual or organization and volunteering your services. It may be setting a goal to do something that can have a profound impact on people in the years ahead. But whatever it is, do it now. Spiritual development and spiritual understanding have been the goals of great minds throughout all of human history. In every culture, society, and civilization, spiritual traditions have emerged and developed spontaneously without any external input or influence, often many thousands of miles apart. There seems to be within each person a desire to connect with something higher and greater than themselves. This inner drive seems to arise naturally and normally, often without any guidance or instruction. The great mystics and spiritual teachers of human history are those who have emerged to teach people how they can best satisfy this spiritual craving. The whole issue of spiritual development is complex and controversial. Each person who believes in a faith or a denomination is usually convinced that his or her ideas about God or a higher power are correct, and all others are wrong or misguided to some degree. The most terrible wars in human history have been religious wars fought over small differences in dogma, doctrine, or interpretation. Since most religions preach that God is a God of love, compassion, and understanding, it's sometimes amazing to look at what has been done and what continues to be done in the name of God. I've studied spiritual traditions for more than 30 years. I very much believe that spiritual development is the highest and most important form of development that a person can pursue. Rightly understood, spiritual development is the key to peace, prosperity, happiness, and personal fulfillment. About 325 BC, the philosopher Aristotle wrote his Nicomachean Ethics, one of history's finest explanations of the human condition. He begins with the observation that the common denominator of mankind is the desire to be happy. He concludes that the question of how to achieve this happiness is the fundamental question of philosophy. In 1895, Sigmund Freud of Vienna introduced his theory of psychoanalysis. His fundamental conclusion followed directly from Aristotle more than 3,000 years before. He called it the pleasure principle. Freud taught that human beings are motivated to move toward pleasure and to avoid pain, to move toward comfort and away from discomfort, physical, emotional, financial, or of any other kind. Modern economists and psychologists agree that every human action is stimulated by a felt dissatisfaction of some kind. Without this felt dissatisfaction, no action takes place. The individual remains content and satisfied. The primary driving forces of human behavior begin with discontent, dissatisfaction, discomfort, or unhappiness of some kind. Action takes place when the individual perceives a better state or condition where this unhappiness or discontent can be relieved. The individual then acts to achieve this goal. The action is either successful or unsuccessful. But all human behavior, from the beginning of man to today, is aimed at achieving a higher level of happiness than the one that currently exists. The highest human good is, and always has been, peace of mind. In fact, you can measure the success of your life at any given time by your level of happiness and peace of mind, by how good you feel about yourself and your world. Peace of mind is only possible when you feel completely satisfied and content inside. Peace of mind comes when you follow your intuition, your inner voice, and you do and say the things that feel exactly right for you. Now, no one can determine what will make another person happy. Because each person is unique, each person has different needs and desires, and is motivated by different goals and results. Each of us can only decide for ourselves what makes us happy personally. And each of us can only decide what makes us happy by listening to our inner voice and then by following its guidance and direction. In spiritual development, there are a series of simple principles that all religious traditions seem to have in common. The first principle is that there is a God who loves us, who knows us, who understands us, and who wants the very best for us. Some people refer to this as the God mind, the Oversoul, universal intelligence, or the creative power. It doesn't really matter what it's called, even if it's just called nature. It is a comforting thought, though, to believe and accept that there is a great power in the universe that we can turn to, that desires our good and that will guide us to always doing and saying the right things if we will but listen to the voice within us. Intuition is one of the greatest gifts of mankind. Every great thinker has been amazed at this wonderful power. And the more you listen to your intuition, the better and the more accurate it becomes. The more you listen to your inner voice, the louder and clearer it becomes in guiding you to make the right decisions in each area of your life. One of the great spiritual practices is that of solitude and contemplation. Most people have never tried the practice of solitude in their entire lives, yet it is an extraordinarily positive experience. The French writer Blaise Pascal wrote, "Almost all the problems of mankind arise from the inability to be alone with oneself in a room for any period of time." If ever you desire an answer to any question in your life, a solution to any dilemma, the resolution to any difficulty, practice solitude. Go and sit quietly by yourself with no noise or distractions for 60 minutes. It's been said that men and women begin to become great when they begin to spend time alone with themselves, listening to their inner voices. During this period of solitude, your mind will clear like silt clears in a bucket of muddy water. After about 30 minutes of quiet contemplation, you will feel calm and relaxed. You will feel happy and peaceful. You will feel at one with the universe. And then, at a certain moment, as you sit there, ideas and insights will begin to flow through your mind. Whatever your current situation or dilemma, the right answer for you will come to you at exactly the right time, in exactly the right form. When you arise from your period of solitude and take action on that answer, you will find that it is exactly the right thing for you to do. This is the height of spiritual perception and spiritual connection. The second principle that all the spiritual traditions have in common is the Golden Rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Someone once wrote that there may be a better principle for human living than the Golden Rule, but no one has yet discovered it. The great truths of life are simple. It's amazing how many problems, both personal and social, that could be resolved if everyone decided to treat other people the way they would like to be treated. Listen to people the way you would like to be listened to. Sell your products and services the way you would like others to sell their products and services to you. Be courteous and respectful to other people, the same way you would like them to be courteous and respectful to you. Be patient and understanding with people when they make mistakes, the same way you would like them to be patient and understanding with you when you make mistakes. The third principle common to all religious traditions was best articulated by Immanuel Kant, the Dutch philosopher. He called it the universal maxim. He said, "Live your life as though your every act were to become a universal law." This is an amazing idea. Imagine if everyone lived and behaved as if everyone else was going to do exactly what he or she did. Imagine that everyone was going to treat everybody else exactly the way you treat them. This universal maxim is a tremendous discipline and guide for individual behavior. It harms no one, and it helps everyone. It requires perfect truthfulness, honesty, and justice. The universal maxim requires that we treat everyone alike. Living by the universal maxim requires the utmost of spiritual and personal discipline from ourselves. Here are 4 questions that you can ask and answer for yourself on a regular basis. They help you to incorporate the universal maxim into your life. The first question is, what kind of a world would my world be if everyone in it were just like me? Most of the problems in the world today could be solved if everyone could say that this would be a better world if everyone behaved as they do. The second question is, what kind of a country would my country be if everyone in it were just like me? Most of our social and political problems are a direct result of the refusal of people to ask this question about themselves, about others, and about our country. The third question is, what kind of a company would my company be if everyone in it was just like me? This is one of the best questions for creating a terrific place to work. The more people there are in a company who can answer this question positively, the better company it becomes in every way. The final question is this: what kind of a family would my family be if everyone in it was just like me? Imagine if everyone in your family treated everyone else in your family the way you treat everyone else in your family. What kind of a family would it be? When a book proposal is accepted by the publisher but the final manuscript has not yet been submitted, it is called a work in progress. In the same sense, each one of us is a work in progress. Each of us has a long way to go. Each of us has ample room for improvement. There are many things that each of us can do to become better human beings and better members of our societies. Asking ourselves these 4 questions regularly gives us guidance and insights into the specific changes and improvements we can make in ourselves. What are your values with regard to spiritual development? Do you believe in the values of peace, joy, love, compassion, forgiveness, self-control, faith, hope, happiness, and personal fulfillment? Select the values that you consider to be the most important. Organize your values by priority from what is more important all the way through to what is least important. Put an X on your most important value and then begin to think about how you could express this value more often in your words and actions. Discipline yourself to live in harmony with your most important spiritual value. Whenever you slip, catch yourself and begin living and behaving by this value once again. In time, you will program this value into your subconscious mind. You will instill this value as a permanent part of your personality. You will actually transform your own character. You will become a finer and better person in every sense of the word. Now, what is your vision for yourself and your life if you had complete peace of mind? If your inner life was perfect in every way, and you were completely happy and fulfilled, how would you be living your life? Think back over the happiest moments of your life. Think about the times when you felt the greatest joy and inner peace. What was going on at that time? Who were you with? What were you doing? What have been your most joyous experiences in life? What could you do to create a situation where you could enjoy more of those happy experiences in the year ahead? What should your focal point be? What one change or decision could you make that would move you more rapidly to a higher level of spiritual and inner development, toward a higher level of happiness and peace? Practice zero-based thinking. Look at your life and ask yourself if there is anything that you are doing that, knowing what you now know, you wouldn't get into again today. Is there any relationship, personal or business, that you wouldn't get into again today if you had to do it over? Is there any part of your business, any product or service or process or activity that you wouldn't start up again today, knowing what you now know? Is there any investment or drain on your time, your emotion, or your energy, or money that you would not get into again today if you had to do it over, knowing what you now know? Sometimes the decision to stop doing something that is no longer a source of joy or happiness in your life can bring you more peace and satisfaction than anything else. And you always know what it is. The only question is whether or not you have the courage and character to take the action that you know you need to take. What are your goals for spiritual and inner development? What specific measurable steps can you take to achieve higher levels of happiness and personal satisfaction? What can you do today to eliminate the people, forces, and influences in your life that are disrupting your happiness and peace of mind? Remember that there are only 4 ways to bring about the changes you desire. You can do more of some things, or you can do less of others. You can start doing something, or you can stop doing something else altogether. Which is it to be? Next, what habits and behaviors do you need to develop to become a happier person and to enjoy greater peace of mind in everything you do? Many people develop the habit of reading spiritually each morning and thinking about how they can practice what they read during the day. Others develop the habit of daily solitude. Some develop the habit of attending a church that they enjoy on a regular basis. One spiritual habit is to donate your time to working with people who are less fortunate than you are. Spending time with other spiritually developed people is another great habit that helps you to develop spiritually as well. Next, identify the daily activities that you could begin practicing to increase your levels of spiritual development and inner peace. Whatever you do, anything that you repeat over and over again will eventually become a new habit. What are the specific activities that you would like to develop into habits? Finally, make a specific action commitment. Decide upon one step that you are going to take today to begin moving toward higher levels of spiritual development and peace of mind. Either get in or get out. Either start doing something or stop doing something else. Make a decision of some kind and then take action on your decision. Determine your focal point. Put an X on the one decision or activity that can have the most immediate positive impact on your level of personal happiness and inner joy. Whatever it is, just do it. Perhaps the most important spiritual principle of all is for you to develop an unshakable trust in the universe and in the goodness of God or of a higher power. Look for the good in every situation. Look for something beneficial that you can gain from every setback or difficulty. Have complete confidence and faith that everything that is happening to you is happening for a good reason. However it appears at the moment, the reason is usually to help you to be more successful and happy in the future. Norman Vincent Peale used to say, "When God wants to send you a gift, He wraps it up in a problem. The bigger the gift that God wants to send you, the bigger the problem He wraps it up in." In hundreds of interviews with the most successful men and women of the age, the researchers found that they all had a single thinking quality in common. They all believed that within every difficulty and problem they faced, there was something good or helpful that they could benefit from. Look for the valuable lesson in every difficulty. Have complete faith that there is a divine intelligence that cares about you and which is guiding your path every step of the way. When you begin practicing this way of thinking, you'll be amazed at the wonderful things that will happen in your life. One of the great spiritual principles is for you to identify the biggest single problem in your life today. What is it? Then, look into that problem and imagine that it has been sent to you at this moment to teach you something that you need to know. Imagine that this problem has been artfully constructed to contain one or more valuable lessons that you absolutely need to learn to move to the next level of success and happiness in your life. All great men and women are men and women of faith. They have complete confidence that everything is unfolding for their good, even if they cannot see it at the moment. They believe that every setback has a benefit or opportunity hidden within it. They have complete faith that everything is happening as it should, and that in the end, everything will turn out well. And they are seldom disappointed. Spiritual development and peace of mind are the highest of all human goods and benefits. Spiritual development enhances your life and fills you with joy and satisfaction. It makes you happy and gives you tremendous pleasure. Best of all, it is available to you and to everyone at no cost. Developing spiritually and enjoying peace of mind simply requires that you live in truth with yourself and with everyone around you. Spiritual development requires that you trust in the universe to guide and direct your path. Spiritual development requires that you take time each day to sit quietly by yourself and to listen for the still, small voice within. Spiritual development requires that you follow the guidance of your intuition and believe absolutely that everything is working out for the best. When you begin to live in truth with yourself and others and trust to your inner voice, you will probably never make another mistake. You will make your life into something truly wonderful and inspiring. And it's completely up to you. Now let's wrap up 7 rules for success in the 21st century. These are some of the most important ideas I have learned in more than 30 years of studying successful people. Rule number 1. Your life only gets better when you get better. Your outer world will always be a reflection of your inner world. If you want to improve the quality of your outer world, you must go to work on yourself. And since there's no limit on how much better you can get, there's no limit to how much better you can make your life. Rule number 2 for the 21st century. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. All that really matters is where you're going. Never allow yourself to be slowed down or held back by events that have occurred in your past. Learn from them and let them go. Resolve to keep yourself focused on the future and where you're going most of the time. And since your future is only limited by your imagination, there are no limits to what you can achieve in the months and years ahead. Rule number 3. Anything worth doing well is worth doing poorly at first. Remember, everything is hard before it's easy. A primary reason that people do not realize their full potentials is that they try something new, and when it doesn't work perfectly the first time, they quit and go back to their old, lower level of performance. Anything worth doing well is worth doing poorly at first, and it's often worth doing poorly several times until you master it. Rule number 4. You are only as free as your options, the well-developed alternatives you have available to you. One of the greatest human goods is personal freedom, and your freedom is largely determined by your choices. The more options you have, the greater freedom and self-confidence you have. You should be continually developing new options throughout your career. Never hang all of your hopes for success on a single possibility. Rule number 5. Within every problem or difficulty you experience, there is the seed of an equal or greater advantage or benefit. Look for the good in every problem. Look for the valuable lesson in every adversity or setback. Look for something that you can gain from every difficulty, and you will always find it. Rule number 6. You can learn anything you need to learn to achieve any goal you can set for yourself. You are designed by nature to be a learning organism. Anything that anyone else has learned within reason, you can learn as well. You can acquire any kind of knowledge and develop any skill that you need to rise to the top of your field. And finally, rule number 7. The only real limits on what you can do or be are the limits you accept in your own mind. As Shakespeare said, nothing is, but thinking makes it so. Henry Ford said, if you believe you can do a thing or you believe you cannot, in either case you're probably right. You have within you right now all the talents and abilities you could ever want or need to achieve any goal or dream you can set for yourself. The only question you ever have to ask is, how badly do you want it? If you want anything badly enough, and you're willing to persist long enough, nothing can stop you from eventually achieving it. Good luck.
If you enjoyed this program from Master Motivator and Success Coach Brian Tracy, you are probably the type of high achiever that would benefit from Brian Tracy's personal success coaching program. This one-on-one coaching program is unlike any self-development tool ever offered. Imagine spending 12 weeks with your own coach who has been personally trained by Brian Tracy. Your coach will aid you on building your life strategies, guiding you as you take action steps toward making your greatest desires a reality. If you are like many, you often set goals, but sometimes lack the motivation to carry them through. With the ongoing nurturing and guidance of your personal coach and this outstanding program, you will be accountable for the changes you want to make in your life, and you'll soon see those changes becoming a reality. Created exclusively for Nightingale Conant by Brian Tracy, this program has had massive life-changing results on those that have committed themselves to it. It consists of a minimum of 12 weeks of 30-minute one-on-one telecoaching sessions with a trained personal coach. Accompanying the program are 12 cassette tapes, one for each week of study, along with a guidebook. This extraordinary program focuses on every aspect of your life and helps to integrate and balance your life success skills along with your business growth. Brian Tracy's personal success coaching program offers you guidance in the areas of strategic planning, intelligence, health and fitness, power, career success, time management, financial planning, life success, relationships, goal setting, leadership, and building character. Your life will magically transform as you turn your conceptualized thoughts into active steps toward achieving your goals. Brian Tracy's personal success coaching program is one of the most comprehensive, powerful self-development programs to date and is designed to fit your goals, dreams, and desires both personally and professionally. Act now, today, and call in to receive further information and your free personal success profile with one of our trained personal development representatives. Designed with Brian Tracy, this profile will identify your strengths and pinpoint your growth opportunities. We offer this analysis to you at no cost and no obligation, so don't delay. To register for this outstanding coaching program or to receive your free personal success profile, call Nightingale Conant now at this number, 1-877-297-9799. That's 1-877-297-9799. And ask for Brian Tracy's personal success coaching profile. It's one phone call that could change your life.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of Insiders. I'm Dan Strutzel, Director of New Product Development at the Nightingale Conant Corporation, and today I had the distinct honor of sitting across the table with one of the most influential personal development speakers, thinkers, and doers, if you will, of this century. Of course, I'm talking about Brian Tracy. Brian has been a favorite author of Nightingale Conant customers for years. He's produced dozens of audio programs, from his classic program, The Psychology of Achievement, to his most recent release, Focal Point. Well, today we're going to turn the tables on Brian and interview him about what he considers to be perhaps the most important work of his career, how to concentrate your focus in every key area of your life in order to achieve maximum results with minimal effort. Or as Brian would say, determining your focal point. Brian, welcome to Insiders.
Thank you, Dan. Pleasure to be here.
It's great to be with you. Brian, your mentor Earl Nightingale used to talk about the golden age, that age of unprecedented prosperity and achievement, which allows us to live in unprecedented comfort. Well, there's no doubt that we're living, at least by historical standards, in that golden age. Yet for many people, this golden age has produced a dizzying level of change, what many people refer to as information overwhelm, and a higher level of anxiety. Can you describe the central benefit of the focal point skill set and how it can help people deal with this sense of uncertainty?
Well, my belief is that about 80% of success or failure, maybe 90%, is caused by either clarity or lack of clarity. If successful people have one common characteristic, they're all very clear about who they are and what they want, and they have clear, written plans to achieve their goals in each key area of their life. Unsuccessful, unhappy people who are troubled by stress and anxiety are very unclear about who they are and what they want. And so therefore they move from pillar to post. They're knocked off center very, very easily by unexpected events. So what we do in Focal Point is we start off with the principle of clarity, and we teach how to achieve clarity in the 7 key areas of life. The first area is business and career, in family and personal relationships, what it is you want and how you can get it. In financial life, how do you achieve financial independence specifically? Health and fitness, how do you live to 80 or 90 years old? And then we talk about clarity with regard to personal and professional development goals, social and community contribution goals, and inner and spiritual development goals. So therefore, what a person gets is a complete approach to life with clarity in each of the 7 areas, and then they all fold together so that they work in harmony with each other.
That's great. Well, that's powerful. That focuses it inside the individual, because a lot of newspapers and publications want you to believe that this new economy is somehow imposing these realities on people and making it much more difficult. What you're saying is new economy, old economy, the same principles apply.
Yes, well, what we find, and it really makes people mad, is that the most successful people in our society work 4 or 5 days a week. They took 2 or 3 days off. They take long vacations. They go home at night. They get vastly more done when they work than the average person, whereas the average person feels overwhelmed with work, too much to do, too little time, completely attacked on all sides by all kinds of conflicting responsibilities, and they can't understand why some people seem to be doing so much better than they are. What these people have learned is they've learned the focal point process. Now, I have learned this process by 30 years of research into the lives of successful people. I have studied hundreds of books and articles and courses and worked with thousands of people who are doing extraordinarily well. They're earning 5 and 10 times as much as other people in their fields, and they take lots of vacations, they're relaxed, they're fit, they play golf and tennis, they go to Hawaii or the Caribbean. And you say, how can these people be doing so well and yet be working less than people who are blowing their brains out? And the answer is that they're focusing in on the few things that they can do that contribute the greatest value, and they just simply outsource, delegate, eliminate everything else. And as a result, they have lots more time off in their personal life, and they make much more when they work. Many years ago, when I began, I started developing a formula for success, and I call it the 1,000% formula, 10 times. And it's very, very simple. I realized that all of life is the result of accumulation, and we call this the process of continuous improvement. So we found that if you get a little bit better every day, almost immeasurable, and a little bit better every week, and a little bit better every month, over time, like a snowball, it accumulates to a huge amount. So I sat down and worked it out on paper when I was poor, living in a rented house with a car that wasn't paid for, old clothes, and unemployed. And I worked out that if I could become 0.1% better per day, 5 days a week, I'd be 0.5% better at the end of the week. If I did this for 4 weeks in a row, I'd be 2% better at the end of the month. If I did this for an entire year, I'd be 26% better. Like 52 weeks times 0.5% is 26% better. If I did this, and it compounds, because I compound interest, if I did this for 2.7 years, I'd be twice as productive. And if I did it for 2.7 years more, I'd be twice as productive again. If I did it for 10 years, I'd be 10 times more productive. So I couldn't believe it could be that simple, but I began to go to work, and we teach this in Focal Point. Began to go to work on the most important things that I could get better at, and using my time better, and being more focused, and being more punctual, and setting better priorities, and learning more things. And what happens is, yes, some people could get twice as productive in a day, but I'm just talking about 0.5% more productive in a week, 1/10 a day. Well, do you know what happened? I increased my income by 10 times in about 3.5 years. And in the next 7 years, I increased my income by 10 times more, so that after 10 years, I was earning not just 10 times as much, but 100 times what I was earning when I started. And I've taught this to people all over the world.
That's amazing.
And they come back to me and they say, after a few years, they say, that's incredible. After 5 years, I'm earning 10 times what I was earning. Next year, I'll be earning 12 times. And I mean, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. They're absolutely amazed at how it works. So we say, inch by inch, anything's a cinch. By the yard, it's hard, but inch by inch, anything's a cinch. If you get just a little bit better every day, by design, not by chance, the cumulative effect in your life is extraordinary, and this explains the great success of all men and women who start with nothing and achieve greatness.
So, in fact, that's one of the central strategies that you talk about in the program is doubling your income while doubling your time off. And to many people, that's counterintuitive almost, that the two don't go together. What are some specific strategies you talk about in the program that help you achieve this right away?
Well, basic time management rule is the 80-20 rule, which says that 80% of your results will come from 20% of your actions, your work. So therefore, what we help people do right from the beginning is to say, what are the 20% of your activities that contribute 80% of the value of all your work? Let me give you an example. A businessman will say that 80% of my sales are coming from 20% of my customers. However, it also means that 80% of my expenses are coming from the 20% of my customers, or the 80% of my customers represent only 20% of my business. So what they do is they fire all the customers. Keep the top 20%, the ones where they make the most money, the ones who are the happiest, the ones who complain the least, the ones who pay their bills the most rapidly. And then they say, how can we get more customers like these ones in the top 20%? And suddenly their business doubles and triples, their profits go up, their costs go down, the amount of money and time spent servicing customers diminishes, everything changes, and changes sometimes in a matter of 30 days.
Wow, that's amazing. And satisfaction goes.
Yes, of course. One of the things I tell people is only sell to people that you like and enjoy.
Right.
And get rid of anybody else that you don't like and enjoy. Encourage them to go and ruin your competitors' businesses, and ruin your competitors' peace of mind. And people say, well, how can you do that? Well, when you start off in business, you're desperate, so you sell to anybody who will buy. But as you get further along, you realize, hey, wait a minute, a lot of the customers that I'm servicing today are not really great customers. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have them. Good, you have a choice. Right. Help them go somewhere else.
Right.
And use that same energy and concentrate on those customers that are worth 5 and 10 times as much to you as the ones that complain and don't pay their bills.
Okay. That's great. Well, I'm going to represent now the person out there who's listening to this and saying, well, Brian, I'd love to do what I want to do, but I got a boss over me who's kind of monitoring my decision-making process, and I want to implement your ideas. I work within this large company. What are some baby steps or ways they can customize what you're talking about to get started within a company?
Well, I have an advanced coaching program for successful entrepreneurs and business people. I'll give you 2 examples. One gentleman came to my course, spent 1 day with me, went back to his boss and said, I want to double my income. How can we restructure the job so you can pay me twice as much? And you know what the boss said? Well, if that's what you want to do, you'd have to focus in this area exclusively and get these results. He said, okay, I will. He said, you get those results, I'll pay you twice as much. What about the other things? Well, we'll delegate them, outsource, eliminate them, have someone else do them, because this is where you're really good. So just do this all day long. He couldn't believe it. He said he'd been working now. He's about 38, 39 years old. He doubled his income in 1 meeting. And his boss was more than willing to pay him twice as much if he would produce in a particular area where he was really good. Last month, a woman came through the course. She went to her boss and she said, what do I have to do to double my income? He said, well, we'd have to restructure the work so that you did more and more of this and none of these other things. She said, well, if I do more and more of this and get these results, can you pay me twice as much? He said, you do it, I'll pay you twice as much. She couldn't believe it. She got double her income in 1 meeting. Because bosses, remember today, if they're worth anything, pay on the basis of results, not hours. So if you can offer to contribute twice the results by working on the things that you do really well and getting rid of everything else, most bosses will pay you. I mean, what the heck?
Right. That's a great point. I think a lot of people are going to be running to their boss right now to have a conversation. What are some ways of maybe helping people to get a better sense of what their unique genius is? Because that's obviously the key, is being able to determine what that area of genius is and being able to delegate the extraneous. Do you have specific questions that people should ask themselves to try to pull them out of themselves?
Well, there's several different ways you can determine your special talents. One of the things is just look at what do you do best? What do you enjoy doing the most? What do you get the best feedback from? What do people congratulate you on the most? You look back into your past and you say, what activities have been most responsible for my success in the past? What is it that I did in the past that really got me great grades, if you like, good pay? Then you make a list of everything you do. And let's say you do 10 or 15 things. And you ask yourself this question. If I could only do one thing on this list and do it really, really well, what one task or activity would make the greatest contribution to my work? And then you say, well, if I just did that more and more and none of the other things, I could earn twice as much, contribute twice as much as I'm contributing today. So you go to your boss and you say, boss, I've looked over this and I found if I could just do this all day long and do it really well, which I'm committed to do, I could contribute twice as much value. And your boss, who hasn't thought about it, will say, yes, that's true. If you did that all day long and did it really well, you say, well, could I get twice as much money? You say, sure. If you do it, you see, many people think, well, I want you to pay me twice as much on the off chance that I will carry out my offer to you. No, what you do is you say, if I do this, will you pay me twice as much? Boss says, sure, it's nothing to lose because you're going to have to contribute vastly more to do it well. Boss will say, sure. I'm a boss. I own 3 companies. If somebody comes to me and says, look, I'll double the sales, I'll double the profitability if you pay me twice as much, I say, absolutely, yeah, no problem.
No lose proposition.
No.
Right. That's great. Another concept you talk about that really got me thinking was this idea of zero-based thinking. And many people have heard that applied to looking at a business. Can you talk about it, though? Number one, what is zero-based thinking, and how do you apply it to your personal life to really help to restructure and reinvent your own life?
Well, I think that zero-based thinking is perhaps the finest thinking tool that a person can have for the rest of their life. And it's very simple. You look at any part of your world and you ask yourself, is there anything that I'm doing today that, knowing what I now know, I wouldn't start up again today if I had to do it over again today? Well, it's a very simple question, and the way that you can tell if you have a zero-based thinking situation in your life is stress. Is wherever you experience chronic stress, that means stress that nags at you day in and day out, you say, with this person, situation, job, activity, knowing what I now know, would I start it again if I had to do it over? And if the answer is no, I wouldn't, then the next question is, how do you get out and how fast? Because there's a rule that things left to themselves go from bad to worse. They don't just clear up. It's amazing how many people are sitting in a bad situation hoping that things will just clear up. They'll get better. Someone will come along and resolve the situation. It'll go away. So I say there's 3 key areas. Ask yourself, is there any relationship in your life, business or personal, that knowing what you now know you wouldn't get into? Most of our stress in life comes from unhappy relationships that aren't working out. That's at work or at home. And if there is, then the question is, how do you get out of this and how fast? Because there's a rule that we teach is that people don't change. People are what they are. They've always been that way. They'll never be any different. So don't hang all of your hopes for happiness on the off chance that somebody might change, because they're not going to change. That's the way they are. The second area we say is with regard to your business, is there any product or service? Is there any process or expense or advertising or anything that you're doing today that, knowing what you now know, you wouldn't get into? Let me give you an example. One of our students, he was commissioned by his company to find a way to improve the efficiency of their nationwide network of warehouses. And so he knew nothing about it, but he went in. His starting point was, should we have all these warehouses in the first place? And then what he found, because of Federal Express, because of UPS, because of flights and everything else, when the company started, they needed 12 warehouses to cover the country. However, he recommended that instead of improving the efficiency of the warehouses, they get rid of 10 of them, have one warehouse square in the middle of the West in Denver, one warehouse square in the middle of the East in, say, Memphis or Atlanta, that service the whole country, get rid of all the others, and dramatically increase their efficiencies, which they did, and they saved $275 million.
Wow.
Keep asking, in any part of your life, should we be in this area at all? And if not, how do we get out and how fast?
That's great. Those are great questions to ask. You're also well known for acronyms, and perhaps the best acronym that I found that described Focal Point was the Grand Slam method. Can you describe what that's all about?
Well, I originally called it the SLAM method, but somebody said it's so effective you should call it a Grand Slam. The word SLAM is the key. It has 4 letters, SLAM, which stands for Simplify, Leverage, Accelerate, and Multiply. Now, simplify means that you're constantly looking for ways to simplify your work and your personal life. Just like when you go to work, you're constantly looking for the shortcuts. Well, we teach a series of re-engineering principles. How do you take a look at your life and dramatically simplify it so that you're getting more and more done with fewer steps? We show that every additional step in any process dramatically increases the complexity of the process and the length of time it takes to do it. So we show people a whole new way of thinking in terms of simplification. And there's much more to it than that. The second is leverage. How do you leverage yourself? How do you leverage yourself times other people, times other people's knowledge, times other people's money, times other people's energy, times other people's skill, and so on? Because all successful people leverage themselves. They use themselves leveraged against other people to get vastly more done than the average person. I worked for a gentleman once who built a company that had 10,000 people working for him. These were his leverage. He leveraged himself times these people and ran a multi-million dollar business as a result. Well, the third letter, accelerate, means do it faster. We find that you can do a task slowly or quickly with the same level of quality. So we find that all successful people move fast. All unsuccessful people move slowly or when they get around to it. And the fourth letter is multiply. How do you multiply yourself? How do you delegate? How do you outsource? How do you eliminate? How do you downsize? How do you use every resource in your environment to multiply your ability? And these are the four keys: simplify, leverage, accelerate, and multiply, that enable people to go from rags to riches in one generation.
Wow, that's wonderful. And the idea of accelerate, again, to get to that idea, because just knowing you, I know you're a person that has the ability to act very quickly. Do you recommend to people that basically, whenever they have an idea or something to work on, that they take some little action on it immediately? Is that one of the steps to doing it?
We teach a complete process of time management. It's a little bit different from other people, but it basically forces you to think through everything you have to do before you begin. Other than that, you'll have a tendency to react impulsively. Okay. And if you react impulsively, you'll find yourself spending more and more time on items of less and less value. Right. And pretty soon the day is gone and you haven't accomplished anything of importance. So therefore, the key to acceleration is to be very clear about what's most important and then do it quickly and do it now.
Great. Okay, that's a great distinction. In your program Focal Point, you state that the greatest skill required of people in the new economy is flexibility. Can you explain why that is, and how do you recommend someone develops this skill? They don't feel they're very flexible now.
In times of rapid change, you also have times of great turbulence, which means that all bets are off all the time. One of my favorite lines is that in this modern economy, you have to be willing to throw out all your assumptions every 3 weeks because things are changing so quickly. One new piece of information can totally change all of your thinking. One new competitive strategic step with a new product, a new service, a new advertisement, a slash price can totally change what you do in your business. So you can spend weeks and months coming to a conclusion, but some external event can force you to change quickly to survive. And that's why flexibility means you've got to be willing to constantly be open to the possibility that you're on the wrong track. With new information, you've got to be open to the possibility that there's a better way, that you have to change. And people who are flexible are far more open, they're far more creative, they're far more optimistic than people who are inflexible and rigid in their thinking. So again, the Manager Institute has said that flexibility is the most important single quality for success in the 21st century. And flexibility, we teach you how to develop it. There's a process of thinking that actually is almost like a form of mental roto-rooter. You run it through the pipes and everything cleans out. We can show you how to become flexible for the rest of your life.
Excellent. Brian, if I were to describe the various roles you've played to the hundreds of thousands of people who have profited from your ideas over the years, it would be coach. And now you've developed a way to leverage yourself through a coaching and mentoring program tailored specifically to Focal Point. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah. Some years ago, we started a program in San Diego called the Focal Point Advanced Coaching and Mentoring Program. And what the program is based upon is really 4 keys. The first is clarity. And we find that if people become extremely clear about what they want in each area of their life and crystallize it into goals with standards of performance and action steps, they begin to move ahead at an incredible rate. The second part that we teach in the coaching program is what we call a simplification, which is to simplify your life so that you can take vastly more time off. As you know, we call this the double-double formula, how you can double your income and double your time off at the same time. And it seems counterintuitive, as we talked about, because it's hard for people to think that by working less I can earn more. But we do have people who come through our program, and we say that in a year to 2 years you'll achieve this goal. Many of them achieve it in 30 days. Some people literally walk into the program and walk out, and the next day literally transform their lives, simplify it dramatically, stop doing things that are of no value, just cut them off like a meat cleaver, just
Right.
stop doing them, and then start focusing on getting better and better at the one or two things they do that pay them the most. And suddenly their incomes double, and their time off increases dramatically. Their relationships with their families improve. They have more time for health, vacations, travel. It's almost amazing. One of the things that people have to understand is that the whole purpose of working is to support your ideal lifestyle.
Right.
So in the first part of the program, Clarity, we help people to define what is my ideal lifestyle. If my lifestyle were perfect, if I had millions of dollars in the bank and I could do anything I wanted to do, what would it look like? And then we bring it right down to reality, and we say, what steps could we take today to begin creating that perfect lifestyle? Then we show you how you can simplify. One of our principles is that the only way you can simplify your life is by stopping doing things. You can't do more things more efficiently and effectively. You have to stop things that are muddying up your life. The third principle we teach is what is called maximize. Well, how do you maximize your talents, abilities, skills, opportunities so that you're getting the very, very most out of the energy that you put in? Remember, some people work 8 hours a day and make $25,000. Another person working in the same company, out of the same office, working with the same customers, will make $250,000. And they're selling the same product to the same people at the same price under the same conditions. They're working at desks next to each other. One person makes 10 times as much as the others. Why? That's what we explain. And we show you how to do it. And the final part is what I call leverage. How do you leverage yourself? How do you get the very most out of every part of your life? And the coaching process is really interesting because people, first of all, do pre-work. In other words, they answer a series of questions so they come fully prepared. And then they do 8 hours of work with me and other very successful people. And they come out of it with an action blueprint, which they then follow for the next 3 months. Then they come back after 3 months and do it again. What happens is within 1 year, people's lives transform. Sometimes, as I say, within 30 days, sometimes in 24 hours. Because for the first time, it's like somebody ran inside their brain and turned on all the lights of their possibilities. And suddenly they can see themselves in their life better than ever before. And so that's what we do. And people who are interested in this program can visit me at my website, which is briantracy.com, of course, and click on coaching, and it explains the whole process.
Excellent. Can you give me maybe a success story of someone who went through specifically and what happened to them after that?
Well, one of my favorite stories, which is in the program, is a gentleman, an old friend of mine, working his heart out, 12, 14 hours a day, 6, 7 days a week, and never spending time with his family. Hadn't taken a vacation in 4 years. He came through the focal point process. His arms were folded, very skeptical that it's possible to work less and make more money. But he realized that it was true, and so he did what all superior people do, is he acted on new information. Most people will hear what we talk about, not act on it.
Right.
But the very best people will take it and run with it like a football player catching a fumble and running for yards. Well, he went back and he analyzed his clients. He realized that it was not 80-20, it was 90-10. About 90% of his business was coming from 10% of his clients. So he decided to just draw a line at the 20% mark, took his bottom 80% of clients and began to parcel them out like dealing cards to other small companies that could service them better. He began then to really focus on his top clients and to really work them, excuse the word, for referrals. Who else do you know in your level would be interested in working with me and my company? And you know what? They said, I'm glad you asked because I've been willing to tell you for years, you just never asked. So he began getting referrals, like a frog jumping from lily pad to lily pad. He began getting referrals from top people to top people to top people. In less than 6 months, he tripled his income. He increased his time off to 1 week per month. He started taking vacations with his family. He started exercising again. He's just lost 22 pounds. He literally transformed his life, and his income went up by 3 times.
Wow, that's got to be very gratifying. Well, you've been a mentor yourself to so many people. I'm just curious, who are some of your mentors, would you say? If you give me a couple of people who really shaped you and some of the lessons that they taught you.
People have asked me that question about mentors in the past, and I really haven't had any. I have followed people like Earl Nightingale and Napoleon Hill, and I like Jim Rohn, and I like Dennis Waitley, and I've learned a lot from people like Roger Dawson and other people who have really done a lot of wonderful thinking in the areas of human performance. I've listened to them all. I love my friends Tony Alessandra and Jim Cathcart. I love the authors at Nightingale Conant because there's so many great ideas. But what I consider myself to be is not a creator but a synthesizer. Is I take ideas like a large river takes water from thousands of brooks and streams. I've taken ideas all my life from hundreds and thousands of sources and then woven them together into one cable of ideas that I then convey to other people. So I would say that virtually everyone who's ever had a good idea has been my mentor.
Okay, that's great. Well, now that you've distilled that all into this cable that's easy for everybody to access, you were just sharing with me earlier today that at one time you felt you couldn't boil down all of your success ideas into one statement. And you think you may be able to do that now. Could you share what that statement is with us?
Well, let me give you a double answer to that question. I have been on more than 1,000 radio and television shows talking about success of some kind. And almost always they say, as we end this show, could you wrap up with one recommendation for success for our listeners or viewers? And so I always wrap up with these words. And then I'll give you my summary statement. I say, if you want to be successful, I say, find out what you really love to do, throw your whole heart into doing it really well, and never give up. That's basically a summary statement of success, because that answers the question about goals and focal point and time management and your unique abilities and talents and so on. Find what you really love to do, throw your whole heart into doing it well, and never give up. Now, people have always asked me, is there a single secret of success? And I've always sort of resisted the question, but then I realized there is a single secret of success, and it is this: do what you resolve to do. Do what you have decided to do. Fulfill your promises to yourself. If you say you're going to get up early in the morning and exercise, just do what you said you would do. If you say you're going to save, then save your money. If you say you're going to write down your goals, do it. If you're going to listen to audio programs in your car, just darn well do what you resolve to do. Fulfill your commitments to yourself, and your whole life will be wonderful.
That's great. That's great. Well, Brian, one final question I'd like to ask of everybody is years and years down the road, after you've passed on and people reflect on Brian Tracy and his career and what he meant, what's the legacy that you'd like to leave behind?
Well, one of the things I admired about Andrew Carnegie, the steel magnate of the last century, is that they called him the millionaire maker. They said that he had created more millionaires among his staff by teaching them his principles of success than any other industrialist or business person in American history. I started off from a poor family, and we never had any money, and I worried about money for years and years and years. And I finally found out how to be successful, and I'm happy to say I've gone from rags to non-rags. I would like to be called the millionaire maker. I want people to be happy and fulfilled and have wonderful relationships with their family, but also I want people to be able to become self-made millionaires. And the interesting thing is that in America today we have 5.2 million millionaires, almost all of whom started from nothing, from zero. Some of them didn't start till their 30s and 40s and 50s, but then they learned the things that I teach in my programs and literally transformed their lives, not only in every human dimension, but financially as well. So I would like to have people say in a few years that Brian Tracy created more than 1 million millionaires. Is they listened to his material, they read his books, they attended his programs, and they did what they resolved to do in those programs, and they became wealthy. And I like the people who write about that. That would give me tremendous satisfaction.
That's great. I think you're well on your way. Brian, it's been great to be with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as Brian said, if you'd like to find out more about his coaching and mentoring program or about his other various training programs, you can visit www.briantracy.com. If you'd like to also find out about Brian's literally dozens and dozens of audio programs through Nightingale Conant, you can visit our website at www.nightingale.com, NIGHTINGALE.com. Thank you for listening.